Some souls don't just survive storms, they become the storm, the kind of storm that makes the sky crack open and the earth tremble. That's you, the chosen one, the one with a heart so fierce it sets fire to everything trying to bury it. Enemies talk. They whisper behind your back like vultures circling a fading light, hoping you'll crack, break, or fold. But here's the truth they can't swallow. Your heart is a weapon, unseen, unbreakable, unstoppable. They're scared of what they don't understand. They call it mad heart, like it's a curse. But really, it's a death sentence for their lies, their betrayal, and their fake smiles. They watch you, biting their tongues because they know deep down you are the reckoning they never saw coming. So, to the ones who feel hunted, misunderstood, and underestimated, this is your call. Stand tall. This message is for the chosen, the relentless, the ones with fire in their veins. If you want this truth to roar louder, like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen warriors. Every time you do, it sends a signal to the universe, to the world, that the chosen are waking up, taking back their power. Let's make sure no enemy can whisper in the shadows without being heard. Now, listen close. Being chosen is not some blessing that makes life easy. It's a burden and a power, a double-edged sword that haunts your enemies and ignites your soul. You carry a heart that's been through war zones. Not just battles of flesh, but wars of spirit and trust. It's the kind of heart that doesn't just survive betrayal. It thrives on it, turning every cut into armor, every scar into a badge of honor. Imagine your heart as a wildfire trapped in a cage, and every time someone tries to cage you, you burn a little brighter, a little wilder. Your fire doesn't just warm you, it scorches the ground your enemies stand on. They fear your glow because it exposes their darkness. Most people fold when the world shoves betrayal down their throat like bitter medicine. They numb out, disappear, or become shadows of the pain they carry. But you carry your wounds like a weapon. You walk through betrayal like it's just another wall to break down. You bleed, you hurt, but you never stop believing in the light, because that's what makes your heart mad. Mad, not just with pain, but with relentless hope. The world doesn't just see your heart. They feel it in the way you move, the way you smile, even the way you breathe. You're the chosen one who doesn't just take hits. You transform them. You're the spark in the dark that sets everything on fire. And enemies, they can't handle that kind of power. They try to silence you, to make you small. But your heart? It's a battle cry that shakes the foundations of their lies. The harder they push, the stronger you grow. That's the mad heart they're scared of. So if you've felt alone, hunted, or like no one understands the war raging inside you, know this: you are not broken. You are the chosen, the one with the heart that burns so fiercely it leaves no room for fear. This isn't just a story, it's a revolution, and you are the spark that will set the world ablaze. And now, to all the chosen warriors tuning in, this is your moment. If your heart beats loud, if you feel that fire burning under your ribs, don't just scroll past. Hit that like, smash subscribe, and drop mad heart in the comments if you're ready to own what makes you unstoppable. The message you're about to hear isn't for the faint of heart. It's for the ones who refuse to back down. So stick with me, because if you truly carry that mad heart, you'll feel the pull to stay till the last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. When the universe bends to your will, the system breaks under your feet. They thought they could break you. Instead, they built the storm. They'll never survive. They've been playing their little games, twisting rules, stacking odds, hoping you'd fall in line like every other pawn in their broken system. But you shattered the mold. You weren't built to follow the script they wrote. You're the glitch in their code, the wild card that makes the universe itself shift gears to keep up. And that scares them. You see, being chosen isn't some easy ride handed out on a silver platter. It's the universe putting its weight behind you, aligning stars and fate like a weapon forged in cosmic fire. When you step forward, the very fabric of their system trembles, because you don't just move with the tide, you create the tidal wave. They call it mad heart, like it's a curse. But really, it's the power that haunts their every step, the storm that shadows their plans. While they sat comfortable, playing safe, you carried wounds that would have crushed most souls. And yet, you kept walking like a warrior on a battlefield they couldn't see. What's the secret? You learned to bleed in silence, to keep your soul stitched together with threads of sheer willpower and grit when everything screamed at you to fall apart. Life didn't hand you breaks. It threw you into the fire and dared you to survive. While others called in sick when inconvenience struck, you dragged yourself through wars, mental, emotional, spiritual, that no one knew existed. And the world, it only sees the surface, the quiet strength, the fierce smile, the unstoppable drive. But they don't see the cost. They don't understand the nights spent wrestling with ghosts, the mornings you woke up heavy with grief, but still showed up, did your job, talked like everything was fine, when inside you were a mess of broken pieces. Here's the truth they don't want you to hear. Sometimes that strength wasn't courage. It was survival, pure necessity. Not all heroes wear capes. Some just survive in silence, in shadows, carrying more than they should, yet never letting it show. You didn't just survive hard times, you survived alone. No hand to hold, no safe harbor, no cheers. You rebuilt yourself mid-fall, mid-heartbreak, mid-chaos, with no instructions, no applause, and no promise of relief. That's not just heart. That's a miracle wrapped in skin, a fire that refuses to be extinguished. Your endurance is a secret weapon, the kind that breaks enemies' spirits because they can't understand how you keep going when the world expects you to crumble. And here's what makes you truly chosen. You kept your heart open, tender, hopeful, even after betrayal tried to make you cold, after abandonment tried to make you numb. That's not weakness. That's war-tested power. They don't get it. They think your resilience is a given, something you chose like a badge. No, it's a hard-earned crown forged in pain and betrayal, refined by the silence you endured, tested by every wound that refused to close. They whisper your name now because they know you're no ordinary soul. You're the wildfire in a drought, the hurricane in their calm, the chaos in their order. They tried to cage your spirit, but your fire burns too wild. And every step you take is a message they can't ignore. You are the chosen one, the one who breaks their system by simply refusing to break. So when doubts creep in, when you wonder why the universe seems to test you more than others, remember this: the universe bends to the will of the chosen. It's not punishment, it's power. It's the cosmic alignment that fuels your rise while their world shakes beneath your feet. The system is crumbling because it was never designed to contain someone like you. You weren't made to follow. You were made to lead, to disrupt, to rewrite the rules. And that's the truth that haunts your enemies in the dead of night. They fear your mad heart because it's not just a beat, it's a battle cry, a relentless force that no wound, no betrayal, no setback can silence. So keep walking, chosen one. Keep burning. Keep showing up with that mad heart that breaks and rebuilds itself faster and stronger than anyone else's. because the universe is on your side. And when the universe fights for you, no system, no enemy can stand against you. Number 2, you starved the beast, and that's why it's still screaming. They were waiting on your rage like vultures circling a meal. Instead, you gave them silence, and now they're choking on their own guilt. Let's call it what it is. They expected you to break character, to crack under pressure, to finally explode so they could step back with smug relief and say, "See, that's the real them. That's the monster we warned you about." But you didn't give them that satisfaction. You carried grace like a sword. You wrapped your pain in poise. You stood tall with every reason to swing back, and still chose not to. That shook them in a way rage never could. Because the truth is, rage would have made it easier for them. It would have given them a role to play, the victim. But your calm, your grace, that left them with nowhere to hide. They needed a scene. You gave them silence. They wanted war. You gave them absence, and that absence echoed louder than any scream ever could. Because here's the secret, you didn't respond out of weakness. You responded from power, the kind of power that doesn't flinch, the kind of power that has nothing to prove. You let the weight of their betrayal fall back into their own hands. And that weight is heavy. It's what's keeping them up at night. They feel it every time they think about how they couldn't break you. You had the ammo, you had the dirt, you had the receipts stacked like dynamite, but you chose not to detonate. And in doing so, you revealed the most terrifying truth about yourself. You don't need revenge. You are the consequence. You see, when you're truly chosen, the universe has a way of defending you in silence. And your silence wasn't empty. It was sacred. It was strategy. While they expected a scene, you gave them a mirror. And let me tell you, people can't stand the reflection of their own ugliness when there's no one else left to blame. You could have dragged them, publicly humiliated them, burned the bridge and danced on the ashes. But you didn't. You walked away without flinching, without noise, without a single plea for understanding. That confused them. Because toxic people only understand control, and when they couldn't control your reaction, they lost control of the narrative. You chose boundaries over breakdowns, self-respect over self-destruction, grace over games, and in a world that glorifies clapbacks and dragging each other through the mud, that kind of restraint is revolutionary, dangerous, unpredictable. They wanted you to spiral. They needed you to crumble so they could keep telling themselves they were right to hurt you. But you robbed them of that delusion. And now their guilt is eating them alive. And your silence is the loudest sound they hear. People ask how you stayed soft, stayed kind, didn't build walls, didn't get cold. The answer, you're built different. Your heart's not naive, it's disciplined. You don't let pain turn you into what hurt you. You didn't lose yourself in the war. You came out with your soul intact. And that is the kind of victory no one can deny. And that's the thing about being chosen. Your strength isn't in how loud you fight. It's in how deeply you heal without performance. You didn't need validation. You didn't need sympathy. You just needed space. And when you got it, you didn't fill it with bitterness. You filled it with evolution. They don't understand how someone so betrayed can still love, still trust, still walk with softness. That's what burns them most. That's what makes you dangerous. Because you didn't become cold, you became selective. You didn't become bitter, you became boundaried. You didn't lose heart, you grew one so powerful it refuses to run on vengeance. Instead, it runs on alignment, on energy protection, on inner peace. And when you carry that kind of energy, you don't chase justice, you attract it. You don't need to pull strings behind the scenes. You don't need to convince anyone. Your peace is your proof. Your silence is your storm. And your grace. That's the spiritual weapon they never saw coming. Because grace isn't weakness. Grace is a scalpel. It slices through illusions, through projections, through all their fake apologies and rehearsed guilt trips. It reveals everything they tried to hide with noise. They thought they'd see you on the floor. Instead, they're watching you rise, without a single scream, without a single smear campaign, just quiet power and relentless elevation. That's why they're still watching. That's why they're still talking. That's why your name lives rent-free in their mind. You walked through fire and came out scented like peace. That doesn't happen by accident. That's the mark of the chosen. That's what mad heart really looks like. So let them stare. Let them whisper. Let them replay the moment you didn't snap. Because that moment broke them more than any fight ever could. You were the storm they thought they could contain, and when you didn't strike back, they realized they never stood a chance. You don't fight like the rest. You don't need explosions to shake the ground. Your grace is the earthquake, your silence is the thunder, and your rise, that's the prophecy being fulfilled right in front of them. So keep choosing peace, keep choosing power, keep choosing grace. Because every time you do, you prove that mad heart of yours isn't just strong, it's divine. Number 3, you took the hit and still handed out light. Now they're shook. Pain tried to change your shape, but you stayed golden. That's terrifying to people who only know how to survive by turning cold. They expected to break you, to turn you bitter, to twist your heart into something sharp and guarded. You had every excuse to shut down, every reason to let love die inside you, and still, you didn't. You went through betrayal that could have changed your entire personality. Silent stabs, doors slammed in your face, fake love dripping with hidden motives. You faced it all, and somehow you stayed soft. That's the real shock. People don't know what to do with someone who doesn't fold under fire, someone who still shows up with grace even after being burned. You kept offering light with hands that were still bleeding. You kept hoping, trusting, loving, even when love had become a battlefield. You didn't let betrayal define your future. That's what haunts them. Most people, they get burned once and become ice forever. But you felt every cut and refused to become like the ones who delivered it. You didn't put up walls, you built boundaries, you didn't go numb, you stayed awake. And in this world, that's a flex most can't touch. See, anyone can act cold and call it healing. Anyone can hide behind sarcasm and call it strength. But it takes a rare kind of warrior to stay warm after the war, to carry softness like armor, to look pain in the face and still choose kindness over cruelty. That's not weakness, that's not softness, that's power with depth. You're not naive, you're not foolish, you're forged. You've got the kind of heart that's been cracked open but never hollowed out. You've been to the edge and came back more you than ever. That's the thing they don't understand. Your softness isn't the absence of damage. It's the proof that you fought through the damage and didn't lose your soul. That's why they whisper. They say, they've got mad heart. But what they're really saying is, how the hell did they survive all that and still smile like that? You didn't just bounce back. You rose different, not cold, not guarded, but with deeper vision, sharper instincts, and a love that's been refined by fire. You laugh, but it's deeper now. You love, but it's wiser now. You move with peace, but make no mistake, your peace came from war. And that's why your presence hits different. You carry the kind of energy that doesn't need to scream to be felt. The kind of grace that exposes everyone who tried to destroy you, because nothing's louder than someone who stayed soft in a world that tried to make them hard. So keep shining, keep loving, keep choosing softness, because in a world full of trauma-wounded hearts wearing armor, you're open one. That's the revolution. Number 4, you looked crazy until the future started quoting you. They called you delusional. Now they're quietly copying your blueprint. You weren't trying to fit in. You were never built for that. While they were busy chasing trends, clout and validation from rooms that didn't even deserve your energy, you were walking away from safety, from applause, from comfort. And to them, that looked insane. They didn't see your conviction, they just saw rebellion. They didn't understand your alignment, they just assumed you'd lost control. Because only a crazy person walks off the beaten path with no map, no safety net, and no need for approval, right? Only someone unhinged leaves behind a perfectly fine relationship, burns bridges with toxic family, quits jobs that look good on paper, and chooses the unseen over the secure. But you weren't chasing logic, you were chasing truth. And truth doesn't always come dressed in guarantees. That's why they laughed, rolled their eyes, branded you as too deep, too intense, too much. You didn't follow the herd, so the herd called you mad. But deep down, your soul was locked onto a frequency only the chosen hear. That inner pull wouldn't leave you alone, not even when you were broke, doubting yourself, crying on the floor in silence. You looked like a mess on the outside, but inside, you were in alignment with something far bigger than their opinions. And now the shift is happening. The things you spoke in faith are showing up in form. The people you walked away from are being exposed. The moves that once looked reckless are being revealed as prophetic. Suddenly, the whispers have gone quiet. Suddenly, your name isn't being mocked, it's being studied. Because here's the truth, they weren't afraid of your madness, they were afraid of your clarity. You saw things before they happened, you felt energy before words were spoken, you made decisions without proof, and those decisions are turning into evidence. They can't figure out how you did it. But the truth is, you didn't do anything by their standards. You obeyed the unseen. You moved when your spirit said go, even when your mind screamed wait. You didn't need a cosign. You didn't need a crowd. You just needed conviction. And now you are the proof. That faith without applause still works. That walking alone still leads somewhere divine. That being misunderstood doesn't mean you were wrong. It means you were early. You risked your image, your stability, your comfort, but you kept your alignment. And now the very people who once called you crazy are watching the universe hand you everything you were never supposed to have. Let them watch. You didn't need the crowd when you started. You don't need their praise now. Your mad heart always knew. Number 5, you set the table. They brought nothing. Now they starve without your light. They dined on your loyalty like royalty, then ghosted when it was their turn to serve. Now they're outside, starving, pretending they forgot your name. You gave love like breath, natural, constant, undemanding. While they showed up empty-handed, you were still pouring, still checking in, still holding space for people who barely remembered you existed until they needed something. You weren't blind. You saw the imbalance. You just weren't petty enough to stop loving because they didn't know how. And that confused them. They're used to love with strings, with terms, with expiration dates. But you didn't love to get something. You loved because that's what you are. Not desperate, not weak, just wired different. You sat people at your table who would have never done the same for you. You showed up when they were MIA. You gave grace to people who wouldn't have picked up the phone if you were bleeding. And somehow you didn't turn cold. They say you've got mad heart, but what they really mean is you break the algorithm. You operate on a frequency that makes them uncomfortable because it calls out everything they lack. In a world built on transactional energy, your unconditional love is a glitch in the system, a threat, a mirror. They didn't earn your presence, but you gave it. You knew they weren't built to handle you, but you showed up anyway. Not because they deserved it, but because you were honoring your own spirit, your assignment, your code. You weren't naive, you were sovereign. You didn't need matching energy to confirm your worth. You didn't need reciprocity to know your value. You loved without applause, without keeping score, without performing. And that made you untouchable. That kind of generosity, it reveals people. It shakes them. Because your consistency made them feel safe, but your standards made them feel exposed, guilty, undeserving. And now they're circling back in silence, watching, remembering what it felt like to be fed by someone who didn't need anything in return, someone who held space with no agenda, someone who didn't weaponize their care. You didn't just love them, you loved them with a rare dignity. And that kind of love, you don't just find it again. They thought your loyalty made you soft. Now they see it made you sacred, because in a world that loves to pretend, you were the real thing. The table, the warmth, the soul they'll never sit with again. So let them starve, let them wonder, let them spin their little narratives. You didn't love them because they were worthy. You loved them because you are. Number 6, they gave you conditions. You gave them grace. Now they miss what they couldn't keep clean. They treated your love like a light switch, on when they needed it, off when they felt small. But you weren't a bulb, you were the sun, and now they're living in shadows. You knew from the beginning, their love wasn't love, it was leverage, a contract with invisible ink. Stay quiet, shrink down, don't shine too loud, keep your truth manageable, your fire dim, your spirit contained. And the moment you slipped up, spoke too boldly, glowed too bright, loved too freely, they withdrew. You felt the cold shift, the silence that screamed, too much. You saw it, you felt it, and still you showed up. Not because you were blind, not because you were desperate, but because you believed in love without strings. You were trying to show them something sacred, something they'd clearly never experienced, unconditional presence, real energy, real care. You were hoping that maybe, just maybe, your consistency would unlock something buried in them. But some people don't evolve when you love them. They regress. They get comfortable, lazy, entitled. They start treating your heart like a faucet they can turn on and off based on convenience. Your loyalty becomes expected. Your presence becomes background noise. They start assuming you'll be there, regardless of how little they give in return. That's where they messed up. Because while your love was wide, it was never without limits. You didn't stay out of weakness. You stayed out of intention. You weren't trying to play savior. You were offering them a chance, an opportunity to rise, to grow, to match the depth of what you brought to the table. But they confused your grace for gullibility. They thought you weren't paying attention. You were. You just didn't want to play the same games that hurt you. You didn't want to love with a leash. You didn't want to be the one who used affection like a weapon. You wanted to love better than what the world showed you. And that's what made your love different. It was generous, patient, unedited. But make no mistake, your love wasn't without discernment. You felt every shift, every conditional pullback, every unspoken rule. You just waited to see if they'd rise to meet you or keep treating you like an emotional safety net. They didn't, so you stepped back, not to punish, but to protect your peace. Because mad heart doesn't mean martyr. You weren't meant to shrink for anyone's comfort. And the truth is, love like yours doesn't shrink. It outgrows. And once it does, it doesn't go back. So now they sit in silence, haunted by the light they couldn't hold. Because they asked for small love and lost something immeasurable. Number 7, they tried to drag your name. Now they're drowning in the mud they made. They buried your reputation, hoping to kill your light. But you weren't the seed, they were the dirt. They laughed, loud, bold, public, like it was sport. Like dragging your name through every room would finally make them feel taller, like the noise would crush your center. They never expected you to stand still while the fire raged. They threw your name around like confetti at a funeral, forgetting that you were still breathing, still growing, still anchored. You weren't just watching the storm unfold. You were letting it show you who was willing to dance in your downfall. And yet, you didn't clap back. You didn't scream. You didn't chase clarity. You didn't beg for anyone to hear your side. You just stood still, with your dignity draped over you like armor, and your silence speaking volumes. That scared them, because most people fold under public shame. They panic, performance, shrink into versions of themselves that feel acceptable. But you faced the ugliest version of misunderstanding and didn't move an inch off your truth. You were humiliated, misrepresented, mocked, and still you kept building. That's not just heart, that's spiritual steel. You knew the truth would outlive the moment. You knew your name had weight, and it didn't need saving. It needed time. You let the chaos play itself out because you understood the power of quiet strength. You knew when the dust settled, their noise would fade, and your becoming would speak louder than their bitterness ever could. You didn't match their noise because your evolution was already screaming. They tried to make you the villain, but villains don't glow like that. Don't evolve like that. Don't walk with peace that burns through confusion like wildfire. You didn't react. You revealed your growth, revealed your alignment, revealed how dangerous stillness is when it belongs to someone chosen. And now they're scrambling because the same people who once believed the headlines are watching your healing unfold in real time, watching your peace outlive the drama, watching your success, your silence, your grace, and realizing they backed the wrong narrative. But you didn't rub it in. You just kept walking, quiet, clean, untouched. You weren't trying to prove anything. You were too busy embodying everything they swore you'd never be. Your grace wasn't for applause. Your healing wasn't a show. You didn't survive to be seen. You survived because you're engineered for fire. You didn't just make it out of the humiliation. You rose from it. And now the same crowd that cheered your fall has no choice but to respect the way you never broke. Number 8. You went through hell and came out holy. Now they don't know what to do with you. They thought the pain would twist you into a monster. Instead, it carved you into a mirror, and now they can't look at themselves without flinching. You lived through storms that would have drowned most people. pain that doesn't just scar, it rewires souls, nights that left you gasping for peace, fighting for sanity, praying not for more strength, but for a break. You didn't just survive trauma, you stared it in the face and refused to become it. They expected you to snap. They waited for the villain arc, for the part where you lose yourself and finally give them a reason to say, "See, told you they weren't who they seemed." But you didn't give them that show. You gave them silence, compassion, boundaries, growth. They threw fire at you, and instead of turning to ash, you turned into light. You could have become bitter, could have turned your pain into poison, could have played the revenge game and won. But your spirit, it was never wired for war. It was forged for peace, and that peace made you dangerous. Because you didn't let what broke you own you. You chose to heal, even when it meant doing it alone, quietly, without applause, without anyone to catch you on the nights you fell apart in private. You did the soul work that most people avoid. That's the part they don't talk about. They think your soft heart means you had it easy, but softness like yours is earned. Pain tested it, loss refined it, betrayal tried to harden it, but it didn't win. You stayed kind when you had every reason to go cold. You stayed open when it would have been easier to shut down. You stayed you when becoming someone else might have felt safer. And now they're confused because you didn't come back vengeful. You came back whole, not perfect, not untouched, but intact, still glowing, still giving, still walking with purpose. They say you've got mad heart, but they don't really understand what that means. What they're really saying is, how did you not become what tried to break you? It's simple. You weren't built on pain. You were built on purpose. You weren't sent here to mirror the world's cruelty. You were sent to disrupt it, to show that surviving doesn't mean hardening, that healing doesn't mean silence, and that real strength. It's not found in how loud you scream, but in how deeply you refuse to lose your light. You didn't just survive the fire, you used it. And now you're not just rewriting your story, you're teaching others how to write theirs without burning down everything they love. That's mad heart. That's you. Number 9. You chose healing over havoc. Now you're untouchable. They wanted you to explode, to become the storm. Instead, you became the calm after it, and that scared them more. You could have burned it all down. You had every reason. You were handed betrayal, disrespect, abandonment, and every ounce of your being had the right to demand revenge. But you didn't take the bait. You didn't chase ego. You chose healing. And that, chosen one, is the move they never saw coming. Because healing isn't passive. It's not soft. It's war. Not against them, but against you. Against the parts of yourself that wanted payback. That wanted to see someone else hurt like you did. That wanted to hold on to bitterness like a shield. But you set that shield down. You faced the mirror. You whispered to your wounds, "This pain ends with me." And that kind of declaration, that's not weakness. That's spiritual power. You let go of comfort, familiar chaos, people you loved but couldn't grow with, patterns that felt like home but were secretly prisons. You walked away, not because it didn't hurt, but because staying would have meant betraying your own evolution. And make no mistake, you felt the loss. The ego grieved. The silence was heavy, but something deeper inside you, your soul, was finally breathing. Most people stay stuck in blame. They point fingers, build identities around their trauma, but you chose ownership. You looked your pain in the face and refused to turn it into someone else's burden. That's why you're feared. That's why they don't know how to read you anymore. because people expect pain to break you or twist you into a weapon, but you came out of the fire with open hands, not clenched fists. You didn't lash out, you leveled up. You didn't avoid the pain, you sat in it. You dug into the root, you rewired the story. You gave up the illusion of being right to become real, and in doing so, you broke generational curses most people die repeating. The truth is, they expected you to be reactive, predictable, to turn your scars into excuses, but instead you used them as blueprints. Now you walk differently. You speak with depth that can't be faked. You love with discernment. You lead with peace. And the people who once triggered you, they can't touch you now because you no longer live in the same emotional dimension. You chose truth over image, wholeness over pride, and that decision cost you everything. But what you gained: freedom, power, integrity, clarity. And that's why they say you've got mad heart, because you didn't fight to be seen, you fought to be whole. And now that you are, there's nothing left to prove, only purpose to fulfill. Number 10, you ruled without noise. Now they bow in the silence they mocked. They thought silence meant weakness until it became the echo that haunted every room they tried to fill without you. You never had to raise your voice to command the room, never needed to clap back, drag anyone, or play the revenge game just to prove your worth. Your silence said everything, and it said it with precision. When you disappeared, it wasn't a breakdown, it was a boundary, a message, a withdrawal of royalty from a table no longer worthy of your presence. And suddenly, your absence became the loudest thing they'd ever heard. They used to test you, poke at your peace, try to drag you into the chaos they couldn't live without, but you didn't bite. You didn't flinch. You didn't step into their arena. You made your own. Quietly, powerfully, and now they sit in the silence you left behind, remembering how calm used to walk in the room when you did. They mistook your kindness for naivety, thought your gentleness meant easy access, but they didn't realize that kindness in the hands of the chosen is a weapon, sharp, strategic, silent, and more disarming than anger ever could be. You weren't playing nice. You were building kingdoms while they were busy playing games. You used silence like a sword, not to cut others down, but to sever your ties to anything not meant for your destiny. And when they turned up the volume, hoping to rattle you, you turned inward and became untouchable. They never saw it coming. While they were talking, posting, performing, you were rising, in peace, in power, in clarity, and now your glow walks into rooms before you do, and makes people question what kind of force you really are. Because when someone carries that kind of stillness, that kind of grace under fire, they don't just survive, they reign. Your energy became law, your absence became legend, and your silence, a mirror they couldn't look into without confronting the truth. That's why they talk about you with a mix of admiration and regret. Because you didn't fight dirty, you fought clean. You didn't clap back, you stepped back. You didn't destroy them, you let their own choices do the job. And while they were hoping you'd fall apart, you were becoming a fortress. Now they understand. Your kindness wasn't weakness, it was strategy, it was armor, it was divine discipline. You made silence your sword, you built kindness into a kingdom. And now they whisper your name like a legend they thought they could erase, but can't. Because your heart didn't just survive the war, it won it, without ever raising its voice. Number 11, you broke every mold and made the blueprint obsolete. They keep trying to explain you in human terms, but you're not here to fit their logic. You're here to bend reality. You walk into a room and they feel it. Before you speak, before you move, before you even make eye contact. That quiet weight, that frequency, that sacred pulse. They don't know what to call it, so they call it mad heart. But that's just the surface. What they're sensing is divine assignment dressed in human skin. You've been through the kind of pain that should have left visible wreckage, trauma that should have rewritten your entire character. They expected the bitterness, the collapse, the public unraveling, but instead you walked out of the fire looking whole, and that unsettles people. Because the world is used to seeing pain worn like a costume, loud, messy, angry, broken. You didn't give them that show. You didn't fold. You didn't perform. You transformed. Quietly, deeply, and in a way that can't be copied. Your scars. They're invisible, but they radiate. They don't speak of weakness. They hum with sacred resilience. You don't look like someone who's been betrayed, abandoned, underestimated. And that's what makes your existence a contradiction they can't reconcile. You're living proof that real strength doesn't scream. It doesn't seek applause. It moves with purpose and disrupts illusions. They want to label you, explain you, fit you into their limited idea of what healing or power looks like. But your life doesn't follow their script, because your path isn't about looking strong. It's about being chosen, being aligned, being used by something greater. You don't just carry a beating heart, you carry a signal, a divine pulse that shakes everything around it. And no matter how hard they try, they can't mimic it. They can't fake it, because it was forged in battles they never fought, crowned in silence, refined through obedience, not approval. Your life challenges everything they've built around image, success, and fake healing. Your wholeness makes them question their performance. Your peace calls out their chaos. Your depth exposes the superficial. And they don't know whether to admire you or fear you. You don't fight to be seen. Your presence does the talking. You didn't climb ranks. You were sent. You were positioned. And now, without saying a word, you carry authority that makes noise uncomfortable and masks fall off. You don't just have mad heart. You have divine code encrypted into your being, and that's why you'll never be duplicated. They'll keep trying to figure you out, but you'll keep moving on sacred frequency, untouched, unbothered, and undeniably chosen. Number 12. You weren't built to be understood. You were built to be felt. They won't admit it, but they feel you. In the silence, in the shift, in the mirror they avoid. Let's be clear, people talk about your heart because they don't know what else to do with it. They've never seen someone carry that much weight and still move with grace. They've never watched a soul get betrayed, abandoned, mocked, doubted, and somehow still keep showing up with light in their eyes. They can't wrap their minds around it, because what you've done isn't normal. Most people don't make it through half of what you carried. They get bitter, numbers silent, hardened. But you chose to heal, you chose to grow, you chose to love anyway. And that choice, it wasn't weakness, it was war. Because healing is war. It's spiritual warfare. It's choosing to climb out of generational trauma without dragging more pain behind you. It's facing demons without becoming one. It's walking through fire, knowing full well you could come out angry, but choosing to come out anointed. That's what they feel when you walk in the room. That presence, that weight, that unexplainable power that says, I've been through hell, but I brought heaven with me. You weren't built to be understood. You were built to be felt. to be remembered, to be the kind of soul people only meet once in a lifetime and never forget, because you carry something the world can't manufacture, authenticity bought with pain. You carry light forged in betrayal. You carry peace born from chaos. You carry truth that was earned in silence. That kind of heart, that's not mad, that's divine. That's what they don't get. That's why they talk about you in hushed tones. Why your name lingers in conversations long after you've left the room. They don't know if they admire you or fear you, because you shattered the illusion of what strength is supposed to look like. You didn't get loud. You didn't get cold. You didn't play dirty. You got wise. You got quiet. You got free. You outgrew people who were never ready to grow. You stopped explaining yourself to minds that were never meant to hold your frequency. You walked away not because you were weak, but because your soul refused to keep watering deserts that couldn't receive rain. And now you're on another level, not because you forced it, but because you earned it, through grief, through confusion, through every moment that tried to convince you to give up. But you didn't. You stayed soft. You stayed solid. You stayed you. That's what haunts them. That's what inspires others. Because your story isn't just about survival, it's about refusal. Refusing to let darkness define you, refusing to lose your identity in someone else's chaos, refusing to return fire with fire. You didn't become them. You became you, unapologetically, completely, eternally. And now your name carries weight, not because you shouted it, but because you embodied it. The chosen one doesn't chase validation, they become confirmation. So if they're whispering about you, let them. If they're watching from a distance, let them. If they're questioning how you still have light in your eyes after all you've seen, let them wonder, because what they call mad heart is really just the mark of someone who's spiritually bulletproof. You didn't just survive, you transcended. And now, you own your story. You wear your peace like armor. You walk like the storm and the shelter all at once. So walk, chosen one. Keep walking. Because this world doesn't need more perfection. It needs more souls like yours. Real, raw, risen, and completely unforgettable. And with that, chosen one, let this truth settle in your spirit. You didn't just survive, you became the proof. Proof that mad heart isn't a flaw, it's a force. You are what they never saw coming and what they'll never be able to copy. So if this message hit deep, like this video, subscribe for more soul-charged truth. And drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your mad heart out loud. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. We don't fold. We rise. And your rise, it's just getting started. The version of me you abused no longer exists, so stop expecting mercy from my evolution. Let that sit in your gut like a punch laced with everything you thought I'd tolerate forever. Here's the truth. You weren't scared of losing me. You were scared of me finding me. You were terrified of the day I'd rise from your gaslighting graveyard and start breathing fire instead of begging for peace. And guess what? That day has arrived. You see, I didn't just change. I transformed. While you were still feeding off the expired version of me, I was out here crafting a newer, sharper, untouchable form. And it wasn't some soft self-love phase either. It was a full-blown soul rebirth. No glitter, no incense, just grit. Raw, relentless, universe-backed grit. This isn't about mood swings. It's about codes. I upgraded mine, and now your access has been permanently revoked. You thought I'd reset for you? Nah. This is permanent lockdown. Call it ego, call it drama. But deep down, you know exactly what it is. It's power. Let me be crystal clear. I'm not the villain. I just finally stopped playing the fool in your emotionally rigged game show. I stopped offering grace to those who used it like a weapon. And now, suddenly, everyone's uncomfortable. Good. Stay uncomfortable. Sit in the silence where my forgiveness used to live. Feel the weight of my absence like gravity on your chest. Because this isn't revenge. This is alignment. Before we go deeper, do your part. If this message strikes something real in you, or if you know someone still crawling through the fire of their own evolution, hit like and subscribe. It's not about hype. It's about healing. Help this reach the ones who need the reminder. You're not crazy for becoming unrecognizable to those who only knew how to love your weakness. We owe it to each other to spread this light. Now, let's talk real. Welcome to the era of the chosen one, but not the fantasy version they thought they could control, not the soft-spoken empath who never said no, not the self-sacrificing soul who kept shrinking just to make everyone else comfortable. This version, this one is unapologetically armored. You shocked them, you shook them, and not because you got loud, but because you got clear, because now your silence has weight, your no carries thunder, your energy, it's so sharp it cuts through manipulation like glass. They don't know how to act around you now because the old script doesn't work anymore. They signed up for the discount version of you, the emotionally cheap, spiritually exhausted, always forgiving version. They never expected the moment you'd finally see yourself. And when you did, you didn't just set a boundary. You built a fortress. You installed a firewall coded in truth. And now they're getting 403 errors just trying to reach you. And let's be honest, they're not mad because you changed. They're mad because you stopped letting them benefit from your pain. They're mad because your peace is no longer available for casual consumption. You used to let them drink from your spirit like it was a public fountain. Now, access denied. You're not cold, you're calculated, you're not bitter, you're boundaried. There's a difference between being mean and finally meaning what you say. You've reached that level where even your silence is louder than their loudest guilt trips. But here's the kicker. They need you now more than ever. Not because of what you give, but because of who you've become. You're magnetic. You're aligned. You're living proof that you can burn and still come out golden. And deep down, even your enemies can't help but respect the glow-up. They talk, but they watch. They hate, but they study. Why? Because they never expected the quiet one to become the force. You're not even in your final form yet. This is just the trailer. The real movie hasn't even dropped, and they're already shaking. That's what happens when someone who was underestimated for too long finally remembers who the hell they are. That's what happens when the universe taps you and says, "Your turn." So let them whisper. Let them twist your boundaries into bad character. Let them throw shade on your shine. Just remember, you didn't evolve for applause. You evolved for yourself. You stopped surviving and started commanding. And now, they're all asking the same question. WTF have you become? Here's the answer. Unbreakable, untouchable, and absolutely unforgettable. And no, this isn't the end. This is where it really gets uncomfortable and powerful. Because if you've made it this far, something inside you already knows. You're not who you used to be. You've become the version of yourself they never saw coming. So if you're done shrinking, done explaining, and done being emotionally looted, drop the number 777 in the comments. That's how we know you're one of the rare few ready to own your new code. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. If you're a real one, you'll feel it in your bones. Let's get into it. Number 1. They used to rule your gates. Now they're crying at the fence like exiled kings. Funny how the same people who treated you like an option are now pissed they're not your priority. That's not ego, that's balance being restored. You used to be the one standing outside, hands out, heart wide open, waiting for someone, anyone, to finally let you into their world, their approval, their conditional respect. You thought that if you just loved harder, bent further, made yourself smaller, quieter, nicer, they'd finally see you. That maybe, just maybe, your pain would earn you a seat at their table. But here's the part they didn't see coming. You weren't breaking, you were sharpening, and when you finally snapped, it wasn't a breakdown, it was a breakthrough. Your silence turned into sovereignty. You stopped knocking, you became the gate. And now, they're the ones outside, watching, wondering, seething. They don't know how to handle it, because the same court they used to dominate now demands permission just to be acknowledged. The door doesn't swing open anymore. The vibe check is real. And guess what? Most of them fail it miserably. They say you've changed. Damn right you have. What they call attitude is just you finally choosing standards. What they call ego is simply your awareness waking up from a coma they were comfortable keeping you in. You used to crave their validation like oxygen. But now you realize your own breath was always enough. It hurts them, oh, it burns them, because when you stopped begging, they lost the game they thought they'd always win. They used to pull strings because you were too afraid to cut them. They used to give you crumbs because they knew you'd turn them into meals. They knew you didn't know your worth, and they were thriving off it. But then something shifted. You saw through the illusion. You realized the pedestal they stood on was one you built. And once you stopped feeding it, the whole thing crumbled. That's when the panic started. That's when the manipulation got louder. The guilt trips, the "you've changed" speeches, the fake concern wrapped in passive-aggressive commentary. No, you didn't change, you upgraded, and they can't download the new software because it doesn't run on manipulation anymore. This is what happens when a chosen one finally stops shrinking to fit inside someone else's comfort zone. You took back the keys, you rewrote the access codes, you replaced the open door policy with a damn fortress. And now they're banging on the gates with tears in their eyes, pretending they miss you, when really they miss the version of you that didn't know how to say no. Why are you being so cold now? Because warm got me burned. Why are you cutting people off? Because I'm not handing out free passes to people who charged me for loyalty. Why are you so distant? Because peace lives on the other side of distance from dysfunction. See, they loved you when you were easy to use, when you were unsure, when you were looking up at them with starved eyes, asking to be chosen. But now you're looking inward. You're not waiting to be chosen. You are the chosen. And that threatens everything they built off your insecurity. They never loved you. They loved the power over you. And that's the hardest pill to swallow, but the most freeing one too. You were never meant to be everyone's go-to. You were never supposed to bleed every time someone else had a paper cut. You were conditioned to believe that love meant sacrifice, that access was automatic, and that loyalty had no boundaries. But you woke up. And now you are the judge, the gatekeeper, the final say. You've become the exact thing they never expected, self-aware. That's the kind of glow-up no apology can reverse. That's the kind of shift you don't come back from. Don't you dare feel guilty for this. This isn't cruelty. This is clarity. You're not cold. You're focused. You're not bitter. You're better. You didn't abandon them. They abandoned accountability. And now that the favor train has stopped running and the door isn't swinging open on demand, they don't know how to handle the silence. They're mad because they can't reach you. They're lost because your boundaries broke their GPS. You want to know why they're really shaken? Because your evolution is loud without you saying a damn word. You walk differently, think differently. You don't flinch anymore. You don't chase, you choose. And they're not on the list. They're not used to rejection from someone they thought they owned. Let that sink in. They expected to walk in and out of your life like a revolving door, but you ripped that door off the hinges and replaced it with walls. Walls made of every sleepless night, every manipulated moment, every ounce of dignity you lost, trying to be enough. Now they're faced with the truth they never wanted to see. You were the one with the power all along. So no, you're not cruel. You're just done being consumed. You've turned your energy into premium currency, and not everyone gets to cash in. If they want access, they better come correct, because the court is in session, and baby, you're the judge now. And what's wild, you haven't even shown them your final form. Keep going, keep evolving, keep the gate locked and your energy clean. This is your era now. Chosen one. Damn. WTF have you become? You've become everything they swore you never would. And you did it without permission. Let them choke on it. Number 2, your no used to whisper. Now it hits like thunder and leaves egos bleeding. The old me said yes out of fear. The new me says no out of power. If that burns your ego, step back. This fire ain't for you. Let's get something straight. Your no is no longer a suggestion. It's a verdict, a divine decree, a power move soaked in silence and certainty. And the ones who used to control you with guilt? Yeah, they're choking on it now. There was a time when your no came trembling, wrapped in apology, wearing guilt like a noose. You'd say maybe when you meant never. You'd say, I'll think about it, when your soul was already screaming, hell no. Why? Because you were taught to make everyone else comfortable, even if it meant betraying yourself. But now your no walks in the room like a damn earthquake, calm, controlled, final, and it doesn't just close doors, it shatters illusions. The illusion that you were available on demand, the illusion that your peace was for rent, the illusion that access to your energy came without rules. They're not reacting to the no itself, they're reacting to the authority behind it, the way it lands like a gavel in a courtroom, not up for appeal. Your no carries weight now because it's no longer laced with fear, it's rooted in self-respect. And that's what's shaking them. You used to hand out yes like it was free candy, sweet, addictive, and destined to rot your spirit. People got drunk off your compliance. They built thrones out of your silence, altars out of your sacrifice. They thrived on your inability to set a line in the sand. But now, the candy's gone, the altar is burned, and the throne vacant. Because your no doesn't tremble anymore, it commands. Let me break it down. This isn't about being rude. This isn't about turning cold. This is about cleansing. You're not rejecting them. You're reclaiming you. They call it attitude. They call it selfish. But let's call it what it really is. Emotional exorcism. You're casting out years of manipulation with a single syllable. You're purging the ghosts of guilt that used to haunt your every decision. Every time you say no without explanation, without flinching, without the need to soften the blow, you're performing a spiritual detox. And it hurts them, not because you're wrong, but because for once, they can't find the handle to twist your will. Why are you being so difficult? Translation: why aren't you easy to use anymore? Why are you so cold now? Translation: why isn't your guilt working on me like it used to? Why can't you just say yes, like before? Translation: why can't you go back to being someone I could walk over without resistance? Here's the answer: because I know who the hell I am now. You're not the same person who tolerated disrespect under the mask of keeping the peace. You're not the one who gave and gave until you became a ghost in your own life. That version of you, dead and buried. This version, your no, is sacred. It's a boundary wrapped in healing. It's a gate reinforced with steel, not shame. And it's not personal, it's protective. You're not pushing people away. You're pulling your power back. They feel the shift, even if they won't say it out loud. That quiet tension when you don't rush to say yes. That awkward silence when you decline something without offering a 10-minute apology monologue. That unspoken discomfort when you hold your ground instead of making yourself smaller. You've become unreadable to those who were fluent in your self-doubt. And that's exactly why they're spiraling. Because your clarity, your clean, calm, unapologetic no is something they can't manipulate. They can't guilt trip it. They can't love bomb it. They can't twist it into something they can use against you. And in that moment, they're not just losing control over your decisions. They're losing control over their illusion of dominance. That's what really burns. You're teaching people, whether they like it or not, that your soul has standards, that your time has value, that your energy isn't some faucet they can turn on and off at their convenience. You're not just rejecting requests, you're rejecting their version of you, the one who never challenged, never questioned, never said enough. Your no is now a mirror. And baby, mirrors are dangerous. They show people what they don't want to see. Your refusal forces them to confront the entitlement they called love. It exposes the imbalance they pretended was mutual care. It reveals the truth they worked hard to keep hidden, that their power only worked when you didn't know your own. Well, guess what? Now you do. And you're not afraid to use it. They can call it whatever they want. They can spread rumors, say you've changed, say you're cold-hearted, bitter, arrogant. Let them talk. Their words can't reach past the fortress you've built. You've outgrown the need for validation from people who never really saw you in the first place. You are not responsible for the way your healing offends the ones who benefited from your suffering. So the next time you say no, don't flinch, don't backtrack, don't explain. Let it echo, let it sting, let it teach. Your no is no longer a soft retreat. It's a righteous act. It's a boundary. It's a ceremony. A spiritual reminder that your peace is not up for auction and your energy is not a community playground. Let them feel what they made you feel. Powerless, confused, rejected. Not out of revenge, but out of balance. This isn't about being petty. This is about setting the universal scales right. Your healing demands it. And here's the real kicker. The ones who truly value you, they won't flinch at your no. They'll respect it. They'll honor it because they're not here for access. They're here for alignment. So let your no be loud. Let it be fierce. Let it be final when needed. You didn't come this far to become palatable again. You came to be free. Chosen one. Damn. WTF have you become? You've become someone who doesn't betray themselves to be liked. You've become someone who says no with sacred certainty. And most of all, you've become unshakable. Number 3. You didn't just heal, you upgraded your soul's firewall and made your spirit hacker-proof. They thought I was healing for them. I was healing from them. And now, their tricks crash like viruses against the firewall of my evolution. This wasn't some cute, filtered self-care Sunday kind of healing. You didn't light candles and post quotes while sipping tea. You went to war, a war nobody saw, a war where the battlefield was your own mind, and the enemy wore familiar faces. Family, lovers, friends, versions of you that begged for crumbs just to feel seen. This wasn't healing. This was survival. This was a total system upgrade, line by line, soul by soul. They thought you were just going through a phase, that you'd bounce back into your old patterns eventually, available, agreeable, easy to influence. But what they didn't realize is that you weren't just healing, you were coding, encrypting your soul, building a system that would no longer allow malware energy to slip through the cracks. Your peace, it's not just protected now, it's fortified. The same way governments build firewalls to protect against threats, you did that with your spirit. And now, people try to run the same emotional scripts. They send in their usual viruses, guilt trips, backhanded compliments, fake concern, half-hearted check-ins, just to find a way back into your energy field. And they bounce hard. Your silence has become sacred. Your distance, surgical. You don't hate them, you just see them. You see the baggage they bring, the manipulation they mask as love, the entitlement they wear like perfume. And you refuse to let that walk through the doors of your healed space, because wisdom taught you something pain never could. Access is not love, and availability is not proof of care. People hated Malcolm X until they feared his clarity. They exiled Nina Simone for speaking her truth. They labeled Muhammad Ali arrogant when he said he was the greatest, then later bowed to that same confidence. They hated those who installed boundaries because boundaries broke the spell of control, just like you did. So when they say, "You're different now," let them say it with a sting. That's the sound of your firewall doing its job. You're not cold, you're secure. Number 4, you didn't push them away. You just became the mirror that showed their rot. I didn't change to hurt you. I changed to heal me. If that makes you uncomfortable, maybe you should ask yourself what part of you my growth exposed. Let's make this clear once and for all. You didn't lose people because you became mean. You didn't become heartless. You didn't turn bitter. You became accurate. You became a mirror. And suddenly, the people who were comfortable in your chaos couldn't stand their reflection anymore. They loved you when you were broken because your brokenness made them feel whole. They needed you to overextend, to over-apologize, to keep giving until you had nothing left but fumes and fake smiles. And when you stopped doing that, when you pulled back the curtain and started reflecting instead of absorbing, they panicked. Because your clarity became confrontation, not the kind you yell, but the kind you embody. Just your presence now holds up a mirror to their dysfunction. You no longer respond to manipulation. You no longer react to guilt. You just see it, and that alone is enough to collapse their entire strategy. They weren't ready for your peace to be so loud. They weren't prepared for your silence to scream. Because now, when they try to play victim or bait you into fixing their chaos, all they hear is the sound of their own dysfunction bouncing off the walls of your distance. That silence. It used to be filled with your self-sacrifice, your explanations, your late-night pep talks, your endless attempts to be enough. But now, it's filled with accountability. And that's the one language manipulators don't speak. You're no longer the emotional crutch. You're not the fixer. You're not the therapist they didn't pay for. You're not the sponge for their unhealed wounds. You're the damn mirror. And you don't flinch when they flinch. You don't bend when they break. You simply stand, reflecting, radiating truth. And that's what makes you dangerous to the people who only knew how to thrive when you stayed broken. They're not running from you. They're running from the version of themselves they can't hide from when they stand beside your healed presence. And here's the truth they'll never admit. They didn't lose you. They lost access to the mask you used to wear to protect them from their own reflection. Keep standing. Keep reflecting. Let them face their own rot. Number 5. You stopped bleeding just to keep their demons warm, and now they call you cruel. I was never too much. I was just too available to people who were never supposed to have that much access to my soul. Let's call it for what it was. You weren't loved. You were used. Not in the obvious way. No, it was subtle, psychological, dressed in pretty lies, and wrapped in guilt-laced praise. You were the strong one, the understanding one, the selfless one. But behind those titles was a quiet demand. Suffer silently so I don't have to face myself. And for too long, you complied. You swallowed your pain like poison and smiled through the ache. You made your back the foundation of other people's chaos. When they couldn't carry their weight, you held it. When they couldn't face their truth, you buried yours. You made your own bleeding body the cushion for their comfort. But here's what they never expected. You woke up. You finally realized that every time you said yes to their dysfunction, you were saying no to your healing. Every time you absorbed their pain, you delayed your own peace. And that quiet scream inside you, it became unignorable. So you stopped. You stopped bleeding for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. You stopped shrinking so others could feel tall in their illusions. You stopped making your spirit their shelter when all they ever did was track dirt through your soul. And now they call you cold, distant, selfish, cruel, not because you changed, but because you finally became unavailable to be drained. You're not the sponge anymore. You're the standard. You're the boundary they never thought you'd have the strength to enforce. You're the one who finally put the scissors down and said, "I'm not cutting myself just so you can sleep better at night." It stings them. Not because you did anything wrong, but because you did something different. You stopped playing the martyr. And when a chosen one stops bleeding for validation, the entire power dynamic implodes. This isn't bitterness. This is balance. Let them call you cruel if it helps them cope. Just know this: the ones who once fed off your sacrifice will never understand your boundaries, but they'll damn sure feel them. And that's the point. Number 6, you went from "please pick me" to "prove you deserve the privilege." I no longer audition for roles in people's lives. Either you recognize the value or lose the opportunity. I'm not begging to be seen ever again. There was a time when your energy whispered desperation, not because you were weak, but because you were conditioned, trained to believe that your worth needed a witness. So you performed, you overextended, you became a shapeshifter in your own story just to be accepted in someone else's. You softened your tone to make others feel bigger. You shrunk your brilliance so they could shine without competition. You waited, you hoped, you begged with your kindness, with your silence, with your ability to tolerate nonsense no one else would even entertain. But now your energy hits like a force field. It no longer says, "Please like me." It says, "Prove you're qualified." You don't chase. You don't decode mixed signals. You don't wait around to be chosen like some spiritual consolation prize. You observe, and if the vibe feels off, even slightly, you bounce with no hesitation, no explanation, and zero guilt. This shift, it's not about ego, it's about evolution. You finally realize that your peace is the most sacred currency you have, and not everyone deserves access to that vault. You're no longer handing out emotional VIP passes to people who treat your soul like a waiting room. You don't chase energy now. You check it. You don't fantasize about potential. You watch patterns. And if someone's presence drains you more than it feeds you, they're gone before they even know what hit them. This isn't being too much. This is what happens when someone's tired of being too little for too long. You've raised your frequency, and naturally that filtered the room. And now they say you're acting different. Damn right. You're not explaining your worth to people who need a translator just to understand basic respect. This new version of you, it doesn't negotiate with low vibrations. It doesn't compromise for the sake of comfort. It doesn't beg for crumbs at tables you were born to own. So let them feel intimidated. Let them stumble on their words. Let them fall off when they realize they can't manipulate you through insecurity anymore. Because this energy, it doesn't plead, it qualifies. Number 1. You're not acting brand new, you're just finally acting like you belong here. I'm not acting different, I'm just no longer apologizing for existing in my full form. If that offends you, step aside. This space was never meant for your comfort. Let's shut the noise down right now. No, you're not arrogant, you're not ungrateful, you're not acting brand new. You're just finally showing up in the skin that was always yours, without asking anyone for permission to own it. They say you've changed, and damn right, you had to. Because the old version of you, that one was dying, starving for air, drowning in people-pleasing, self-editing and quiet survival mode. You wore fake humility like armor, hoping they'd respect you for shrinking. But all it got you was disrespect in return. You kept your head down while people trampled your spirit, and you still got called too much when you finally spoke up. But something snapped, didn't it? Not out of bitterness, but out of clarity. You realized that the real danger wasn't losing them, it was losing you, losing your voice, your fire, your essence, just to keep peace that only served them. Now, you're not playing small to protect egos. You're not swallowing your truth to keep relationships alive that were built on your silence. You're not putting a price tag on your presence and handing out discounts for the sake of being liked. Because you finally understood, being liked is nothing compared to being whole. You don't move with fear anymore. You move with presence, with unapologetic energy that doesn't ask for validation. And that's exactly why they're uncomfortable. You see, they were never afraid of your darkness. They were afraid of your light. Because when you light up fully, their shadows get exposed. They don't know how to handle this new you, because this new you doesn't bend. This new you doesn't over-explain. This new you doesn't let insecure people write reviews on a life they'll never understand. So when they say, "You've changed," let them. Because what they really mean is, you're no longer manageable. You're not cold. You're clear. You're not arrogant. You're anchored. You're not new. You're finally real. And for the first time ever, you're living like you deserve to fully exist. Number 7. They never expected the day you'd choose you. Now they're screaming at a door you locked from the inside. They loved the version of you that chose them at your own expense. Now that you've chosen yourself, they're calling it betrayal. Nah, it's a homecoming. You were always the reliable one, the one who bent so others wouldn't break, the one who rearranged your own heartbeat just to keep someone else's rhythm steady. You showed up when they disappeared. You gave when you had nothing left. You stayed when everything in you was screaming to run. They got used to it, entitled to it, dependent on your self-abandonment. So when you finally chose you, when you stopped explaining, stopped sacrificing, stopped saying yes when your soul was suffocating, they didn't just get confused, they got offended. Because let's be real, they weren't loving you. They were feeding off your lack of boundaries. They didn't admire your loyalty. They depended on your inability to say no. You weren't just present, you were possessed. Not by them, but by this dangerous belief that your worth was tied to how much of yourself you could give away. But now your heart has come home to you. And baby, it's loud. You're no longer available on demand, no longer adjusting yourself like furniture to make them more comfortable. You've finally stepped into your own light, not to be admired, but to be aligned. And those who only knew how to love the you who disappeared for them, they're gasping for air without your energy to inhale. They say, "You've changed." Translation, you're no longer convenient. They say, "You're selfish now." Translation, I can't guilt you into forgetting yourself anymore. Choosing yourself was never the crime. Their shock is just evidence of how deeply they benefited from your self-neglect. But this isn't cruelty. This is correction. You're not rejecting love. You're redefining it. And anything that demands your silence, your exhaustion, your absence from your own life just to survive, that was never love. That was survival dressed up as connection. Now they're pounding on doors that no longer open, crying about the space you reclaimed as if it wasn't yours from the start. You didn't turn your back on them, you turned toward you. And that's the most sacred thing you've ever done. Number 8. Your silence became the sermon, and it's tearing down their illusions, brick by brick. My silence isn't revenge, it's revelation. I left quietly so they could finally hear what my presence was drowning out, their own dysfunction. You didn't go quiet because you were angry. You didn't detach to play games. You didn't fade out to prove a point. You disconnected because your energy was being wasted like water poured into broken hands. You got tired of bleeding for chaos, tired of repeating yourself to people who only listened when you were serving their comfort. So you did the one thing they never expected. You disappeared without a show. No drama, no final speech, no slamming doors, just a soul-level exit. And now that silence is screaming in their ears, louder than your loyalty ever did. Because you didn't just leave, you took the emotional supply with you. You were their battery, their lifeline, their personal fuel station of validation, reassurance, forgiveness. You held space they never deserved. You calmed storms they started. You made excuses for behavior that should have exiled them from your world a long time ago. And now that you're gone, that detachment is hitting them like spiritual withdrawal. Because silence is honest. And your absence is echoing through their illusions, exposing everything they tried to hide behind your loyalty. They used to ignore your pain, but now they can't ignore your absence. They used to dismiss your needs, but now they're starving without your energy. And here's the cruel irony for them. You didn't just walk away, you took the light with you. Your detachment wasn't an ending, it was an awakening, not just for you, but for them, because now they have to face themselves without your spirit cushioning their every misstep. Now they have to stare into the cold mirror you used to soften with your constant presence. They thought your worth was in your words, but now they realize your silence was the loudest truth you ever gave them. You've become the ghost they can't stop chasing, not because you owe them anything, but because they never learned how to live without feeding on your fire. And now, the fire's gone, the warmth is gone, you are gone, and that's what finally broke them. Number 9. You stopped letting love be the excuse for disrespect disguised as care. If your love needs me to bleed, shrink, or bend my truth, keep it. That's not love, that's control with a pretty name. You've been through enough to know by now. Real love doesn't demand your boundaries disappear. Real love doesn't twist loyalty into silence or forgiveness into a permission slip for repeated disrespect. You've seen what fake love looks like. It smiles wide, talks sweet, and crumbles the moment you dare to protect yourself. And you used to fall for it. The charm, the promises, the well-timed I love yous right after they crossed another line. You mistook it all for depth, for connection, for proof that maybe, just maybe, they cared. But you've grown now. You've woken up. You've seen behind the curtain. And what you found was this. A lot of people don't love you. They love the version of you that doesn't challenge them. The version that overgives, overforgives, overcompensates for their lack of character. That version, dead. Now, you're not impressed by smooth words. You don't care how well someone can say the right thing. You want consistency, integrity, follow-through. You're not moved by declarations. You're watching the patterns. And if their love needs you to erase your boundaries to feel accepted, that's not love. That's manipulation wearing perfume. You don't argue anymore. You don't explain why the boundary exists. You don't try to convince anyone that you deserve to be respected. Your boundary is the conversation, and if someone can't meet you at that level, they can exit quietly and permanently, because now you know love without honor is just emotional warfare. If they can't love the whole version of you, including your limits, your clarity, your no, then they never loved you at all. They loved what they could extract. They say, "But I love you." And you say, "Then why does your love feel like an invasion?" They say, "Can't you just let this go?" And you say, "Why do you expect love to come at the cost of my self-respect?" Your love has matured, your heart has grown teeth, and your soul now comes with terms and conditions. Let them call you difficult, let them call you guarded. You're not cold, you're just done letting love become a Trojan horse for disrespect. Because if love can't honor your boundaries, it was never love in the first place. Number 10, you stopped explaining yourself to the unworthy. Now let them drown in their assumptions. Let them misunderstand you. Let them twist your silence, misread your distance, and invent their own stories. Your peace is not up for debate, and your truth doesn't need a press conference. You used to over-explain. You'd write emotional essays to people who skimmed your pain. You'd bend your voice, dilute your truth, and tie your intentions up in ribbons, just so they wouldn't get the wrong idea. You wanted so badly to be understood, not because you were weak, but because you were heart-led. But what did it ever get you? Misinterpretation, manipulation, and worst of all, exhaustion. So now, you don't bother. You don't correct the rumors. You don't clarify the silence. You don't try to reshape their perception like your identity depends on it. Because it doesn't. You realized that no amount of explaining will satisfy someone who chooses to misunderstand you. And the people who actually care, they don't need a paragraph to feel your truth. They know it in their bones. They've watched you show up. They've seen the pattern, not just the moment. So let them think what they want. Let them call you cold. Let them say you've changed, that you've switched up, that you're acting brand new. You're not. You've just outgrown the version of yourself that lived on their approval. You no longer fear being misunderstood, because now you see the cost of explaining yourself to the wrong people. It's your peace. And that peace, it's priceless. You're not a puzzle for them to solve. You're not a broadcast. You're not a broken code needing validation. You're a whole frequency, and if they don't tune in properly, that's their static, not your problem. This evolution didn't make you bitter, it made you still enough to know the power of restraint, still enough to choose presence over proving, still enough to walk away from any room where you feel the need to shrink just to be understood. Let them decode someone else. You're done performing. You're not cold. You're not distant. You're just finally quiet in your power. And if that rattles them, good. You were never meant to be their explanation. You were born to be the standard. Number 11. You finally saw that being too nice was just another way you betrayed yourself. They didn't love your kindness. They loved your compliance. The moment your niceness required respect, they called it attitude. You used to wear nice like it was your identity, always agreeable, always patient, always bending. You thought being endlessly kind would protect you from being hurt, that if you just gave more, tolerated more, forgave faster, they'd finally treat you right, that your overgiving would earn you value. But here's the truth you were never taught. Being too nice without boundaries isn't noble. It's self-betrayal. You weren't being kind. You were abandoning yourself in plain sight. You gave until you were empty, smiling through exhaustion, offering your time, your energy, your forgiveness, hoping someone, anyone would notice, that maybe they'd pour back into you, that maybe they'd say, "You've done enough, rest." But they never did. Because the people who benefit from your self-neglect never ask you to stop. They just take more. And that's when it hit you. Kindness without requirements isn't kindness. It's a transaction with no receipt, a contract they never signed, and you never enforced. So you changed the terms. You stopped pouring into bottomless pits. You stopped confusing being liked with being loved. You stopped mistaking approval for safety. Now, your kindness has rules, and not everyone qualifies. You don't move from guilt anymore. You move from alignment. You don't say yes because you're afraid of losing someone. You say no because you finally realized losing yourself is the bigger crime. Your kindness now comes with a backbone. It requires accountability. If you hurt me, own it. Consistency. If you care, show up. Don't just say it. Live it. Respect, not fear, not control. Real, mutual, soul-deep respect. People say you're different now, that you've changed, that you're not as nice anymore. And they're right, because your kindness is no longer a doormat. It's a door, and only the ones who knock with honor get to walk through. So no, you're not cold, you're not mean, you're healed. And your love now comes with locks, standards, and a warning label. Kind, not compliant. Loving, not blind. Available, but not to be used. And if that's too much for them, let them find someone else to bleed dry. Number 12. They're not scared of losing you. They're terrified it's already too late. They thought you'd come running when they pulled away. Instead, you vanished into evolution. Now they're realizing you didn't leave, you outgrew them. Let's call it what it is. They're not scared of losing you. They're scared that they already did. Scared that the version of you who bent, waited, begged, and bled for their comfort is gone. And not temporarily, permanently. That version, buried under the ashes of every betrayal they thought you'd just keep forgiving. They didn't lose a person. They lost power. They lost access. They lost the emotional lifeline they called love, but used like leverage. You used to carry their weight, their guilt, their dysfunction, their silence. You were the emotional mule, lugging pain that didn't even belong to you. You let them be loud with your energy and silent with their accountability. But now you're unavailable. Not because you're petty, Not because you're angry, because you've made peace your permanent address, and they don't have the code anymore. This version of you, it wasn't born in comfort, it was forged in fire. Every heartbreak, every ignored boundary, every tear cried in silence because no one cared to ask if you were okay. That was the heat. And instead of burning down, you refined. You melted every illusion. You evaporated every delusion they had about you, always being there no matter how they treated you. You didn't just change, you evolved. And here's the thing about evolution. They don't send return tickets. You can't crawl back into an old skin once your soul has upgraded. And now that you've tasted self-respect, there's no more begging, no more over-explaining, no more tolerating the intolerable just to keep the peace that never existed in the first place. So let them talk, let them gossip, let them spin narratives about how you switched up. You're not explaining love anymore, you're embodying it. You don't need to be understood. You've chosen yourself in sacred, unstoppable silence. You don't react, you rise, and they can feel it, that unease they carry now. It's not about what you did, it's about what they didn't do when they had you. You didn't leave to hurt them, you healed to save yourself. And that's what haunts them the most. And now you see it. This was never about becoming someone new. It was about returning to the version of you they tried to bury, bold, boundaried, and fully awakened. You didn't just glow up, you grew out of everything that once dimmed you. Let them talk, let them choke. You owe no one your softness if it costs you your soul. If this message hit your spirit, pay it forward, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're claiming your power with no apologies. And share this with someone who's ready to stop breaking for others and start choosing themselves. If your success threatens them, they were never standing beside you. They were standing in your shadow, pretending not to choke. Listen close, chosen one. They don't want to fight you because you wronged them. They don't want to fight you because you slipped up or lost your way. No, they want to fight you because you're winning, because you're shining so damn bright that their own darkness becomes impossible to hide. Didn't they watch you keep your head down, grinding in silence while they whispered lies behind your back? Didn't they twist your truth into poison, hoping to stain your name with their filthy mouths? Didn't they spread rumors, plotted your downfall, and smeared your reputation, only to realize you weren't breaking, you were building? They hurled every brick they could find, trying to trap you in a cage made of doubt and defeat. And now they're furious that you turned those bricks into a castle taller than their fragile egos. You see, their rage isn't about you. It's about their own reflection cracking under the pressure of your rise. They hate your peace because it exposes their chaos. They despise your success because it magnifies their failures. Their venomous attacks? Just desperate attempts to claw back some semblance of control over the story you're writing without them. But what they don't realize is, the harder they try to pull you down, the higher you soar, and the louder their lies crumble into dust. Before we go any deeper, hit that like button and subscribe. When you engage, you're not just showing support. You're sending a beacon to other chosen ones, still fighting silent wars in the shadows. You're telling the universe and YouTube that this message matters, that truth matters, and that the rise of the real can't be stopped. So, if you're ready to claim your power, to rise above the noise, smash that like, subscribe, and let's bring this fire to every corner where a warrior still bleeds behind a smile. Now, let me be clear, someone wants to fight you, not because you gave them a reason, but because you're doing better than them. They see your progress as a threat, your happiness as a slap in their face, and your calm as an insult to their chaos. You didn't ask for this war. You didn't seek out enemies. They created a battlefield because your light shattered the comfortable darkness they'd built around themselves. Did they tell lies about you to keep the crowd on their side? Yes. Did they smile in your face while sharpening knives for your back? Absolutely. Did they try to drown out your voice with their noise, hoping you'd crack under pressure? Without a doubt. They fought dirty, spread rumors, twisted your words, and watched eagerly for you to fall apart. But you didn't. You stood tall, untouchable, because you knew your power wasn't in their approval, but in your own truth. This fight they're picking, it's a fight against everything you represent, your resilience, your focus, your growth. They want to drag you into the mud, but you're already rising above it, building something they'll never understand. They resent your energy because it highlights their weakness. They resent your joy because it exposes their bitterness. They resent your authenticity because it unmasks their deceit. And here's the truth. They don't want to fight you. They want to fight the idea of you, the real you, because that version of yourself is the proof they are not who they pretend to be. You've been underestimated. They bet on your silence, your pain, your struggle. They assumed the fight would break you, but all it did was forge you. Every whispered lie, every sideways glance, every sneer meant for you only served to fuel the fire inside. You became more than a target. You became a symbol, a blueprint of how to rise without surrendering. And now, with every step you take, you remind the world that the chosen don't just survive chaos, they thrive in it. So don't let their bitterness shake you. Don't let their attacks blur your vision. They are the ones stuck in their smallness, desperate for relevance, fighting shadows because they can't face their own reflection. Meanwhile, you're crafting a legacy built on unshakable peace, relentless focus, and undeniable power. The war they want to start is already lost, because they're fighting someone who's no longer playing by their rules. This isn't just about you, it's about every person who's been talked about, misunderstood, and underestimated. It's about everyone who's been attacked for daring to rise above their past, for refusing to be silenced by envy and lies. It's about the silent army of warriors who are walking through fire, building castles with the very stones thrown at them. And listen, Chosen One, this is just the opening shot. The real battle, the full story behind why they're coming for you because you're rising, is about to unfold. Are you ready to break it down, piece by piece, and see exactly how your success ignited their fight? If you're prepared to own your power and turn their hate into fuel, drop the number 777 in the comments. Not for luck, but as a symbol that you're done shrinking and ready to rise. And if this message moves you, show love to the team, making sure this truth reaches every warrior who needs it. And now, let's dive deep into it, step by step. And believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. Let's get started. Number 1, the real reason they're mad. They didn't want you to heal, they wanted you to stay wounded, because your recovery makes their betrayal look evil, not justified. That's the truth they can't swallow, Chosen One. That's the truth burning their insides every time your name comes up. You didn't destroy them. You didn't expose them. You didn't even retaliate. All you did was survive. All you did was heal. All you did was win. And that was enough to set their entire illusion on fire. Because the version of you they told the world about, that version doesn't exist anymore. If it ever existed at all. They're not mad because you did something wrong. They're mad because you didn't do what they expected. You were supposed to crumble. You were supposed to disappear. You were supposed to play small forever so they could feel bigger standing next to your silence. But you flipped the script without saying a word. And now every step you take forward is a slap to their ego. Every success you earn is a funeral for the narrative they built around you. Every smile on your face is proof that their version of you, the broken, bitter, unstable one, was a lie they crafted to feel better about themselves. You didn't hurt them. You humiliated their projections. They thought you'd be easy to erase. They thought you'd disappear in shame after they poisoned your name. But here you are, walking with grace they can't match, glowing with peace they can't fake, surrounded by energy that doesn't lie. You've become undeniable, not because you shouted your truth, but because you lived it so fully that no lie could survive next to it. They wrote a script with you as the failure, and now they're choking on the plot twist. And let's not act like this is new. This is what happens to the chosen, always has been. Look at the ones who came before you. They weren't hated because they were wrong. They were hated because they were right too often, too clear, too powerful, too unshakable. Harriet wasn't hunted because she was dangerous. She was hunted because she was free. They hated Malcolm not because he raised his voice, but because his voice was unafraid. They hated Maya not because she wrote poetry, but because her words cut through illusion. They hated Jesus not for what he did wrong, but because his existence threatened the system. You are in the same lineage of resistance, not because you chose the battle, but because your truth lit a fire in a room full of liars. And now they're mad, mad that the weak one kept going, mad that the unstable one built a whole life while they stayed stuck in gossip, mad that the one they left for dead rose without flinching. Chosen one, their anger has nothing to do with you personally. This ain't about your mistakes or your flaws. This is about your glow. This is about your rise. This is about the fact that every breath you take in peace exposes how small and loud their bitterness is. They built an entire personality around being better than you, and now they don't know who they are, because you're better, stronger, wiser, and unbothered. That's why they want to fight, because your peace destroyed their power. Your evolution made their comfort zone look like a prison, and your success makes their excuses look like lies. Let's be real, some of them were cheering for your pain. Some of them needed you to fail. Some of them built entire friendships on talking about how you'd never get it together. And now, the same mouths are quiet. The same group chats are dry. The same people that used to check in just to see you struggle, now watching your glow up in silence, trying to pretend they're not pressed. But they are. Oh, they're pressed, because nothing destroys a lie faster than the truth walking around in confidence. And still, they try to pick a fight, not because you're a threat, but because your existence makes them feel threatened, because you're proof that they never had power to begin with. That all their words, their schemes, their alliances, their fake tears and twisted stories couldn't stop the one thing they were afraid of the most, your becoming. That's what this is about, not the past, not what you did or didn't say, not some old misunderstanding. This is about the fact that your existence dismantles their fantasy, and that kind of truth makes cowards swing. You ever wonder why people try to provoke you after you've moved on? Why they throw shots from a distance, or sneak diss behind locked screens, or suddenly start performing their wounded story for anyone who'll listen? It's because their ego was never built to handle your strength. They weren't prepared for you to not need them. They weren't prepared for you to surpass them, and instead of growing up, they chose to lash out. Let them throw the tantrum, let them spiral in their own bitterness, let them throw punches into the air, hoping one will land on your legacy. Because they're not fighting you, they're fighting the ghost of who they needed you to be. And that ghost is gone. You buried it when you stopped responding. You buried it when you kept building. You buried it when you walked away in peace while they were still shouting into a void. Don't you dare shrink to make them comfortable. Don't you dare silence your glow just to protect their pride. You don't owe them that. You never did, and you damn sure don't now. The truth is this: their hate is just proof that your elevation is real. Their obsession is the clearest sign that your spirit hits harder than any lie they could come up with. You are not the villain in their story. You are the plot twist they didn't plan for. And I know you're still processing, still trying to make sense of why they do this to someone who meant them no harm. Still asking questions like, why me? Or, what did I ever do to them? Let me answer it simply. You existed without needing their permission. You rose when you were supposed to stay broken. You healed without posting about it. You moved on without explaining. And that makes you dangerous to every person who built their identity around your pain. Chosen one, you weren't the problem. You were the proof. You were the silent witness that their narrative wasn't truth. It was fear wearing a costume. And now that you're doing better, they're unraveling. They can't breathe in the shadow of the version of you that doesn't need their approval, their validation, or their pity. So walk taller, let them talk, let them swing, let them lie. You keep rising, because the higher you go, the harder it becomes for their lies to reach. And the real reason they're mad? It's because you were never the one drowning. They just built the whole story, hoping no one would notice they were the ones gasping for air. Number 2, their mask was love, but their motive was envy. They hugged you while measuring your back for the perfect place to stick the knife. They didn't start by throwing shade. No! At first, they clapped. They smiled. They told you how proud they were, how inspiring you were, how you had so much potential. But behind that smile, behind those compliments, there was a storm of envy brewing in silence. They weren't clapping out of joy. They were clapping to keep you distracted, to stay close enough to study your every move. Their mask was love, but their motive was envy. You didn't suspect a thing, did you, chosen one, because your heart was pure, because you don't operate with ulterior motives, because when you say you love someone, you mean it. When you support someone, it's real. But not everyone's built like you. Some people only get close to gather intel. Some people pretend to support just to know exactly when and where to strike. And the moment they realized you were going to rise without them, that fake love turned venomous. Didn't they pretend to cheer you on? Didn't they repost your wins and comment, "So proud of you," just to gather more ammunition? Didn't they ask you deep questions not to understand but to collect? And now you see it. Now it's clear. That love they showed you was never genuine. It was a disguise, a costume, a mask designed to keep you from seeing what they were really feeling inside. Jealousy, burning, boiling, silent jealousy. They saw you growing, and it offended them. They saw you healing, and it hurt them. They saw you shining, and it exposed their shadows. And instead of being inspired to rise with you, they grew bitter. Instead of watering their own garden, they tried to poison yours. Instead of clapping louder, they started scheming deeper. That's why the switch-up felt so confusing, so sudden, Because it wasn't sudden, it was strategic. They were waiting for the moment you'd outshine them, waiting for the moment your elevation would threaten the identity they built around being ahead of you. And when that moment came, the mask slipped. Now you're replaying the conversations. Now you're seeing all the red flags you missed. The moments where their advice was really a subtle jab. The way they always had a way of dimming your light when the spotlight found you. The sarcasm that didn't feel quite right. The compliments that had an aftertaste of contempt. It wasn't love. It was performance. Applause with a side of resentment. Chosen one, this is what happens when real crosses paths with fake. Your authenticity makes the pretenders sweat. Your energy unmasks the hidden envy in their spirit. You didn't do anything wrong. You just existed in truth. And that truth disrupted their entire illusion. They were fine with you almost making it. Fine with you being kinda healed. Fine with you having a little glow. But when you started fully stepping into your power, when the blessings became undeniable, when the peace became permanent, that's when the love turned lethal. And the worst part, you probably helped them. You probably poured into them. Maybe you opened doors for them, supported their dreams, cheered them on when they were at their lowest. And now they're trying to destroy the very hand that fed them. They're trying to burn the bridge you built for them, just to stop you from crossing over into your next season. It hurts, doesn't it? Not because you lost them, but because you trusted them, because you thought they were safe, because you believed in them. That's the pain most people don't talk about, the betrayal that comes from those you once loved like family. It cuts deeper than anything else. But here's what you need to understand. This wasn't your failure. This wasn't your blind spot. This was their mask slipping under the pressure of your greatness. See, people with hidden envy can only fake support for so long. Eventually, your light becomes unbearable to them. Eventually, your name in people's mouths starts to sound like a threat in their ears. Eventually, your presence starts highlighting their insecurities. And instead of healing, they choose hatred. Instead of confronting themselves, they project it all onto you. So now they're the ones talking behind your back. Now they're the ones throwing shade in rooms you don't walk into anymore. Now they're painting you as arrogant, selfish, changed. Why? Because that's easier than admitting the truth. You outgrew them. You didn't change on them. You changed in front of them, and it exposed everything they were pretending to be. And here's the truth that they'll never say out loud. They needed you to stay small. They needed you to stay struggling. They needed you to need them. Because the moment you didn't, the power shifted. The moment you stood up fully in your truth, they were forced to confront their own mediocrity. And instead of leveling up, they chose to tear down. But you didn't come this far to go backward. You didn't survive everything you went through just to argue with people who never clapped with clean hands. You were chosen, not because you were better than them, but because you were willing to heal when they wanted to hurt, because you were willing to rise when they were committed to staying bitter, because you were willing to forgive, to move on, to keep walking, even with the knives still in your back. And don't you dare feel guilty for doing better. Don't you dare second-guess your growth. You are not responsible for their insecurities. You are not responsible for their fear of being left behind. You offered love. You gave grace. You gave second chances. And still, they chose envy. They chose deception. They chose war. Let them have it. Let them sit in the fallout of their fake love. Let them stew in the regret of betraying someone who only ever wanted to see them win. Let them live with the shame of watching you rise without ever having to clap back. Because that's what makes you different. You don't fight with fists. You fight with focus. You don't need revenge. Your rise is the revenge. Your peace is the punishment. Your evolution is the exposure. So let them talk. Let them wear their envy like perfume and hope someone doesn't smell the desperation underneath. You keep shining, keep loving from a distance, keep winning with grace. Because one thing about the chosen, we don't need to announce when we've outgrown someone. We just keep walking and let the silence speak louder than the betrayal ever could. And when they ask why you don't come around anymore, when they wonder why you stopped calling, stopped checking, stopped pouring into what clearly never poured back, just smile. Because now you know the truth. The love was never love. It was envy in a mask. And you were too chosen to keep pretending you didn't feel it. Keep rising. They'll never be able to fake support again, not when your shine now requires shades. Number 3, they don't want peace. They want control. When people can't control your mind, they try to control your reputation. That's the cold, hard truth, chosen one. They don't want peace with you. They want control. They don't want healing. They want to hold the leash tight enough to pull you back into the cage where you belonged, silent, small, and manageable. You didn't take anything from them. You just stopped needing their permission. That's the real crime in their eyes. Not that you changed, but that you changed without them. That you chose your own path, your own peace, your own glow, leaving them scrambling to make sense of a world where you're no longer their puppet. They watch you thriving, and instead of being inspired, they get insulted. Every laugh you share, every step you take forward, every moment you own your power without apology is like a slap in their face. They crave the old you, the one they could manipulate, gaslight, and use to boost their own fragile egos. But you broke the script. You stopped looking for their approval. And now, you're living proof that they never had the control they thought they did. Look at history's greats, the ones who shook the world without asking for permission. Nelson Mandela didn't wait for his oppressors to bless his freedom. He claimed it. Rosa Parks didn't apologize for her refusal. She sparked a movement. Their peace wasn't passive. It was revolutionary. And those who tried to control their narratives only exposed their own fear of losing power. The universe was behind their rise long before they understood the fight. So when they smear your name, spread lies, or try to rewrite your story, remember, they're not afraid of your truth. They're terrified of your independence. Their attacks aren't about you. They're about clinging to a power that slipped through their fingers when you refused to be owned. You've become untouchable, not by their permission, but by your unwavering self-possession. This is your moment, chosen one. Let the universe guard your peace. Let it shield your heart and fuel your rise. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe them reactions. You owe yourself freedom. Because when you stop seeking their control, you step fully into the power they tried to steal. And that power, it's unstoppable. Keep rising, keep glowing. Let them scramble in the shadow of your sovereignty. Number 4, they want to fight because you closed the door. They weren't mad that you left. They're mad that you never came back to explain why. Let's tell the truth, chosen one. You didn't hurt them. You healed. You didn't betray them. You built boundaries, and now they're throwing punches, not because you wronged them, but because you walked away and never looked back. You shut the door and locked it from the inside, and that's what's burning them alive. You didn't give them another chance to manipulate you. You didn't leave a crack open for their chaos to sneak back in. You didn't wait around for them to apologize. You did something far more powerful. You moved on. And your peace, your distance, your silence, that's what turned their ego inside out. They wanted access to your energy, your time, your loyalty, not to support it, but to drain it. And when you cut the cord, they labeled you the enemy. They want to fight because they can't stand the sound of the door closing behind you. That click of finality, that's the echo of their control evaporating. And don't get it twisted, they're not mad about the lost relationship. They're mad they can't come back and play victim. They're mad they can't spin the story anymore. They're mad that the narrative moved on without them in it. Didn't they act like you were the selfish one for choosing yourself? Didn't they try to guilt-trip you, paint you as cold, distant, disloyal, just because you refused to keep bleeding for people who never brought a bandage? That's not love. That's possession. That's entitlement. They thought your compassion was permission. They mistook your kindness for weakness. But now the door is closed, and they can't handle the rejection of being shut out of the very energy they tried to destroy. You ever notice how the attacks get louder after you set a boundary? That's no coincidence. When narcissists lose control, they weaponize emotion. They tell others you've changed, become distant, fake, too good. Why? Because peace makes abusers panic. Because your growth exposes the dysfunction they needed to hide behind connection. But guess what? The universe is proud of you. The Creator saw what they did behind your back and your silence. It wasn't passive, it was divine. You weren't being cold, you were being called into a higher level, called into alignment, called into purpose. So let them pound on the closed door, let them rage in the hallway. You're not obligated to explain your healing to people who caused the wounds. Keep walking, chosen one. The room you've entered now, it's built for those who honor peace, not manipulate presence. The lock stays on. The key stays yours. And your healing, that's the closure they'll never get. Number 5. They want to fight the reflection you're holding. You didn't punch them. You just held up the mirror. And they hate what's looking back. You didn't throw hands. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't even respond to their attacks. And yet somehow, chosen one, you became the enemy. Why? Because your very presence is confrontation. You walked into the room with peace in your spirit, truth in your silence, and light in your energy. And their shadows couldn't stand the exposure. You didn't have to say a word, and still they felt attacked. That's because you didn't start a fight. You reflected one. See, people who live in lies can only survive in the dark. The moment someone walks in with authenticity, their illusion begins to crack. They built a version of themselves they could live with, polished, curated, fake. But your presence, your light, your integrity, it burned through the mask like fire to paper. You didn't bring destruction, you brought clarity, and clarity is the last thing people hiding from themselves want to see. Didn't they start reacting before you even spoke? Didn't their smiles shift, their tone change, their stories twist the minute your glow became too undeniable? That wasn't coincidence, that was exposure. You became a walking mirror, and mirrors don't lie. They show what's real, whether the person looking likes it or not. And that's why they're swinging. Not because you hurt them, but because you revealed them. You revealed the insecurity under the arrogance, the jealousy under the kindness, the manipulation behind the fake support. And now they're desperate to make you the problem, because it's easier to smear the mirror than to face what's been there all along. This isn't just personal, chosen one. This is spiritual. This is light colliding with darkness. This is truth making lies tremble. This is divine energy walking into a space built on ego and watching it unravel without lifting a finger. You're not at war with a person. You're at war with everything they've been pretending to be, and they're losing, not because of anything you've done, but because of who you've become. Remember this, you didn't come to expose them. Your light just refused to play along with their illusion. Your strength isn't in retaliation, it's in reflection. That's why they hate you. That's why they fear you. Because you never had to stoop down to their level, and yet you still stripped them of their disguise. Let them flail. Let them fight shadows. Let them scream at the reflection they can't escape. You just keep walking in truth. Keep being the mirror, because your existence is the proof and the exposure they never saw coming. Number 6. They lied about you, then got mad when you didn't die. They didn't expect you to glow in the dirt they buried you in. They crafted the story, spread it in secret, whispered it loud enough for the wrong ears to hear. They're done, they said, washed, broken, bitter, over. And the people who didn't know you, they believed it. The people who should have known better, they stayed silent. And all the while, chosen one, you kept breathing through the betrayal. You kept building in the rubble. You kept rising through the dirt. They lied about you, and then got mad when you didn't die under the weight of their fiction. That's what's really got them twisted. It's not just that you survived the smear campaign. It's that your silence surpassed it. Your evolution erased it. You didn't chase their gossip, didn't clear your name in every room, didn't post receipts or go live with the truth. No, you just lived, you just glowed, you just walked past the grave they dug for you, and now their lies are louder than your silence, and it's embarrassing them. Didn't they say you were the villain? Didn't they swear you were unstable, dramatic, fake? Didn't they create entire alliances just to make sure no one saw the real you? But now, the truth is leaking. Now your consistency is speaking louder than their drama. Now your blessings are drowning out their bitterness. And now the people who once nodded when your name came up, they're starting to ask questions, real questions, the kind that unravel stories built on envy, not evidence. And here's the part that burns them the most. You never even clapped back. You didn't destroy them. You just kept becoming. You healed quietly. You moved intentionally. And without ever saying their name, you made the room start looking at them differently. Because lies age badly. And when truth stands tall next to them, every fabricated word looks like desperation in disguise. You weren't just buried, chosen one. You were planted. And when the universe plants something, it grows, it thrives, it stretches past the dirt, past the darkness, past the weight. They thought they were ending you. They were actually triggering your expansion. And now, here you are, blooming in full view of the people who swore you'd never make it. You didn't have to prove them wrong. Your life did it for you. Your peace did it. Your discipline, your alignment, your glow. Every breath you take in freedom is a nail in the coffin of their false narrative. And still, they're mad. Not because you hurt them, but because you healed without asking for their permission. So let them deal with the collapse. Let them sit in the discomfort of being wrong. Let them wrestle with the reflection of their own insecurity. You keep rising, keep glowing, keep doing what they said you couldn't, without ever needing to say a word, because they lied about you, and the lie couldn't live longer than your light. Number 7, you were doing better, and that dismantled their ego. They used to feel powerful around you until you healed. There are people who loved you better when you were broken, people who smiled harder when you were silent, who felt taller when you were crawling. You thought they were supporters. You thought they were friends, family, even partners. But now you see it. They weren't supporting you. They were feeding off your struggle. And the moment you got up, the moment you wiped the tears, fixed your crown, and stood in your power, their smiles faded, their energy shifted, because now you're strong, and they're starving for the control they lost. You were never too much, you were just too unhealed for them to feel small next to you, but healing changed the dynamic. Suddenly, your clarity made their confusion uncomfortable, your confidence made their insecurity show. Your boundaries made their manipulation harder to play off as concern, and instead of rising with you, they turned against you. Not because you failed them, but because you outgrew the version of yourself that made them feel superior. Didn't they act like they were helping, but their help always came with a leash? Didn't they love being the shoulder you cried on as long as you never dried your own tears? That's not love. That's control dressed up as care. That's ego hiding behind empty empathy. And now that you don't need them, now that you're doing better, smiling more, moving different, they're crumbling. Not because you're different, but because you're no longer dependent. That's what they're really fighting, the loss of control, the loss of being the one you called when everything fell apart, the loss of playing savior while secretly hoping you'd never figure out your own power. They can't weaponize your weakness anymore, and that makes them angry, that makes them lash out, because people who feel small will always panic when the person they used to tower over starts rising. Look at you now, clear, focused, elevating. They thought you'd stay in that pit forever. They were comfortable with you broken because your healing forced them to confront what they hadn't fixed in themselves. It's easier to control someone who's doubting themselves. But you stopped doubting. You started discerning. And now they can't stand next to you without feeling exposed. You ever wonder why they suddenly fell back when you started doing better? It's not because you became cold, it's because your growth became a mirror and they didn't like what it showed, so they flipped it. Tried to make you the villain, tried to say you switched up, tried to say you forgot where you came from. But no, you just stopped staying where you were, no longer meant to remain. And now they're watching you win without needing them, without leaning on them, without playing small to keep their ego intact. That's what hurts them. Not your success, but the independence that came with it. The way you found yourself and stopped asking them who you were. So let them sit with their ego. Let them wrestle with the truth. Because you didn't change to hurt them. You changed to save yourself. And in doing so, you revealed who was really riding with you, and who was just riding the wave of your brokenness. You were doing better, and it shattered the illusion of control they built around your pain. Keep rising. They'll either grow with you or grow bitter without you. But you're not going back. Not now, not ever. Number 6. Success became your revenge, and it kills them silently. You didn't clap back, you climbed back, and that's louder than any argument. You didn't drag them, you didn't post the screenshots, you didn't call them out by name, you didn't gather the receipts and go live for the crowd. No, you chose something far more powerful. You chose to rise. And now your success? That's the loudest revenge they never saw coming. Every step you take forward in silence is choking the ones who swore they buried you. Every time your name is mentioned in a room they thought they'd locked you out of, their soul flinches because they know the truth. You didn't respond with rage, you responded with results. You stayed quiet, you stayed focused, and that silence, that composure, that discipline, it's haunting them. Because people who fight dirty expect the same in return. They expected you to spiral, to break, to beg for clarity. But instead, you got sharper, you got calmer, you got so aligned with your purpose that their noise became irrelevant background static. And now your elevation, your glow, your peace, your presence, it's exposing their immaturity in ways no argument ever could. You didn't walk through the mud slinging it back. You walked past them in gold, covered in grace, drenched in favor. You became the lesson, the one people whisper about, not for drama, but for discipline. The one who didn't need to scream to be heard, the one who didn't need to defend lies, because truth never flinches. And let's be honest, chosen one, it kills them silently. The fact that you kept showing up. The fact that you kept building, that you kept being seen, being loved, being chosen, not because you fought harder, but because you let go. The same ones who tried to ruin your reputation now have to sit in the shadow of your resilience. The same ones who gossiped are now Googling your success. The same ones who doubted are now watching from fake accounts, wondering how you turned their warfare into a launch pad. You ever notice how quiet they got once your wins got loud? How their followers started asking, "Wait, didn't you say they were finished?" Their narrative is rotting in real time. Their version of you couldn't survive your comeback. Because here's what they didn't calculate. You were never fighting them. You were fighting for you. And when you do that, the universe backs you, protects you, elevates you. So don't clap back. Keep climbing, keep shining. Let your legacy echo where your anger never needed to reach. Because some victories don't need volume, they just need vision. And yours is blinding. Number 7. They built a fight. You built a future. While they crafted weapons, you crafted results. They built a fight, chosen one, gathered their little alliances, held secret meetings in corners where cowards thrive, shared lies over drinks, turned truth into a weapon, whispered venom into ears that were too weak to think for themselves. They came for your spirit, not your name, not your work, but your spirit. They wanted to break the core of who you are. They wanted to see you crumble under pressure, to catch you slipping, to use your reaction as evidence of the villain they painted you to be. But while they built a war, you built a future. While they were scheming, you were evolving. While they were counting enemies, you were stacking blessings. They were recruiting for drama, and you were building your destiny brick by brick. You didn't throw dirt back. You used it. You turned every piece of mud they slung into a foundation. You turned their gossip into grind, their doubt into drive, their betrayal into blueprint. They came with weapons. You came with vision. And let's be honest, vision always wins. They underestimated you because you didn't fight the way they fight. You didn't scream back. You didn't spiral. You didn't post cryptic stories or subtweets. Instead, you got still. You got focused. And that stillness? It was strategy. That silence, it was sacred. And now the same audience they tried to rally against you is witnessing your rise in real time. They said you'd never come back. But now they're watching your name get spoken in rooms they can't even enter. They said you were done, but now you've become the proof that alignment speaks louder than attention. The same allies they gathered are now side-eyeing them, wondering why you seem to be the one with peace while they're stuck choking on bitterness. Because here's what they didn't know. Real ones don't waste energy on ego games. You weren't building revenge. You were building legacy. Legacy that lasts longer than rumors. Legacy that breathes through generations. And now they're stuck with screenshots and side eyes while you walk in purpose, unbothered and unstoppable. So let them keep fighting shadows. Let them keep swinging at ghosts. You already won the war they created by refusing to even show up to it. You were too busy building something eternal, something sacred, something only the universe could authorize. They built a fight. You built a future, and now they have to watch it all unfold without a single weapon left to throw. Number 11. They didn't start a fight. They started your ascension. Every attack carved out the throne you now sit on. They thought they were sabotaging you, tearing you down, spreading lies that would cancel you, isolate you, destroy your name forever. They truly believed they were ending you, but what they didn't know, what their ego couldn't comprehend, is that they weren't starting your downfall. They were triggering your ascension. This wasn't sabotage. This was strategy, not theirs, but the universe's. Every jab, every whisper, every knife in the back was a chisel in the Creator's hand, carving the throne you now sit on. They didn't start a fight. They started the fire that refined you. The betrayal didn't break you. It baptized you into your next level. And now you sit in power, crowned by the very chaos they thought would ruin you. They called it hate. They meant it as harm, but the universe recycled it into elevation. Because that's what happens with the chosen ones. Even the dirt thrown on us becomes part of our foundation. Even the storm becomes transportation. Even the attacks become affirmations. They thought their jealousy would stop you, but instead it confirmed what your spirit always knew. You were never meant to stay where you were. Didn't they try to humiliate you? Didn't they rally others to mock your pain, to discredit your peace, to question your sanity? And didn't the universe flip every single attempt on its head? That wasn't coincidence. That was divine orchestration. Because no weapon formed against the aligned ever wins. It might bruise, it might sting, but in the end, it builds. You didn't rise in spite of them. You rose because of them. Their opposition gave your purpose clarity. Their rejection gave your confidence roots. Their betrayal forced you to find wholeness in your own spirit. And now they look confused, watching you sit in rooms they never thought you'd reach, glowing with a peace they thought they could shatter. What they fail to understand is this: the chosen don't need validation. We need pressure, because pressure produces elevation. And the more they tried to crush you, the more powerful you became. You were never fighting them. You were being forged through them. Their war was just a tool in the universe's hand to push you out of places you had already outgrown. So let them call it drama. Let them call it karma. You know what it really was? A divine push, a spiritual escalation, a necessary stripping of dead weight. They didn't start a fight. They started your ascension. And now you don't just survive, you reign. And now, chosen one, you see it clearly. This was never about a fight. This was about your becoming. Their attacks weren't setbacks, they were setups. The universe didn't just protect you, it promoted you through the fire they lit. So walk forward with your head high, knowing the same hands that tried to break you unknowingly built your throne. If this truth lit something in you, hit that like button, subscribe for more fire made for the chosen, and drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm your alignment. Share this with another warrior who needs the reminder: you were never meant to fall. They planted landmines in your peace, expecting you to explode, but you learned to walk like smoke, quiet and untouchable. And now they're choking on the silence you left behind. You didn't scream, you didn't beg, you didn't give them the meltdown they wanted so badly. No, you studied their chaos, walked through their traps, and exited with the elegance of a ghost, untouchable, unreadable, unforgettable. They thought they were triggering a war. What they got was a silent genius, disappearing mid-sentence like smoke through cracks they never knew existed. No curtain call, no final scene, just gone. They didn't see the months you spent smiling through clenched teeth. They didn't notice you shrinking piece by piece just to keep their storms calm. They didn't think you had the nerve, the plan, or the power to leave. But guess what? You did. And you executed it like an artist. You didn't just walk away. You vanished with precision, not out of fear, but out of clarity. You didn't react. You orchestrated, like a final scene in a film so well written it leaves the whole theater in shock. You flipped the script while they were still rehearsing their lines. That's not weakness. That's genius. That's legendary. And before we go deeper, let's get this message where it belongs, in the hands of every soul who needs to hear it. If this is hitting your heart, tap like, press subscribe, and help spread this message. You're not just watching this for you, you're holding a match someone else needs to light their path. So do your part. Spread the signal. It's not just content, it's survival. Now, let's talk about who you really are. You're not just the chosen one because the universe gave you some lucky favor. No, you became the chosen one because you chose yourself when no one else did. You were the light in their shadows, the peace in their storm. And they mistook your patience for permission. That was their biggest mistake. They thought they broke you, but they just sharpened you. Every insult became a blueprint. Every lie became fuel. Every fake hug taught you how to hug yourself tighter. And when the day came, you didn't blow up. You leveled up. You played your role so well, they never saw it coming. You smiled through betrayal. You laughed with liars. You sat at tables where you knew you weren't safe, all while planning your exit like a silent assassin. And when it was time to go, you didn't look back. You didn't give them closure. You gave them consequences. You knew they'd try to spin the story, paint you as the villain, twist your silence into guilt. But let them. The truth is too big for small minds. And real power, it doesn't need to explain itself. It moves, and the world watches. Psychologists say people don't truly change unless they're faced with enough pain or enough clarity. You had both. And instead of letting it destroy you, you turned it into a performance so flawless, even your enemies had to applaud in secret. That's why the title fits. You didn't just leave. You deserve an Oscar for how you did it. They don't know where you went. They don't know who you are anymore. And that's the most powerful part. They lost access to the version of you they took for granted. You cut them off like dead weight. And now you're floating lighter, higher, and quieter than they ever imagined possible. No closure, no contact, no crumbs, just elevation. And if you're still in that silent planning stage, listen closely. You don't need to explode. You don't need to perform. You just need to walk like smoke, quiet, invisible, and impossible to stop. Because when you disappear with a plan, you don't just leave them behind. You leave them haunted. So if this message is hitting you like a memory you've tried to forget, good. That means it's yours. You didn't just survive what they did. You outsmarted it, outgrew it, and outplayed every trap they set. And now you're here, not by chance, but by precision. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know your exit wasn't luck. It was a masterclass. Stay locked in, because what's coming next will feel like a mirror to your past and a blueprint for your rise. If you're really the chosen one, you'll feel it in your bones. Let's get into it. Number 1. They were so busy playing you. They didn't notice they were walking into a psychological guillotine. You gave them all the rope, then watched them tie their own noose with it while smiling at you like they won. They thought they had you cornered, trapped, owned. They believed you were too emotional, too loyal, too dependent to ever leave. And while they were dancing in circles, drunk on their fake power, you were setting the stage, like a quiet storm dressing in silk, waiting to tear the sky apart. You didn't just walk away, you built a psychological guillotine and let them stroll into it blindfolded. Because that's what real power looks like. It's not about explosions, it's about precision. It's about letting them underestimate you until it's too damn late. They didn't know the person they thought they broke was busy building a map. Every silent night, you were calculating. Every fake apology, you logged it like a scientist. Every little shift in their mask, you caught it, while they thought you were too naive to see the cracks. But you saw everything and said nothing, because the quiet ones are the most dangerous. They ask now, how could you just leave like that? But let's be real, you didn't just leave. You waited, you observed, you learned the game better than the ones who invented it. You had to be calm while on fire. You had to act okay while your heart was breaking in private. And you played it so well, they never saw the exit plan taped behind your back. You weren't being weak, you were being tactical. That dinner you sat through while they lied to your face. That call you answered when you already knew the truth. That smile you gave while they bragged about controlling you. That wasn't submission. That was you letting them dig deeper so your silence could be louder later. People think silence is passive, but not in your case. Your silence was a loaded weapon, and when the time came, you didn't miss. You were never begging. You were never blind. You were building. You were setting emotional booby traps so subtle, so precise, that they walked into their own destruction, thinking they were still in charge. You let them talk. You let them gloat. You let them think you were still emotionally accessible, while your soul was already halfway into a new dimension. That's what makes your exit poetic. It wasn't just walking away, it was psychological chess. They played checkers, you studied war. They'll never tell the full truth about you, because doing so would mean admitting they got outplayed. You weren't the fool, you were the blueprint. And now they're sitting in the ruins, blaming the storm, without realizing it was their own actions that triggered the earthquake. And let's address the question that creeps in late at night. But what if I was too cold, too harsh, too quiet? Stop. That's the leftover residue of manipulation talking. You were not too cold. You were finally clear. You were not too harsh. You were finally honest. You were not too quiet. You were finally focused. And when clarity enters, confusion has no place to hide. You let the truth expose them without needing to speak it. That's why they're mad. That's why they're shook. You didn't slam the door. You left it cracked, so they'd hear the silence echo every time they reach for you and find nothing. You let them talk themselves into circles. You didn't interrupt. You didn't correct. You just watched the mask slip. And when it hit the floor, you were already gone. They'll swear you changed, that you flipped, that you became someone else. But you didn't. You returned to yourself. You became someone they could no longer manipulate. And that's why they can't stand you now, because the puppet cut the strings and became the puppeteer. Even when you were crying behind closed doors, you were planning. Even when you felt broken, you were gathering your pieces like weapons. They thought you were folding, but baby, you were forging. And when the final act arrived, you didn't just exit. You erased your presence like a ghost with unfinished business finally resolved. No warning, no last fight, no final goodbye. You left them holding conversations with your absence. Because some exits don't need closure. They are the closure. And now they're scrambling, digging through old texts, replaying old moments, hoping for another scene, another chance, another crack in the wall you've rebuilt. But the show is over. And the star. She took her Oscar and left. So if you're reading this and you're still in that quiet phase, still playing your part, still gathering data, still wearing the mask they gave you, let this be your sign. You're not being fake. You're being strategic. You're not stuck. You're just in the planning phase. And when the moment comes, move like smoke, leave like thunder, cut like ice, and let them drown in the echo of everything they thought they controlled. You didn't just walk away. You designed their downfall with the grace of an artist and the mind of an assassin. And that's what makes you a chosen one. Not because you were lucky, but because you were lethal in silence. And baby, silence never misses. Number 2. They thought you were escaping, but you were delivering the final blow without saying a word. You didn't run away. You walked out like a surgeon, steady hands, cold precision, and a silence so sharp it sliced the lie wide open. Let's get this straight. What you did wasn't escape. It was execution, and not the emotional kind they tried to provoke. This wasn't you breaking down. This wasn't some impulsive, messy meltdown they could twist into a sob story where they get to play the victim. No, this was you pulling the pin and calmly walking away from the bomb they built, letting it blow in their hands after you were long gone. They didn't realize it at first. You left without drama, no screaming, no scenes, no sobbing messages. Just a shift, a chill in the air, the sudden absence of your energy, like the moment the music cuts in a horror movie right before the monster appears. And that silence, that's what scared them. You knew what would come next. The spin, the lies, the subtle jabs, the whispered stories designed to make you look crazy, unstable, ungrateful. You knew they'd try to rewrite the ending, so you crafted your exit like a slow-burning truth bomb, undeniable, irreversible, untwistable. This wasn't about being the loudest voice. This was about being the last honest one, because when all the noise dies down, all that's left is reality. And your reality. It was ugly and raw and real, and you chose not to waste another breath trying to prove it to people who were never listening. You just moved different, talked less, observed more, and while they were still performing, you were already packing your soul into a bag marked freedom. They didn't notice at first. They thought they still had access to you, still had control, still had time. But you were already gone, emotionally evacuated, while your body played the role just long enough to finish the mission. You didn't scream. You waited. You didn't call them out. You let them perform. Because truth doesn't need a defense when dysfunction is on full display. They exposed themselves. You just left the lights on long enough for the world to see it. People ask, but don't you want to clear your name? Don't you care what they're saying? Let them talk. Let them twist. because the truth has a funny way of surviving the spin. Give it time, and it will rise from the ashes like smoke from the wreckage they created, pointing straight back to them. You understood this. Revenge isn't fire. Revenge is clarity served on a cold, silent plate. And when the fog clears and the performance ends, all that's left is the aftermath. And that's where your real victory sits, untouched, unbothered, undeniable. You didn't burn bridges. You walked off them like royalty while they lit the matches and pretended to cry about the smoke. You didn't ruin their name. You let their behavior speak, and it spoke volumes, louder than any call-out, sharper than any clapback. And real ones, they heard it. They saw the shift. They felt the tension that didn't come from you, but from the void you left behind. See, they wanted the explosion. They wanted the chaos, because in chaos they could spin the story, control the narrative, hide behind the confusion. But you starved them of conflict, starved them of attention, starved them of the opportunity to paint you as unstable. And that was brutal, because without your reaction, they had nothing. No content, no drama, just their own guilt echoing back at them in the silence. But don't you want to confront them? Confront what? They already know what they did. They know why you left. They're just hoping to drag you back in so they can rewrite the ending and still look innocent. But you refuse to give them another scene. The movie's over. Roll credits. And now they're haunted, not by what you said, but by what you didn't say, by the things left unsaid, by the story they can't control. Because when you leave without explaining, without defending, without warning, they're left alone with the truth. And the truth, it doesn't blink. Your exit wasn't emotional. It was forensic. You didn't run. You documented. You didn't just survive. You prepared the case file, knowing one day the receipts would speak louder than your voice ever could. And now, people who once called you too much are slowly realizing you were too real. People who once sided with the show are now asking questions they never thought to ask. And every lie they told is starting to sweat under the spotlight you never even turned on. The spotlight called karma. That's why they're still checking your page, still stalking your energy, still sending accidental messages. Because they don't miss you. They miss the control. They miss the version of you that tolerated what should have never been tolerated. But that version, gone, deceased, buried in the ashes of their own manipulation. And now they're left trying to explain why someone so unstable was smart enough to leave without a trace, and strong enough not to come back. So if you're reading this, second-guessing your silence, wondering if you should have said more, screamed louder, fought harder, don't. You didn't escape. You executed, and you did it with elegance, precision, and power. You didn't need revenge. You became the evidence. You became the closure. You became the chapter they'll never understand, but never forget. And that's the true power of your exit. It wasn't rage. It wasn't weakness. It was the calmest war they never saw coming, and the loudest truth they still can't silence. Number 3, you knew they were watching, so you made sure your exit burned into their memory like a scene they'll replay forever. When they expected your breakdown, you gave them a broadcast, not with words, with silence that screamed louder than any revenge plot they've ever imagined. They thought they were watching you collapse. Instead, they got front row seats to your rise. You knew their eyes were on you, lurking, scrolling, checking your page in the shadows like ghosts in their own guilt. And you didn't flinch, you didn't rant, you didn't plead, you didn't drag them in the mud like they expected. You turned your exit into a performance so cold, so composed, it burned more than any outburst ever could. You weren't just walking away, you were broadcasting growth in real time. But here's the genius: you didn't show everything, you gave them just enough. A glow up here, a new boundary there, a smile they hadn't seen since before they drained you. You gave them fragments and let their paranoia stitch the rest together. That was the trap. You weren't loud, but you were visible. You weren't posting revenge, you were living it. Your silence made more noise than their lies ever could. They tried to paint you as the unstable one, the emotional wreck, the one who'd come crawling back. But you kept your chin up and your energy clean. And with every move you made, every peace-filled post, every step forward, the audience started to question the script they'd been fed. That wasn't luck, that was strategy, that was legacy, that was you turning your pain into proof. And look at history, the real chosen ones always got watched. Malcolm X was surveilled for years by those who feared the power of his clarity. Nina Simone was labeled angry when she was just awake. Princess Diana broke free from the most watched prison in the world, a royal system, and turned every camera lens into a mirror that exposed the truth. You're not just walking away, you're walking into the light, and they can't bear to see you shine, because your shine confirms their shadow. People ask, should I show them I'm happy? You don't have to show them anything, just be. The ones watching will feel what's real. Your peace doesn't need subtitles. Your silence doesn't need a mic. What hurt them wasn't your absence, it was your evolution. They expected chaos. You gave them composure. They expected tears. You gave them transformation. And now they're watching every day, not because they care, but because they lost. And your growth is the scoreboard. Keep broadcasting, not for revenge, but for revelation. Number 4, you let them dance in delusion while you were writing the final scene they'd never recover from. They thought they were still playing the game, but you were already holding the scoreboard, and they were losing in silence. They mistook your silence for weakness, your stillness for confusion, your loyalty for dependency. But what they didn't know was this: you were playing a deeper game, and baby, you were already 10 moves ahead. They thought they still had you, hooked, hurt, helpless. They didn't realize that the version of you they were mocking had already begun dying and being reborn in the middle of their chaos. While they were busy playing God in a broken empire, you were quietly becoming the storm they wouldn't survive. You didn't fight back because you were scared. You held your fire because you understood the power of restraint. Emotional impulsiveness is what they thrive on. It gives them control. So instead, you played possum, still, calm, watching. And every time they pushed your buttons, you pressed record in your mind. Every gaslight, every "you're too sensitive," every "I was just joking," logged, noted, filed. You weren't shrinking, you were scanning the whole battlefield. While they were laughing at the version of you who used to chase clarity, you were sealing their fate with every "okay," every fake smile. Every time you said nothing was everything. That's what they'll never understand. You let them think they were still in control because exposing your hand too early would have ruined the whole show. So you sat in the front row, letting them perform their lies with confidence, while inside you were sharpening your exit plan like a sword they'd never see coming. You gave them nothing to twist, no breakdown, no rage, no aha moment they could screenshot and share. You gave them the most terrifying gift of all, pure, surgical silence. And the silence wasn't empty, it was loaded. You were archiving, you were healing, you were upgrading your self-worth like software running in the background, invisible but unstoppable. Look at history. Harriet Tubman pretended to be powerless while planning escape routes for dozens. Nelson Mandela spent decades in prison mastering internal strength so unbreakable it would one day help dismantle apartheid. They didn't scream, they watched, they waited, and when the time came, they moved, and the world shifted. That's what you did. You didn't explode. You evolved. And when you finally left, you didn't just cut them off. You erased the access. No warning, no last words, just a clean break that echoed louder than any fight could have. They didn't even get the chance to play the victim properly because you gave them no scene to distort. Just a locked door and a silence they can't decode. Now they're haunted, not just because you're gone, but because you were never who they thought you were to begin with. You were the quiet genius, hiding your brilliance behind calm eyes. You were the mirror, and they broke themselves trying to break you. And if you're still in that stage, still pretending, still watching, still building your exit quietly, hear this. You are not fake. You are focused. You are not stuck. You are loading. And when the final moment comes, don't flinch, don't warn, don't explain, just walk. Let the truth speak in your absence, and let them drown in the silence they never prepared for. Because while they were clapping for their own illusion of power, you were writing the ending that makes them the villain, and you the legend. And legends don't beg. They vanish with dignity, with receipts, and with every ounce of peace they were never worthy of. Number 5. You let them judge the cover while you were writing the ending that left them speechless. They mistook your softness for surrender, not realizing you were using every one of their assumptions as camouflage while building your exit like a secret weapon. They thought they had you figured out from the start. They labeled you emotional, weak, too soft, too lost in your feelings to ever stand up and walk away. But what they didn't realize was that you wanted them to think that, because their overconfidence, that was your cover, that was your cloak, that was your greatest advantage. While they were strutting around, convinced they held all the power, you were quietly slipping every single emotional lock off the door, one by one, behind their back. They thought they were still playing puppet master, but the strings had long since snapped, and all they were holding was air. They say, never let them see you sweat. But you did one better. You let them think you couldn't even hold a knife while you were sharpening it behind your back. You weaponized every assumption they threw at you. You made your innocence a strategy, your silence a smokescreen, your softness a setup. You wore your confusion like a costume. You let the tears fall, not as surrender, but as a tactic. Because you knew nothing makes a narcissist drop their guard faster than feeling like they've already won. And that's what made it poetic. They were blindfolded by their own ego. Their own assumptions built a wall between them and the truth. And you used every brick they handed you to build the tunnel that led to your freedom. You never had to fight for the upper hand. They handed it to you while mocking your power. You let them monologue, let them gloat, let them play hero in a story where they were always the villain, because you weren't arguing anymore. You were archiving every lie, every contradiction, every fake apology. You stored it all like evidence in a courtroom that hadn't opened yet. They thought you were silent because you had nothing to say. But no, you were silent because you knew everything they were about to reveal, and you were giving them the space to do it, comfortably, carelessly, until the mask fell all on its own. And when you left, you didn't throw a fit. You didn't give them closure, you gave them consequences. It wasn't just your exit that shook them, it was how wrong they were about you. They were so busy underestimating your strength, they didn't see the storm coming. And when it hit, they couldn't even explain it. Because how do you explain being outplayed by someone you swore was too weak to think for themselves? Let's talk facts. History remembers the underestimated. People thought Joan of Arc was just a girl with a vision until she led armies. They laughed at Rosa Parks for being just tired, and she sparked a movement. Malala was silenced with a bullet and came back louder than ever. Real power doesn't need to flex. It waits, it watches, and when it strikes, it rewrites history. So if you're sitting in silence now, letting them assume you're still broken, still lost, still trying to figure it all out, good. Let them think it. Because every second they underestimate you is a second they're not preparing for your rise. And when you move, you won't have to scream. The shift in your energy will do the talking. You didn't walk away by accident. You escaped like an architect who designed the blueprint beneath their feet while they were laughing at your pain. You were never the victim. You were the strategist, the observer, the one who let them misread you on purpose. And now they're left replaying the moment they lost you, still trying to figure out how someone they called too emotional ended up being the one who outmaneuvered everything. You didn't fight their assumptions, you used them as camouflage. And when the time came, you disappeared like a ghost who knew exactly where every door led. Because you built the damn house, and they never saw it coming. Number 6, you let their ego blind them while you slipped out the back door holding every piece of your power. You didn't escape a narcissist, you let them stay obsessed with their own reflection while you vanished from the mirror completely. The secret to outsmarting a narcissist isn't fighting them, it's feeding the illusion, just enough for them to lose sight of you. And you played that role like a master. You didn't just leave them. You let their own ego build the distraction while you planned the escape. You realized something early. Trying to confront their ego was like trying to argue with a fire. All it does is burn hotter the more oxygen you give it. So instead, you cut off the oxygen, quietly, strategically. While they were too busy performing their greatness for the crowd, you were slipping out of the role of audience, bit by bit, applause by fake applause. You didn't challenge their delusions. You used them. You let them believe they were the smartest, the strongest, the center of your emotional universe, all while you were withdrawing your spirit, thought by thought. They were addicted to admiration, and you were the dealer. They never questioned you because they were too high on their own reflection to notice that your mirror had gone dark. They thought you were clapping for them, when in reality you were just keeping the show running long enough to gather the intel. They didn't suspect you because they didn't see you. They only saw the version of you they created in their head, the one who needed them, praised them, chased them. That version, you let it die quietly while you watched them unravel in slow motion. You weren't passive. You were present in the sharpest, most terrifying way. While they performed their grand illusions of perfection to family, to friends, to strangers online, you were the one person in the room who knew the truth behind the curtain. And instead of yelling, you watched. And instead of warning, you waited. You watched them gaslight and deny, blame and project. You watched them rewrite your emotions, minimize your pain, and twist every confrontation into confusion. And you took notes. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You became a walking archive of truth. And they didn't suspect a thing, because their narcissism was the blindfold they willingly wore. They couldn't see your detachment, because they were never truly connected to begin with. They weren't in love with you, they were in love with your admiration. And when your admiration dried up, when the sparkle in your eye dimmed, they assumed it was just another mood swing. Because surely you couldn't be leaving. You needed them too much. Or so they thought. And that's what broke them. When you finally left, not with rage, not with drama, not with begging, but with cold, calculated distance, they were stunned. Not because they realized what they lost, but because their best audience just stopped clapping. The echo of that silence, it haunts them, because now they're left looking in the mirror with no one to perform for. And the truth is, without your energy, their illusion crumbles. They can't project without a surface. And you became glass, transparent, unreachable, gone. Let's not forget, narcissists don't miss you. They miss control. They miss the spotlight. They miss the emotional supply. But what you did was a masterclass. You starved their ego while feeding their fantasy. And when the fantasy could no longer be maintained, you walked. You were never weak. You were never stupid. You were strategic. You played your part until the script collapsed on its own. They thought they were the puppeteer, but by the end, you were standing backstage, holding the scissors, and with one clean, final snip, you exited the stage. No applause, no explanation, just silence and peace. And if anyone's reading this, still stuck in that performance, still clapping to keep the peace, just know you don't have to yell to be powerful. You don't have to fight to be free. All you have to do is watch and wait and walk, because their narcissism isn't your prison. It's your camouflage. And the moment you stop reacting, stop feeding, stop playing your role, that's the moment the curtain falls, and they'll never even know who cut the lights. Number 7, you didn't burn the bridge. You just stopped holding it up and watched them light the match with their own lies. They handed you the matchbook, expecting you to set the fire. But you just walked away and let their ego do what it always does, destroy everything it touches. You were never the villain in this story. You were the structure, the foundation, the quiet force keeping it all from crumbling. And when you left, you didn't slam doors, toss grenades, or start shouting matches. You did something far more powerful. You stepped back with your dignity, with your silence, and let gravity and truth do the rest. They wanted you to lose it, to snap, to make it ugly, so they could say, "See, look how crazy they are." But that's not your style. You don't deal in cheap drama. You deal in consequences. And the best consequence you delivered, your absence. No more explaining, no more covering for their mess. No more being the emotional janitor cleaning up after their chaos. They lit the fire. You just stopped putting it out. Every time you stayed calm when they twisted your words, they thought you were weak. Every time you walked away from baited arguments, they thought they'd won. What they didn't realize was that you were letting their own patterns bury them deeper. They destroyed the bridge, thinking they'd still have access. But bridges don't burn from one end. And when you stepped off, the whole thing collapsed under the weight of their own lies. That's what made it devastating. It wasn't that you screamed or exposed them. It was that you didn't. You left with so much peace, it looked like power. Because it was. People noticed. They always do when someone exits quietly but clean. No bitterness, no explosions, just truth left hanging in the air like smoke that won't clear. And suddenly, those same people who once questioned you began to wonder, wait, why did they leave? Because now, without your presence keeping the illusion stable, the truth began leaking through the cracks. The stories didn't line up anymore. The mask slipped. The charm started looking like control. The jokes started sounding like jabs. You weren't holding their secrets anymore, and that silence, it started speaking. You were never interested in revenge, because revenge implies they still hold space in your world. But you weren't looking back. You weren't throwing stones. You were packing peace and letting karma do the talking. And that's what scorched them, not your rage, but your grace. The kind that doesn't need an audience, the kind that doesn't need applause, the kind that walks away fully healed and leaves them standing in the wreckage of their own creation, alone. Let's be clear, you didn't walk away because you were weak. You walked away because you were done. Done being the emotional support system for someone who fed off your light. Done translating your pain to people fluent in gaslighting. Done explaining yourself to people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You held the matchbook, yes, but you never needed to use it. They lit it themselves with every lie, every projection, every manipulation. You just got smart enough to step back before the whole thing went up in flames. And now they're coughing in the smoke, wondering why everyone's finally starting to see through the mask. Because without your energy to keep it shiny, that mask started melting. People ask, don't you want to warn others about them? You don't have to. The truth always reveals itself, and when it does, your silence becomes a map for others to follow. You weren't the destroyer, you were the witness, and when the dust settles and the smoke clears, the story will remain exactly as it should. You didn't set the fire, you just had the wisdom to get out before it spread. And now the world finally sees you weren't the problem. You were the proof. Number 8. You let them think you were broken while you built the exit they never saw coming. You wore your scars like camouflage, let them mistake your silence for surrender, and while they celebrated your defeat, you were already gone. They looked at you and saw a shell. Tired eyes, quiet voice, slumped shoulders. To them, that was the end. But what they didn't realize was, that was your beginning. You weren't broken. You were calculating. You weren't lost. You were in position. And the role you played, that wasn't weakness. That was warfare. You let them believe the story they needed to feel powerful. Let them see a version of you they could label as helpless, drained, nothing without them. And you leaned in, not because it was true, but because it gave you cover. The quieter you became, the louder their arrogance grew. And while they were inflating their ego, you were slipping through the cracks they didn't even know existed. That's the danger of underestimating someone who knows how to act. You stopped pushing, you stopped resisting, you stopped explaining, and they took that as surrender. But you weren't giving up. You were conserving power, because you knew if you made a scene, they'd weaponize it. If you screamed, they'd twist it. If you ran, they'd chase. So you vanished instead. You let the lights dim. You let the illusion set in. You stopped being a threat, so they stopped watching closely. And that's when you moved. You didn't need a dramatic climax. You didn't owe them a firework finale. You knew what they'd do with that. They'd call it crazy, call you unstable, use it to repaint themselves as the victim. So instead, you delivered the one thing they could never manipulate, a silent exit, so smooth it looked accidental. They still can't pinpoint when you left. They scroll your profile, reread old texts, check timestamps like detectives chasing a ghost. But that's the point. You didn't walk out of their life. You dissolved out of their control. Let's be real. They never saw you. They only saw what they could get from you. So when you stopped giving, they stopped paying attention. And while their attention was turned inward to their next performance, their next manipulation, their next audience, you were already emotionally unreachable. That's why they're still spinning, because the weak version of you they ridiculed, that was the version plotting their irrelevance. You healed in the shadows, rebuilt yourself in silence, and by the time you were done, you were untouchable. Not just physically absent, but spiritually unavailable. They tried to bait you back, tried to push the same buttons, but you'd already disconnected the wiring. They no longer had access to your soul, and it's eating them alive. Think about it. They thought they broke you, but all they did was break the illusion that you needed them. And that illusion, that was their lifeline. You didn't take revenge. You took yourself, your light, your energy, your validation. And without that, they're nothing but noise in an empty room. They're still talking to the version of you that never existed, the fragile version they invented so they could feel big. But that version, you buried it. And from that grave, you built the foundation of your new life. No dramatic exits, no warnings, no last words, just the soft click of a door closing in the background, and the haunting silence of someone who walked away and never looked back. That's what makes it brutal. Not that you left, but how you left. Without rage, without guilt, without giving them a single thread to pull on. So if you're still in that role right now, still pretending to be weak, still playing along while plotting your next move, don't let shame creep in. That's not weakness. That's strategy. You're not stuck. You're just silent for now. And when it's time to go, go so quietly they never hear the door. Only the echo of their own arrogance bouncing off the walls. Number 9. You didn't say goodbye. You graduated from a lesson that was never meant to last forever. You didn't leave. You leveled up. And while they were busy planning your ending, you were packing your cap and gown in silence. They thought your exit was emotional. They thought it was about them. But they were only a side character in a chapter you had long outgrown. Because this wasn't a collapse. This was a ceremony. You didn't storm out of their dysfunction. You rose from it, and what looked like distance was actually destiny unfolding in perfect, divine timing. Let them talk. Let them spin it. Let them pretend you were too sensitive, too difficult, too much. Because they needed to minimize your evolution in order to justify their stagnation. But you didn't just walk out of that cycle, you transcended it. And now they're stuck rereading a script that no longer includes your name. You didn't abandon them, you stopped abandoning yourself. You didn't ghost them, you graduated past the frequency of their drama. Because you had stayed long enough to collect the lessons, every red flag, every gaslight, every moment where you sacrificed your voice just to keep the peace. You studied all of it until the test became clear. Could you leave without needing to be understood? Could you outgrow their dysfunction without needing them to validate your pain? And you did. You passed with flying colors, not because you shouted louder, but because you finally learned to listen to yourself. See, they expected you to stay stuck, stay small, stay silent. They never imagined you'd step out of that emotional prison without chains clinking behind you, because while they were busy being the lesson, you became the graduate. Not in rage, not in chaos, not with a middle finger or a meltdown, but with grace, clarity, power. You didn't just leave the room, you outgrew the entire building. And now, you walk like someone who remembers every moment they bent to survive and refuses to bend ever again. They don't get it, and they won't, because they were too busy scripting your downfall to realize you were writing your own beginning. They expected a scene, you gave them silence. They expected tears, you gave them transformation. They expected revenge, you gave them distance so loud it echoes in their ego. Let's be clear, this wasn't your downfall. This was your ascension, your emotional diploma, your moment of sacred evolution. Because you realized the closure you were waiting for, it was never coming from them. It came the moment you stopped trying to be heard in a space designed to silence you. And the power of that moment, it changed you forever. So now they ask themselves, what happened to you? And the answer is simple. You healed. You found your peace and made it permanent. You closed the chapter, not with fire, but with finality. And the most haunting thing of all, you never looked back. You don't need to defend it. You don't need to post a paragraph. You don't need a closing argument. Because your life, your glow, your peace, your refusal to engage is the loudest truth of all. You were never meant to stay in that room. You were meant to pass through it, to witness the dysfunction, to learn from the betrayal, to honor the pain, and then walk out of it reborn. This wasn't goodbye. This was graduation. And what did you take with you? Not the trauma, not the bitterness, but the strength, the clarity, the knowing that you'll never again lower your vibration to meet someone in the chaos they refuse to leave. You are unshakable now, not because nothing hurts, but because you know who you are when it does. You are undeniable now, not because you crave approval, but because you no longer need it. You are unavailable to dysfunction now, not because you're cold, but because your boundaries are finally non-negotiable. So if you're still in the process, still questioning, still second-guessing if you should stay just a little longer, let this be your confirmation. The lesson is over, the door is open, and your next level is waiting. You don't need a breakdown to leave. You don't need an audience. You don't need them to understand. You just need to decide that your evolution is more important than their comfort. And once you make that decision, you don't walk, you rise. Chosen one, your exit wasn't a goodbye. It was a graduation. And the diploma is written in peace, purpose, and a life they'll never again have access to. And so, let this be the reminder they never wanted you to hear. You didn't just survive what they did, you evolved beyond it. Your silence was power, your exit was strategy, and your growth is the revenge they never saw coming. You didn't leave broken, you left reborn. If this message lit something inside you, like, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to claim your strength. And don't keep this to yourself. Share it with someone who needs to hear it. Because truth like this, It's not just yours to hold. It's light we all need. They sent a hunter for your name, and the hunter came back with praise in his mouth. Chosen one, yes, you. You live so clean that even an investigation turns into a fan club meeting, and now you know your enemies are in trouble. They were so sure they'd find something. They wanted it to be true. Every rumor, every lie, every twisted story they whispered behind your back. They needed dirt, like vultures circling a body that never dropped. But the part that burns the most, there was no fall. There was no mess, no scandal. Just a steady, quiet force walking through life with truth in their step and peace in their chest. They sent someone to dig through your story, but instead of finding skeletons, they uncovered strength. They didn't find dirt, they found gold. How mad they were. They thought they had a case. They were fully prepared for your fall, ready with their popcorn, their fake sympathy, and a folder full of out-of-context screenshots. But when the investigator finally did what investigators are supposed to do, go to the people who actually know you, they didn't find any dirt, no secrets, no scandals, just real ones standing up for you. Instead of skeletons in the closet, they found neatly folded clothes and a trail of receipts, proving you've been solid from the start. They thought they were about to expose you. What actually got exposed was their own bitterness, their obsession with your peace, their inability to understand how someone could be so grounded without needing validation. They tried to manufacture a downfall, but the universe flipped the script. And it all started with a quiet investigation, one that backfired so beautifully it almost looked planned. Before we go any further, if this message is resonating with your soul, take a moment to press like and subscribe. Help this message travel to the next silent warrior who's fighting battles behind smiles. It's not just support, it's a shared responsibility to keep the truth louder than the lies. Now, chosen one. Imagine their faces when they heard this from the investigator. Oh yeah, they're actually one of the most consistent and respectful people I've ever worked with. They never thought the truth would be your alibi. They assumed it was an act, that the goodness you carry must be some kind of performance. But when the so-called investigator reached out to your co-workers, your old friends, the people who'd seen you in real life, what they found wasn't scandal, but respect. Focused, loyal, minds their business, always helpful. These weren't paid reviews. These were real echoes of your character. And suddenly, the entire smear campaign began to crumble. Let's be honest, the investigator probably wasn't some professional. More likely, it was a mutual contact wearing fake concern like perfume, someone asking questions with a hidden camera in their soul. But instead of scandal, all they found was evidence that you live clean, walk steady, and don't play into drama. Every conversation they had only confirmed it further. You're real, you're rare, you're respected. And that truth burned deeper than anything they could have made up. Most gossip doesn't come from facts. It comes from jealousy in disguise. They don't hate what you've done wrong. They hate what you've done right. They hate how you walk into rooms without begging for attention, how your silence commands more respect than their loudest noise. They hate how people admire you without being forced to. They hate how you move with dignity, how your name gets mentioned in good light, even when you're not around to hear it. That's what eats them alive. They tried to poison your name in group chats, hoping it would stick, but your character was already the antidote. Your reputation is built on something too solid for their petty lies to crack. You've been consistent, patient, quiet when it wasn't your turn to speak, and powerful when it was. They couldn't smear you because your real-life presence overpowered their fake narratives. The people they questioned became unintentional witnesses for the defense. How much power must you carry that even those sent to hurt you return with a quiet respect they can't even admit out loud? This wasn't gossip. It was spiritual surveillance. It was a mission to destroy your image that turned into a confirmation of your integrity. They went behind your back, hoping to find a flaw, but ran straight into receipts of who you really are: steady, kind, unshakable. And now they're angry, not because they were right, but because they were so painfully wrong. They wanted to see you fall. Instead, they watched your name rise. They thought they'd find chaos. Instead, they found calm. And now they have to sit with the embarrassment of knowing they played themselves. You didn't have to defend yourself. You didn't chase the lies. You just lived in your truth, and that truth did the work for you. So let them keep digging. Let them whisper. Let them investigate, because every move they make only confirms what the universe has already decided. Your name is clear. Your soul is intact. Your reputation is sealed in the kind of light that no shade can overpower. Chosen one, they tried to assassinate your character. What they really did was help build your legacy. And now, they're mad. It was all good gossip. So now that the smoke is clearing and the truth is standing tall, are you ready to break this down piece by piece? Because trust me, the real story has way more to reveal. And if you're truly one of the chosen, this won't just entertain you. It'll awaken something deep in your own journey. Drop the number 777 in the comments. Yes, 3 sevens. Why? Because 777 is the vibration of alignment, protection, and truth finally being revealed. It means the universe is clearing the path, and what was meant to break you is now proving you. And if this message has touched something in you, if it's given you strength, clarity, or even just a moment of truth, please consider supporting the team behind it with a small super gift. Whether it's $1 or $1,000, the number doesn't matter. The energy does. We pour our hearts into these messages to bring light to souls like yours, and every bit of love you give helps keep that light burning. Now take a deep breath and stay with me. It's about to get even more real. Number 1, they went digging for dirt, but all they hit was concrete. They brought a shovel to ruin your name, but it snapped against the life you built in silence. They were ready to feast on your failure, hungry for chaos, praying for a scandal. You know the type. They hide in group chats, whispering behind fake smiles, pretending to check in while secretly hoping for your collapse. Their fingers were crossed that you'd slip, stumble, or reveal some past mistake they could run wild with, because to them, your peace is offensive, your consistency, a threat. Let's be clear, this wasn't innocent curiosity. This was war, a silent operation dressed up as concern, a setup disguised as questions. They weren't looking for answers, they were looking for ammo, a text, a voice note, an old flame, a single loose thread they could yank and unravel everything you've built. They wanted to assassinate your character without ever dirtying their own hands. Let someone else do the digging. Let someone else find the dirt. Let someone else spread the story. All they needed was one small crack. Just one. But instead, they choked on clean air, because when that so-called investigator did what they do, talk to the people who actually know you, work with you, lived around you, they didn't find the mess they were hoping for. They didn't find lies. They didn't find chaos. They didn't find a mask slipping off. They found you, The same version of you that walks in silence and leaves a trail of respect behind. The version that stayed true even when no one was watching. The one that kept receipts, not revenge. That moved with integrity while they fumbled with projection. They wanted skeletons. What they got was structure. What they got was a life built on quiet strength, honesty, and real ones who had your name in their mouths, but with honor. See, that's what they didn't expect. They thought you were like them, pretending, shaky, two-faced, but the truth hit them like a slap. You weren't acting, you weren't fronting, you were really about what you said you were about. And that's when the bitterness kicked in. They weren't just disappointed, they were furious, because now their entire plan had backfired. The gossip train they tried to drive ran straight into a wall called your truth. The more they investigated, the stronger your case became. The more they asked around, the clearer it was. You weren't perfect, but you were solid, consistent, genuine, unshakable. You see, people like them expect everyone to be performing. They believe everyone's hiding something because they're hiding everything. They assume your light must be fake because theirs is always flickering. So when they sent someone to sniff out the scandal, they thought it'd be easy. They thought anyone would say, "Oh yeah, I've seen them act fake." Or, "They used to be messy back in the day." But instead, they heard things like, "She's always been respectful. He minds his business and handles his work. They don't do drama." Can you imagine their faces? Sitting there, waiting for the juice, and all they got was tea too clean to sip. They didn't just fail to ruin you, they accidentally promoted you. They gave free airtime to your character, and now they're sick. Not just because the plot flopped, but because deep down they know they could never survive that same kind of searchlight. Because let's ask the real question. If they were under investigation, what would their friends say? What would their co-workers reveal? What kind of digital trail would they leave behind? Probably one full of excuses, lies, manipulation, and masked intentions. That's why they hate you, not because you've done anything to them, but because you remind them of everything they're not. You live clean in a world where deception is normal. You stay quiet while they scream for attention. You walk with respect while they trade theirs for clout. And now you've survived their attack, not with defense, not with drama, but by simply continuing to be who you've always been. Let that sink in. They came for your name and ended up shining a spotlight on your integrity. They launched a private investigation and ended up proving you were never the one in question. So the next time you feel the heat, the whispers, the side eyes from people who pretend not to be watching, remember, their problem isn't what you've done. It's what they can't do. They can't move like you. They can't live like you. They can't be at peace without first tearing someone else down. But you don't need the last word. You are the final sentence. You don't need to clap back. Your life is already testifying louder than any lie they could tell. This is why you've been feeling eyes on you. This is why the tension's been thick, even when no one says a word. You've been under silent surveillance, chosen one, but the results are in. The witnesses have spoken. And the verdict? You're exactly who you say you are. Let them be mad, let them whisper, let them drown in their own confusion. Because while they were praying for dirt, you were planting seeds. While they were hoping you'd fall, you were quietly building something they could never destroy. So the next time you sense someone trying to study your downfall, just smile, because the last time they tried that, they ended up writing you a 5-star review. They went digging for dirt, but all they hit was concrete. Number 2, they thought the streets would echo their lies, but the streets echoed your legacy. You don't need to defend your name when the streets already carved it in stone. They thought they could stain your name in the shadows, and the world would just go along with it. Whisper a lie here, plant a rumor there, and sit back while the infection spreads. They believed that if they polluted enough private corners with poison, the streets would catch the smell and turn on you. They were counting on the public echoing their private envy. They assumed silence on your part was weakness. But silence has never meant surrender. It's just the sound truth makes before it walks in the room. And when the time came, when a real one, a neutral voice, an actual investigator started checking the facts, asking around, doing what they do, everything shifted. The silence spoke. The streets didn't whisper lies. They shouted facts, loud, clear, unshakable. They expected the streets to back them up, but the streets said, "Nah, you got the wrong one." They wanted confirmation for the chaos they created, but what they got was contradiction, rejection, correction. The same people they hoped would trash your name were the ones praising you, not because you begged them to, not because you bribed or manipulated, but because your presence, your real, authentic presence, had already done the groundwork. You don't just move through the world, you leave proof behind. Quiet, strong, undeniable proof. They thought they were telling the story of who you are, but they didn't write your story, you did. Every interaction, every decision, every moment you chose to move with class when you could have clapped back, every time you stayed focused instead of messy, that wrote the chapters they forgot to read. And now the streets are testifying. They can't erase what people actually lived. The woman who worked beside you in silence and saw how you carried yourself under pressure. She spoke up. The friend who watched you support others without needing credit. He spoke up. The folks who saw you lead with calm while others panicked, give respect when no one was watching, show up without an audience, that's who the investigator heard from. And what they said couldn't be twisted. She's real. He's solid. They don't start drama, they walk away from it. They do what they say and say what they mean. That's when the whole plan fell apart, because gossip needs agreement to survive. It feeds on echoes, and they were sure the streets would echo back their lies like gospel, but instead the streets bounced the truth right back in their faces. Let me ask you this. Have you ever wondered why some people are so obsessed with dragging your name through the mud? It's not because of what you did to them. It's because your name carries weight without their help. Your energy speaks before your mouth does. You show up real, and that exposes their fake. They can't control how others see you, so they try to pollute it. But here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. They wish they had your reputation. They wish they had your restraint. They wish they had your peace. But instead, they have group chats and screenshots and circles of people just like them, spiteful, weak, always watching but never growing. They assumed your silence meant vulnerability, that you weren't defending yourself because you had something to hide. But no, you weren't hiding. You were just watching, waiting, letting them exhaust themselves in the performance, while you kept doing what you do best, living clean, staying solid, and letting real life speak when the lies faded. And now, the lies have faded, because the moment someone stepped in with real ears, ready to listen, not just believe, the truth exploded. It didn't trickle out, it didn't whisper, it roared. The streets didn't just reject their lies, they testified on your behalf. And that's what hurts them the most. Because they thought this would be easy. They thought it'd be fun. Start a few rumors, spread a little smoke, and watch you panic while your image crumbled. But your image isn't something you crafted to impress people. It's something you earned through years of walking with intention. And that kind of legacy doesn't shake when someone throws shade. It absorbs the hit and grows stronger. They underestimated the power of quiet respect. They forgot that real ones don't need to speak loudly, because when it matters, the streets speak for them. And let me tell you something else. It wasn't just your co-workers or your friends who had your back. It was the energy you've built, the spirit in which you move, the unseen impact you've had on people who may never even have told you how deeply you inspired them. Those people were watching too, and when the moment came, they said what needed to be said. He showed up when no one else did. She stayed grounded through all the mess. They've always moved different. So now they're left standing in the wreckage of their own plan. The smear campaign flopped. The whispers didn't travel. The streets didn't fold. And now they're faced with the truth. You're not just clean, you're untouchable in the areas they thought were vulnerable. They called in reinforcements to ruin you, but all they did was highlight what kind of respect you truly carry. They called it gossip, but the streets called it truth. And truth doesn't ask permission to speak. It walks in uninvited and clears the room. So let them talk. Let them twist. Let them spin whatever story makes them feel safe. Because out here, in the real world, your name rings different. And when the streets speak, no rumor can drown it out. They tried to weaponize the public, but the public already knew who you were. And now they know too. Even if they'll never admit it, they thought the streets would echo their lies. But instead, the streets shouted your legacy. Number 3, even the quiet witnesses had nothing ugly to say. When even your silence stands as a witness, that's not just reputation, that's legacy. They had a plan, a dirty, fragile little plan, built on the hope that someone, anyone, would crack under pressure and finally tell the ugly truth about you. They thought that by prying into the quiet corners of your life, they'd find the flaw, the one story, the one grudge, the one ex-friend, co-worker or classmate who would say, "Yeah, I never liked them anyway." But the plan fell flat. Again. Because even the quiet ones, the ones who don't speak up, the ones who watched you from a distance, the ones who don't owe you loyalty, had nothing ugly to say. And that's what shook them the most. Because that kind of silence doesn't come from manipulation. It doesn't come from fear. It comes from truth. They talked to your ex-friend, hoping for fire, and all they got was, "We drifted." But they were always respectful. They found the co-worker you barely spoke to, and all they could say was, they stayed in their lane, always handled their work. The distant classmate never gave drama, moved different. What do you do when even the people who don't like someone can't find a bad word to say? You panic. And they did, because they assumed your silence was hiding something dark. Instead, it was hiding something rare, purity. Not perfection, but real, unshakable character. Let's be real, when most people are accused, someone always steps forward to co-sign the chaos. It's human nature, old jealousy, a forgotten slight, a misread moment. But not you. You've moved through life like a shadow in the noise. Not looking for approval, not fighting for clout. Just consistent, clean, and calm. And that consistency is what made even your non-supporters stay honest. Because when you're real, even your enemies end up telling the truth. You know who else lived this story? Take Nelson Mandela, locked away for 27 years, demonized by a system built to break him. And when he walked out, The world realized something. Even in silence, he never became bitter. Even prison guards respected him. That's legacy. Not because he was loud, but because he was real. Look at Malcolm X, vilified in his early years, hated, misquoted, targeted, and yet even those who disagreed with him couldn't deny his discipline, his transformation, his focus. He moved with clarity, not chaos. And in the end, his enemies had to admit they never saw him fold. This is your league now. That's who you resemble. The kind of person who doesn't need defenders because their life does the defending. The kind of soul that doesn't chase revenge because truth is always on a time delay. But it never misses its mark. They tried to squeeze blood from a stone, but there was none. They tried to stretch silence into scandal, but it wouldn't bend. You're not just liked, you're respected. You're not just unproblematic, you're unshakable. And when even the quiet witnesses stay quiet, that's not luck. That's legacy. That's consistency. That's you. Number 4, they wanted a report, but got a reflection instead. They held up a spotlight to expose you and ended up blinding themselves with the truth. They came into this thinking they were the ones with the power, holding the flashlight, writing the questions, gathering the evidence. In their mind, you were on trial, and the outcome was already decided. They weren't searching for truth, they were staging a takedown. They believed the investigation would shine an unforgiving light on you, crack open your mask, and finally prove the lies they've whispered behind closed doors. But something went wrong. Because the moment that light was turned on, it didn't just land on you, it landed on them too. And that's when the rage began. Not because the report was wrong, but because it was right. Too right. Every compliment about your character sounded like an insult to their own. Every story about your grace under pressure echoed like an accusation in their own mind. Each witness who spoke up for your strength became another reminder of the weakness they keep trying to hide. They didn't uncover a fake, they uncovered a mirror. See, people like them are terrified of someone like you, not because you're perfect, but because you reflect everything they aren't ready to confront in themselves. You're patient where they're impulsive. You're calm where they're chaotic. You've mastered restraint while they still rely on drama for attention. You don't need to be loud to be heard, and that alone shakes them to their core. You didn't just survive the spotlight, you stood in it without flinching, and that exposed them more than any investigation ever could. A mirror doesn't judge, it simply reveals, and that's the real problem. They weren't ready to be revealed. The investigation wasn't about facts, it was about fantasy. They needed you to fall. They needed the world to see something broken, something ugly, something they could use to justify their hate. But when all they found was light, consistency, respect from real ones, it cornered them. And when insecure people are cornered by the truth, they don't reflect. They rage. Let's take it deeper. Look at history. Think of Socrates. They put him on trial not because he was evil, but because his wisdom made the powerful feel exposed. He forced people to think, and in doing so, held up a mirror they weren't ready to look into. So they silenced him. Temporarily. But the truth, the mirror, still stands today. The same thing happened to Muhammad Ali. They hated his confidence, his clarity, the way he stood in his truth when everyone else tried to twist it. But his light only exposed the systems trying to dim him. And decades later, that mirror still reflects stronger than ever. You are no different. Your existence alone is a reminder that realness still exists, that someone can move with honor in a world addicted to fakery, that peace isn't just possible, it's powerful. And that kind of presence, it makes people who rely on lies feel exposed, without you ever saying a word. You didn't try to hurt them, you didn't even point fingers, you just lived in your truth. And truth, like a mirror, doesn't flatter, it shows. That's why they're mad. That's why they talk. That's why they spin. Because the real pain wasn't in what the report revealed about you. It was in what it exposed about them. The mirror didn't lie, and it never will. Number 5. They didn't just lose control. They lost the whole damn narrative. You can only control the story until the truth starts talking. And when it does, your lies don't just fall apart, they collapse with witnesses. They thought they had it all figured out, the manipulation, the timing, the audience. They didn't need physical power, they wanted social power, emotional control, influence without proof. They whispered carefully selected lies in strategic places. They dropped half-truths like poison in the ears of people who mattered. They twisted your silence into guilt, your peace into arrogance, your calm into evidence of something off. But the thing about false narratives is this: once they hit real soil, they rot. And that's exactly what happened. They thought they were planting seeds, but they were just scattering dead leaves. Because when someone finally decided to stop listening and start investigating, when a neutral voice went straight to the source instead of feeding off the drama, the truth blew the entire script to pieces. One by one, real people stepped forward. Not your inner circle, not your ride-or-die crew, but regular folks, co-workers, old classmates, distant connections, people with no agenda, no reason to lie, and no emotional stake in defending you. And what did they say? They're not who you said they were. They stay in their lane. They don't start drama, they avoid it. They've always been respectful. The pattern was too clear, too consistent, too real. It wasn't just a rebuttal, it was a reversal. Suddenly, the power shifted. The lie couldn't hold its weight anymore. It had no traction, no legs, no spine, because a lie can only live as long as no one checks it. But the second truth steps in the room, it's over. And the moment the story slipped out of their hands, they didn't just lose the battle. They lost control of the entire narrative. And that's a different kind of pain. See, people like this don't just want to hurt you, they want to own the version of you that the world sees. It's not enough to hate you privately. They want to curate your downfall, sculpt your story, become the unseen narrator behind your name. But the moment truth becomes louder than gossip, they lose that pen. And when they lose the pen, they lose the power. History's seen this before. Look at Harriet Tubman. They branded her a criminal, a threat, a liar. But her actions kept exposing the truth. Over and over, her legacy rewrote the version her enemies tried to control. Or Joan of Arc. They called her a heretic, tried to break her spirit, distort her purpose. But centuries later, she's not remembered as what they said. She's remembered as what she proved. The same power lives in you. You didn't chase rumors. You didn't scream into the wind. You let life speak, and life spoke loudly. That's why they're spiraling. Not because you exposed them, but because they failed to rewrite you. They lost control. They lost credibility. But most importantly, they lost ownership of the story. And now the only version of you that stands is the real one. Number 6. You've been so real, even strangers could testify. When strangers defend your name without being asked, That's not charisma, that's legacy in motion. You didn't need to curate a perfect image. You didn't post quotes about loyalty while moving like a snake behind closed doors. You didn't rehearse kindness for the camera and then poison rooms in private. You weren't out here trying to look good, you just were. Quiet, solid, consistent. No performance, no press tour, just a life lived in alignment, day by day, decision by decision, interaction by interaction. And that kind of authenticity, it builds something you can't fake. A spiritual fingerprint, a reputation that speaks in your absence, a vibe that enters rooms before you do and lingers long after you're gone. They didn't expect that. They were banking on chaos. They thought people would say, well, I don't really know them, but something always felt off. They expected those little passive-aggressive remarks, the vague shade, the subtle digs that give lies just enough oxygen to spread. Instead, what they got was unity, consistency, echoes of truth from corners you didn't even know you'd reached. People who barely talked to you said it loud and clear. They were always respectful, never brought drama, solid, every time. That's what stunned your enemies. They thought your strength came from your circle. They didn't realize it came from your spirit, from how you treat people when there's no benefit in doing so, from how you handle the mundane moments that nobody documents, nobody posts, nobody claps for. Because when your smallest moments are rooted in integrity, your whole life becomes evidence. Think of someone like Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, a soft-spoken man, no flash, no controversy, just presence. But even decades later, strangers who met him once, for a moment, still speak of him like he changed their lives. That's not PR. That's not performance. That's soul. You've got that same rare energy. People don't need to know your life story to feel your essence. You walk into a space and it gets calmer. You speak and people pay attention, not because you're loud, but because you're real. And now the truth is undeniable. The rumors couldn't survive the consistency of your character, not just because of your friends, not because of your closest allies, but because even strangers, yes, strangers, stood up and said, "Nah, you got the wrong one." That kind of validation can't be manufactured. That kind of energy can't be forced. You've been so authentically you, even people who barely know you knew better than to believe a lie. And that's a reputation rooted in something deeper than image. That's a signature your spirit wrote, and no smear campaign in the world can forge it. Number 7. They laughed at your solitude until it became your shield. They mistook your silence for weakness, but silence is what saved you from the storm they built with their own mouths. They used to smirk at the way you moved, quiet, detached, minding your own business like it was a fortress. They thought your solitude was strange, even suspicious. You didn't join their little circles. You weren't in their gossip rotations, you didn't show up to the drama, and you didn't feed it either. So they labeled you cold, distant, arrogant, the kind of person who thinks they're better than everyone else. But here's what they didn't realize. You weren't avoiding people, you were avoiding the pit. And now, that pit has swallowed them whole. Because while they were building alliances made of gossip and ego, fragile bridges that collapse under pressure, you were building in silence. Alone, yes, but aligned, focused, grounded. And when the storm finally came, it didn't shake you. It couldn't. You weren't in the mess. You weren't in the back channels. You weren't in the group chats where plots got formed and lies got passed around like candy. You were out of range, and that made you untouchable. They mistook your solitude for isolation, but solitude is not loneliness, it's self-mastery. While they craved attention, you craved peace. While they chased validation, you chased purpose. And now that everything's falling apart around them, you're still standing, unmoved. Because solitude teaches you discipline. It teaches you how to be your own peace when the world tries to sell you chaos. And they couldn't understand that because they never sat with themselves long enough to hear their own truth. They were too busy trying to stay in the loop. But the loop was a trap, and you walked around it without ever stepping in. Look at history. Think of Marcus Aurelius, an emperor surrounded by schemers, noise, and temptation, but he stayed grounded by his own mind. He wrote quietly, observed deeply, and when the empire shook, his name stood like a stone in a river. Solitude didn't make him weak. It made him unbreakable. Or Rosa Parks, one act of quiet defiance, no shouting, no campaign, no army, just stillness. But that stillness became a weapon. Her calm rewrote history while others made noise and disappeared. You've carried that same power. They didn't see it then, but now they do. Your absence from their mess has now become your immunity. They can't tie you to the chaos because you never danced in their circus. You never drank their poison. You kept your energy clean, even when you were misunderstood for it. What they mocked as antisocial now looks like divine precision. What they called cold now looks like emotional intelligence. What they once laughed at now makes them uncomfortable because you survived what they walked straight into. You were never running from people. You were just protected from their path. And now, the silence they once criticized has become the very shield that saved you. Number 8. The good gossip became your bulletproof vest in a spiritual ambush. They tried to shoot your name down, but every whisper of respect turned into armor you didn't even know you were wearing. You didn't post about your integrity. You lived it, quietly, patiently, when no one was clapping, when no one was looking, when it would have been easier to bend, to bite back, to sink to their level. You didn't. You took the high road when no one was watching, and now that road is rising to protect you. Because while you were just trying to live right, the universe was taking notes. While you were saying no to the mess, the betrayal, the temptation, they were keeping receipts. Not the messy kind, the divine kind, the cosmic kind. And when the shots started flying, when they tried to assassinate your character, you didn't need to explain yourself. You didn't even need to show up. Your name showed up before you did. That's how powerful your quiet consistency has been. People started speaking your name with respect, not out of loyalty, but out of memory. They remembered how you carried yourself in hard times, how you didn't gossip when you had the chance, how you didn't expose people even when they deserved it, how you never chased drama, but always walked in peace. And that reputation, it started doing the work for you. Your good gossip became your spiritual shield. The enemy walked in thinking this would be easy. They thought the lies would stick, that if they said enough, someone would believe it, that if they repeated the smear story long enough, eventually it would become fact. But what they didn't account for was the witnesses. The people you didn't even know were watching. The ones you helped in silence, the ones who remembered how you handled disrespect with dignity. They tried to hold a trial in the shadows, but they walked into a courtroom where your character had already testified. And that's the difference between fake influence and real reputation. Influence can be bought, but reputation, that's earned in the quiet, in the unseen moments, in the way you treated people who couldn't do anything for you, in the times you could have gone low but chose to rise. Think of Princess Diana. They tried to bury her with scandal, but her life had already testified. The nurses, the children, the poor, the ordinary people she touched behind the scenes, they remembered, they spoke. Her truth rose above their smear. Or Tupac. The media twisted his image, but the streets, the culture, they knew the real. His name still echoes louder than any headline they ever printed. That's what happens when your soul is louder than your mistakes. That's you. You've been walking through life, leaving a legacy you didn't even realize was building. And now that spiritual war has arrived and the attacks have begun. Your name is showing up like armor. The good gossip they tried to ignore, it's now the wall they can't get through. So let them plot, let them spin, let them try, because your reputation has already walked into the room ahead of you and made you bulletproof. Number 9. They wanted the investigator to confirm the lie. He confirmed the light. They sent someone to expose you, but the only thing exposed was how deeply you've already outgrown their version of you. Let's be clear, this wasn't about truth. It was never about truth. They didn't want facts. They wanted fuel. They weren't looking for reality. They were chasing reassurance, a reason to keep hating you without guilt. They told themselves a lie about you long ago. She's fake. He's manipulative. They're not who they pretend to be. And instead of healing from their own insecurity, they went out searching for confirmation. Not confirmation of truth, confirmation of their bitterness. So they called in help, a whisper campaign, an investigator, somebody who could back up the narrative they crafted in the dark. But when that person started looking, really looking, what they found wasn't a mask. It was a mirror. The further they looked, the clearer it got. You weren't hiding, you weren't posing, you weren't performing, you were walking in grace, moving in peace, holding your ground with a quiet kind of fire. And that light, it hit harder than any rumor ever could. The investigator didn't confirm the lie, they confirmed the light. They confirmed the calling. It wasn't exposure, it was revelation. Every question led to another layer of truth. How you show up when no one's looking, how you stay calm in chaos, how your loyalty doesn't need applause, how your energy doesn't change based on who's in the room. They thought they'd find a double life, but all they found was double confirmation that you're real. People who fear your light will always pray for proof that it's fake, but truth doesn't shake under pressure, it sharpens. What they didn't count on was your consistency. They didn't count on your grace under fire. They didn't expect that when they tried to dim your name, the investigation would actually shine more light on everything you've built in silence. And that's the thing about being chosen. You don't need defense. Your life is the defense. Your past, clean. Your energy, recognizable. Your story, lived, not staged. And the ones who came to break you, they left with clarity they never asked for. Not just about who you are, but about what they aren't. You didn't just survive the scrutiny, you transcended it. Because the real test wasn't what they found. The real test was whether their lie could survive the truth. And it couldn't. What they planned as exposure turned into elevation. What they expected to ruin your name only revealed your purpose. And now, the same people who sent the fire are standing in the light they tried to bury. They wanted the investigator to confirm the lie, but he confirmed the light. And that's a truth they'll never be able to rewrite. And now, the dust has settled, the masks have dropped, and the truth stands undefeated. They thought they had you figured out, thought they'd written your ending before you even reached your peak. But here you are, still standing, still glowing, still unbothered. You didn't just survive their setup. You flipped the entire script. You became the plot twist they never saw coming. While they were busy writing your downfall in the margins of petty gossip, the universe was writing your rise in bold, permanent ink. They wanted you exposed. Instead, you were unveiled. They wanted a scandal. Instead, they triggered a spotlight. And now your character speaks louder than any lie they tried to plant. If this message hit you in the soul, if it echoed what you've been living in silence, don't let it stop here. Like the video to amplify the truth. Subscribe to the channel so you never miss these reminders. And make sure to press the bell icon. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know your character has been your quiet shield. Share this with someone who's been walking through fire but refusing to let it turn them to ash. This isn't just content, it's confirmation. Welcome home, chosen one. Stay grounded, stay glowing, stay protected. The truth is a blade, and when it cuts, only the real ones bleed wisdom. The rest just leak ego. You feel that? Good. Let it slice through the noise. Because the moment you opened your mouth, they started choking on the silence they buried you in. The ones who laughed when you cried. They ain't laughing now, are they? Their karma came wearing your voice, and it spoke louder than their lies ever could. This message isn't for the weak-hearted. This is for the chosen ones, the misunderstood, the overlooked, the underestimated, the ones who were cast aside like scrap metal only to return forged in fire. If you feel this in your spirit, if your silence turned into thunder, if your glow-up turned into their breakdown, pause right now and hit that like and subscribe button. Why? Because every time you do, this message travels further. The algorithm listens when the chosen speak. Let's flood the system with truth. Let's wake up more warriors. Let's show the universe we're done hiding. Now, let's really talk. See, being chosen ain't some glittery gift. It's a burden wrapped in brilliance. It's walking through fire while being blamed for the smoke. It's knowing things you never asked to know, feeling things they pretend don't exist, and seeing straight through masks that took them years to perfect. They never feared your rage. What haunts them is your calm, your composure, your ability to lay truth down like velvet, soft but lethal. You didn't expose them with drama. You did it with facts, with energy, with presence. And now their world is cracking like cheap porcelain under pressure. The universe gave you a mirror and you turned it toward them. They weren't ready. You showed them their reflection when all they wanted was a stage. You whispered truth, and it hit like an explosion in their echo chamber. You were never just talking. You were prophesying. Every word you dropped landed like a seed in their subconscious. And now, it's harvest time. The weeds of their own deceit are choking them. You didn't have to do a thing but be real. That's the part that stings the most. You didn't destroy them. You just told the truth and watched their illusions do the rest. They used to call you too much, too emotional, too intense. But the truth is, they were never ready for the weight you carry. You don't just feel energy, you read it, dissect it, name it. That's why they run when you enter the room. Not because you're aggressive, but because you're accurate. Your presence alone is a polygraph test they can't pass. And now they're spiraling, not because you lied, but because you told the truth they buried under years of performance. Now they're lighting candles and playing with crystals, praying to the universe for mercy. When they mocked you for believing in energy in the first place. The irony, The very light they tried to dim is now the spotlight exposing them. You were always 10 steps ahead, not because you're arrogant, but because the universe whispered things to you in silence they couldn't hear over their own applause. You were built for truth, sculpted in solitude, refined through rejection. And now, your glow terrifies them. They see your growth and feel like it's their downfall, but you never wanted that. You just wanted peace. They mistook your detachment for revenge. They thought your silence was weakness. They didn't realize it was a warning. Chosen ones don't seek revenge. We walk away. And somehow that hurts them more than anything we could have said. Here's the truth. Your glow-up isn't about aesthetics. It's spiritual. It's karmic. It's ancestral. You are every answered prayer they laughed at, every warning they ignored, every storm they thought you wouldn't survive. You did more than survive. You transformed. And now they're haunted, not by ghosts, but by you, by the fact that you knew, that you saw, that you spoke, that you didn't need revenge to rise. They're spiraling because the very person they tried to bury became the root of a truth they can't unsee. So to the chosen ones, still doubting their power, understand this: your voice is sacred. Your truth is disruptive. Your presence is revelation. And your silence, that's where the universe speaks loudest. Let them spiral. You've got galaxies to build. And before we go any deeper, let me say this loud for the ones who feel it in their bones. Thank you, yes you, the chosen ones, who didn't just stumble on this message. You were summoned to it. Your energy fuels this truth movement. So, if your glow made them fold, if your silence made them squirm, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 777 in the comments to let the universe know you're no longer shrinking for anyone's comfort. Also, let me know if this is resonating with you. And tight, stay close, because this isn't just a message, it's a mirror. And now, let's break it all the way down, step by step, word by word. If you really carry the mark of a chosen one, trust me, you won't be able to look away. Let's get into it. Number 1. When the joke turns on the joker, the power of the chosen one is no punchline. The thing about playing with a chosen one is, eventually, the universe joins the game and flips the board. They thought it was all fun and games, laughed at your silence, mocked your intuition, dismissed your warnings like you were just making noise in the background, white noise in their performance. But you weren't making noise. You were ringing alarms, and now those alarms are echoing in every corner of their collapsing lives. This is what happens when you play with divine alignment like it's a party trick. See, they thought they were gaming the system, thought they could manipulate energy, twist stories, shapeshift into heroes in front of blind audiences. But what they didn't realize is this: the system they were playing with is the very one that bends for the chosen. When you're chosen, the universe doesn't rush. It doesn't defend you with loud drama or flashy revenge. No. It clears paths in silence. It removes people with precision. It watches patiently as liars dig their own holes. And then, just when they think they've won, everything they built on your brokenness starts to rot beneath them. That's the power of being chosen. You don't chase, you don't expose, you just evolve. And in that evolution, the universe starts to highlight your truth with a spotlight they can't dim. Suddenly, your whispers turn into echoes. Your silence becomes sacred. And your presence? It haunts. Not because you cast a curse, but because you carried clarity. They laughed when you whispered the truth, remember? Rolled their eyes, sent subtweets, turned your insight into a joke. not because you were wrong, but because deep down they knew you were too right. You named things they weren't ready to face, and that terrified them, so they laughed, because fear always wears a mask. But masks can't survive the storm, and the storm came, not loud, not angry. It came dressed like reality, armed with receipts. And now, the same people who called you crazy are calling on energy to save them from consequences they invited. Here's the irony that burns them the most. You never wanted revenge. You never even wanted payback. You just wanted peace. You wanted healing. You wanted honesty. But they mistook your desire for clarity as a weakness they could weaponize. They thought your vulnerability made you soft, but the truth is, it made you surgical. You didn't lash out. You dissected. You laid truth down like a clean blade, and now it's cutting through the lies they built entire lives on. The consequences aren't random, they're responses. Cause and effect, baby. You told them. Now the effects are knocking on their doors, loud and unapologetic. And you're glowing differently, not out of spite, but out of alignment. You're moving in peace while they panic in chaos. You're attracting blessings while they attract questions. People are starting to notice. The energy around you, clear, elevated, unbothered. The energy around them, dense, defensive, desperate. They're spiraling not because you attacked, but because you stayed true. You didn't lower your frequency to match their mess. You didn't clap back, you ascended, and in that rise, they lost access. Now they're locked out of your energy, and the silence is louder than any clapback ever could be. You ever wonder why the truth hurts more when it's quiet? Because when a chosen one speaks softly, the universe turns up the volume. And what they're hearing now is deafening. Every lie they told now echoes with your name. Every manipulation now boomerangs back. Every fake laugh they used to cover up the truth is now choking in their throat. They can't run from what you revealed, not because you're chasing them, but because their own shadow is. That's the real haunting. You were never the villain. You were the revealer, the mirror, the moment. And now they're spiraling, posting vague quotes online, seeking attention in the same empty places they once used to mock your healing. They're burning sage, pulling tarot, quoting spirituality they don't understand, because they're looking for something, anything, to undo the echo of what you said. But some truths don't fade. They settle. That's what your voice did. It settled in their spirit, and now every time their mask slips, your words show up, not to gloat, but to remind them what happens when you play dirty against someone who was divinely protected. So if you're sitting there now, wondering why everything feels so aligned, why people are being removed, why paths are opening and weight is lifting, understand this. It's not a coincidence. It's your confirmation. You're not crazy. You're chosen. And that calling, it's not something you begged for. It's something your soul was carved from. You were never too intense. You were never too much. You were accurate. And when accuracy meets divine timing, the world shifts and people spiral. Let them run in circles, trying to undo what the universe already made true. Let them fear your silence. Let them wrestle with your reflection. You've got nothing to prove anymore. Just remember this. Your voice didn't just speak facts. It set something spiritual in motion. And now the joke isn't funny. The lie isn't holding. And the echo of your truth is ringing louder than ever. Let it ring. You earned it. Number 2. When you name the demon, the illusion dies, and so does their control. You didn't ruin them, you revealed them, and that's what shook the room, because demons don't like mirrors. You didn't just call out their behavior, you called out their source. You looked past the charm, past the smiles, past the glittery distractions and spiritual theater. You reached into the silence between their words and pulled out the shadow they swore nobody would ever see. That's what rattled them. That's what woke up the thing they thought they could keep sleeping under your forgiveness. They weren't prepared for your vision. They weren't ready for your voice, because you didn't just say what they were doing. You showed why, and that shook the whole foundation they built their false identity on. You weren't out here throwing shade. You were casting light, the kind that burns, the kind that exposes. See, the power of a chosen one isn't in how loud they speak, it's in how deep they see. And when you opened your mouth, what came out wasn't gossip. It was discernment, sharpened by pain. It was truth, forged in isolation. You didn't just clap back. You called forth what was hiding beneath the surface. You named the energy. You identified the parasite. You broke the spell they had over people with a single sentence. That's why they're spiraling now, because naming something spiritual doesn't just call it out, it weakens it. The illusion only works when it stays unspoken. And you said it out loud. You ruined the magic trick by pointing directly at the sleight of hand. And now everyone sees the wires, the manipulation, the deception. They thought they were dealing with someone emotional, someone easy to label, but what they were really facing was spiritual clarity. The kind of clarity that cuts, the kind that doesn't stutter, doesn't hesitate, and doesn't play nice just to keep the peace. You didn't just say, they're toxic. You exposed the ancient root of it. That thing they made a home for, that thing they dressed up in pretty language and spiritual quotes. You didn't insult them, you identified them, and that's why they're unraveling. Because now even they can't pretend it's just how they are. Now they have to sit with the truth you dropped like a bomb in their safe little echo chamber. Now they have to explain why they can't sleep, why they feel seen, why their mask doesn't fit anymore. And worst of all, they can't erase your voice from their head, because once truth hits the spirit, it stays. They used to dance with that darkness, feed it, let it lead, and you interrupted the whole ritual. You broke the rhythm, and now they're stumbling, fumbling, watching you from fake accounts, praying you don't say more, because deep down they know you could. You saw it all, you see it still, but the chosen don't speak to destroy. We speak to reveal. You didn't come to shame them. You came to shine a light on the part of them they were using to harm others while staying cloaked in innocence. And now that you've named it, it won't go back to sleep. That's why the paranoia kicked in. That's why their energy feels so heavy. They're no longer just hiding from you. They're hiding from the mirror you held up. And let's be clear, you didn't hold up that mirror with hate. You held it with holy hands, with trembling but fearless honesty, with the kind of power only the chosen carry, the power to shift a whole atmosphere just by speaking the truth. That's what they underestimated. They thought your love made you weak. They thought your silence meant you didn't know. They thought your kindness was a cage. But what they didn't see coming was your clarity. You saw through the manipulation, the victim complex, the constant shifting of blame. You saw the spirit behind it, the hunger for control, the fear of being irrelevant, the desperation to stay in the spotlight without doing the healing work. And once you spoke it, everything changed. Now they're uncomfortable in their own skin, not because you cursed them, but because you named what was hiding in plain sight. The demon they were sleeping with is now pacing the halls of their mind. You woke it up. And they don't know how to put it back to sleep. This isn't just emotional fallout. This is spiritual backlash. This is what happens when someone tries to wear a mask in the presence of someone who sees in spirit. The truth came out, and the energy shifted. The fake peace shattered. The performance lost its charm. You weren't supposed to see it. You weren't supposed to say it. You weren't supposed to know. But the universe doesn't leave chosen ones blind. It gives them eyes sharp enough to see in the dark and a voice strong enough to shake the foundation once they speak. They never feared your anger. They feared your awareness. And now that fear is manifesting as anxiety, obsession, and spiraling behavior, they're scrambling not because you hurt them, but because your words freed them from the illusion they built their ego on. And freedom is terrifying when you've been living in lies. They're not mad at you. They're mad at the mirror. They're mad that you didn't just see them. You saw through them. You saw the spirit they were dancing with. You recognized the game, and you called it by name. And once a spirit is named, it starts to lose power. You didn't shout. You didn't accuse. You just exposed. With grace, with calm, with confidence. And that's what haunts them. Because when a chosen one speaks with that kind of quiet certainty, the whole room listens, even the demons. Let them spiral, let them sweat, let them try to silence the echo of your truth with noise and denial. It won't work, because you didn't just speak facts, you spoke spirit, and spirit never forgets. Number 3, they buried you, hoping you'd break. Now you're the evidence that exposes everything. They didn't bury you, they planted proof. And now you've grown into the story they swore would never be told. They never saw this coming. Not you, not like this. Alive, aware, articulate. They had it all mapped out. Break you from the inside, destroy your spirit quietly, scatter your sanity so far across the timeline that if you did ever speak, it would sound like chaos. That was their insurance plan. Count on your pain to muffle your truth. But here you are, standing clearer than ever, not ranting, not raging, just calmly laying out the receipts like holy scripture, page by page, moment by moment. And now they're the ones shaking, because you weren't supposed to survive it, not with your voice intact, not with your memory untouched, not with your dignity still in your hands. You weren't supposed to be able to name what happened and be believed. See, they didn't just want to hurt you, they wanted to silence you forever, not just with fear, but with perception. They painted you as unstable before you even had a chance to speak. They threw your name in the mud so that by the time you found your footing, no one would trust your steps. But they made one fatal miscalculation. They underestimated the force of divine alignment, of healing, of the chosen one's comeback. You didn't just survive, you refined. You didn't just heal, you clarified. You rose from the wreckage, carrying the one thing they can't defend against, the truth. And not just any truth, one told calmly, with poise, without vengeance. That's the kind of truth that sticks, that echoes, that cracks illusions wide open. They're not panicking because you're yelling. They're panicking because you're still here, standing tall in your truth, looking people in the eye, telling the story they tried to erase without flinching. You're dangerous now, not because you're violent, but because you're believable. Because you've got the peace of someone who already went through hell and made it out with their clarity sharpened, not stolen. You're the survivor they didn't plan for, the witness they forgot to eliminate. And now, every time you speak, their narrative crumbles. They spiraled because they thought silence would protect them. But your truth is louder than their lies ever were. And the best part, you don't even have to scream. Your healing is louder than any accusation. Your calm is more damning than any rant. You outlived the lie, and now you are the evidence. And that is something they'll never recover from. Number 4, you weren't out for blood. You just hit play on the truth, and it's loud now. The chosen don't seek revenge. They file reports with the universe. And truth, it handles the sentencing. They thought you were trying to start drama, thought your words were driven by bitterness or heartbreak, that if they waited long enough, you'd implode under your own pain and they could just go back to playing the innocent. But you didn't unravel, you didn't explode, you documented, and that's what's driving them off the edge. Because they were bracing for chaos, for noise, for the usual hurt person lashing out storyline. But what they got was cold, clear truth, served without emotion, without theatrics, without even raising your voice. And the quiet truth hits harder than any scream. You didn't chase them down. You didn't air dirty laundry for attention. You didn't even name names. All you did was tell it like it was, with precision. You weren't reactive. You were reporting, just pressing play on reality. And suddenly, everything they tried to deny is replaying frame by frame. See, they could have handled anger. They planned for that. Anger is easy to twist. Tears are easy to dismiss. But clarity, that's a problem. Because when a chosen one moves with alignment, not emotion, every word becomes weighted. Every sentence becomes a sentence. And now they're serving time in their own guilt, locked in the story you never even tried to rewrite. You didn't rewrite the past, you read it back, and they couldn't interrupt the playback because every detail matched what they tried to bury. Every time you spoke, the universe echoed it louder. Because you weren't gossiping, you were submitting evidence, and now it's been stamped with divine confirmation. They weren't ready for a courtroom, they were expecting chaos. But you weren't on trial, they were, and the jury is made of timing, alignment, truth, and karma. And guess what? All 4 just raised their hands and said, "We believe the witness." Your calm terrified them. Your stillness looked too much like certainty. And that certainty, it carried power. The kind that says, "I'm not fighting you, I'm just letting truth speak for itself." And now, the silence you left them in is getting louder than anything you could have shouted. They can't call it slander because it was exact. They can't say you exaggerated because you barely even flinched. You weren't messy, you were measured. And measured truth is the most terrifying kind because it doesn't go away when emotions cool. It stays, it sticks, it echoes in every room they enter, every relationship they try to build on the ashes of lies. Every time someone looks at them differently now, that's the report doing its job. You weren't seeking revenge, you were just turning in the paperwork. And the universe, it doesn't lose files. Number 5, you didn't just expose the actor, you lit up the whole stage and burned down the script. Call out the liar and they'll deny it. Call out the audience that cheered them on, and suddenly the whole theater goes silent. You didn't just name the villain, you exposed the crowd that clapped for the performance, and that's where the real chaos started. See, they thought they could keep playing the role, the victim, the saint, the misunderstood soul, so long as the people around them kept buying tickets to the show. They needed that audience, the enablers, the silent witnesses, the ones who laughed when it wasn't funny, looked away when it got real, and stayed conveniently neutral while you were getting dragged. But you walked in, calm and clear, and flipped the light switch on. And when the lights came up, it wasn't just one guilty face blinking back in the spotlight. It was a whole room full of them. That's what shattered the illusion, because when you called them out, you weren't just talking to the one with the mask. You were speaking directly to the ones who handed them the mask, clapped when they wore it well, and turned a blind eye to what was really going on backstage. You didn't just shine the light on them, you exposed the whole production team. And suddenly, people had to face themselves. The "I didn't want to get involved" crew, the "maybe you're overreacting" crowd, the ones who sat in silence while your reputation was dragged through the dirt. They weren't ready for your clarity to call them out too, but you did. And that's when the spiraling started. Because truth doesn't just hit the liar, it hits everyone who made lying feel safe. You didn't come with drama, you came with details, with dates, with patterns. You pulled out receipts and timelines and laid it all out, not to hurt people, but to hold them accountable. And suddenly, those who used to stay out of it realized they were neck deep in it. Not because they acted, but because they allowed. Now the ones who used to pretend not to see are blinking hard, whispering apologies in DMS, watching you from the shadows they used to hide in. Because you didn't just tell a story, they felt it, and it cracked their comfort wide open. The manipulator wasn't just afraid of you speaking, they were terrified of losing the people they tricked into defending them. And now, the show's cancelled. The audience is walking out. Some are even turning on the lead actor because now they see the mask. They can't unsee it. You didn't just call out a person, you dismantled a whole illusion. And the real shock? You didn't scream. You didn't even accuse. You illuminated. And when the truth shows up like that, raw and undeniable, even the silence feels like confession. That's why they're spiraling. Not because you ruined them, but because you revealed what was never real to begin with. And the mask? Yeah, you're holding it in your hand. And everybody saw it. Number 6. You ripped the mask mid-scene. Now they're stuck in the spotlight with no script left to lie on. They weren't afraid of being exposed. They were afraid of being seen, without costume, without script, without applause. They spent years rehearsing how to smile while stabbing, how to cry on cue, how to twist the story so perfectly that even their victims questioned what was real. They weren't just manipulators, they were performers. Award-winning. And for a while, they had the audience eating it up. To some, they were the martyr, the one who gave too much and got too little. To others, they were the saint, the selfless, endlessly kind helper. They wore these masks like armor, changed them depending on who was watching, and they made damn sure the lighting was always soft enough to hide their shadows. But you didn't just turn on the lights. You tore the curtain down. And now they're standing in front of a crowd that sees them fully. No edits, no soundtrack, no sob story to lean on. Just the raw, unfiltered version of who they are when the script slips. And it's nothing like the character they sold to the world. You didn't drag them. You didn't even need to raise your voice. You just told the truth. With clarity, with calm, and with that unshakable presence only a chosen one carries when they've walked through hell and come back with the receipts. You didn't expose their mistakes. You unmasked their strategy. You pointed out the patterns. You named the motives. You highlighted the moments when their tears turned to manipulation, when their humility was just a leash, when their kindness came with fine print. And suddenly the audience began to shift in their seats. The illusion cracked. They're spiraling now, not because of what you said, but because people believed you. not because you embarrassed them, but because your words matched what others already felt, but couldn't explain. You gave language to the thing that made everyone uncomfortable, but no one could quite name. And once it's named, it can't be unseen. Now, every time they try to play the victim, people hesitate. Every time they try to reenact the script, it falls flat, because the role they rehearsed no longer fits. The mask they used to wear with ease now looks crooked, childish, fake. And worst of all, they know it. You stripped them mid-scene, pulled the mask off while the spotlight was still hot, while their audience was still watching. Now they're standing center stage, and nobody's clapping, because the show's over, and the truth, it stole the spotlight. Number 7, they lost the script. Now they're just an extra in a story they can't control. When a chosen one finds their voice, the whole story gets a rewrite, and the liars don't survive the truth in high definition. For years, they ran the narrative like a carefully staged production. They played every role, victim, sage, misunderstood, empath, with such dedication you'd think they were auditioning for an award. And you were cast as the unstable one, the overreactor, the emotional wreck. That's how they held the pen. That's how they stayed in control, not just of people, but of perception. They twisted timelines like seasoned editors, cutting scenes and rearranging facts so their audience would never see the full picture. They whispered half-truths, mastered emotional bait, and got people to clap without ever questioning the script. But then you spoke, and everything shifted. You didn't yell, you didn't over-explain, you didn't even try to be heard. You just spoke the truth with clarity, with memory, with presence, and suddenly the fog they created started to lift. Scene by scene, your version of events began to make sense. Not just logically, but energetically. People started replaying the movie in their heads, started seeing the plot holes, started remembering those little moments that felt off, but now snap into place when held up against your truth. That's what unraveled them. Because for the first time, the crowd wasn't clapping. They were questioning not just the story, but the storyteller. They didn't just lose control, they lost the illusion of authorship. The script doesn't work anymore. The roles don't fit. Their manipulation, once so effective, now feels clumsy and outdated because the audience grew up. They got wiser. And you stepped into the narrator's seat. You became the one whose voice actually resonates. Not because you were louder, but because you were real. Your version isn't laced with manipulation. It doesn't smell like ego. It comes with timelines, truth, and peace. And that makes people lean in. And now they're spiraling. Because they see the tide turning and can't swim in these waters. They're scrambling for control, trying to reclaim the script. But it's not theirs anymore. They can't improvise their way out of this. The role of hero doesn't stick like it used to. And worst of all, no one's buying tickets to the performance, because now the audience wants to hear you, the one they overlooked. The one they were told not to believe, the one they thought would stay silent forever. But you didn't stay silent, you rose. And when you opened your mouth, the truth rewrote everything. They didn't just lose control, they lost the spotlight, they lost the mask. They lost the power to tell the story because the chosen one found their voice. And now it's the only one the truth answers to. Number 8. They called you crazy. Now they're cloning your clarity and still can't save themselves. They mocked your medicine, then overdosed, trying to copy the dosage. Truth hits different when you didn't earn it. They used to laugh, shrugged off your intuition, laughed at your insight like it was a personality flaw, rolled their eyes every time you spoke with depth, every time you picked up on the vibe nobody else could explain. They said you were too sensitive, too deep, too dramatic, too much. But really, you were just too accurate. See, your awareness was never the problem. It was a threat. You saw through illusions, felt shifts before they happened, named the unspoken without fear, and that made them uncomfortable because it exposed things they were working really hard to ignore in themselves. So they called you crazy until life proved you right. Again, and again, and again. Now, those same ones who mocked you are in panic mode, clinging to your words like a lifeline, reposting your wisdom like they wrote it, reciting your language like mantras, quoting your soul like scripture, but with no spirit behind it. And it shows. Because what they're copying isn't just your insight, it's your blueprint. But what they don't understand is, this wasn't a look you put on for attention. This was your becoming. Your blueprint was carved in isolation, tempered in silence, birthed in pain. Every word you speak carries weight, because it was forged through experience. They're wearing it like costume jewelry, trying to shine with borrowed truth. And it's collapsing, because truth doesn't transfer without alignment. It's not a script, it's a frequency. And if you weren't tuned in during the quiet seasons, if you didn't live the dark nights, you don't get to shout in the light. That's why their version feels hollow, no soul, no weight, just copy-paste clarity that crumbles under pressure. They didn't just want to mock you, they needed you to be wrong. Because if you were right, they'd have to admit that the version of themselves they built was never real to begin with. Now they're spiraling, not because you're rising, but because they tried to copy your path without walking it. They wanted your fruit, but not your root, your outcome without your process. And now they're choking on the harvest they never sowed. You can't discredit someone and then quietly try to become them. The universe doesn't bless imitation, it honors authenticity. And the truth? It's still protecting you. Because your insight was never performance, it was practice. It wasn't trendy, it was timeless. It wasn't born to impress, it was born to survive. And it's still standing tall because you earned it. Let them spiral, let them parrot, let them wear the words they once laughed at. They're not crazy, they're just collapsing, trying to become the one they once tried to destroy. Number 9. They're not sorry, they're just panicked because the mic's still in your hand. When a chosen one stops protecting the lie, the liars start performing apologies they don't mean. Let's cut through the noise. They're not losing sleep because they feel remorse. They're spiraling because you're talking calmly, clearly, publicly, and worse. People are actually listening. That's not guilt on their face, it's panic, because the same mouth they counted on to stay quiet is now moving with divine precision. And they don't know how much you'll say next. They don't know who's tuned in. They don't know how far your voice might travel now that the fear is gone and the truth is flowing. See, if they were really sorry, they wouldn't have waited until exposure made them sweat. Real repentance doesn't need an audience. It doesn't need consequences to wake up. But they weren't sorry when you cried. They weren't sorry when you begged for honesty. They weren't sorry when they spun your pain into a joke and painted themselves the victim. They were smug when they thought you'd stay silent. They were smug when they thought they owned the narrative. But the moment you spoke, game over. Now they're pacing. not because they've grown a conscience, but because they lost control. You were their cover. You were the vault. You held back truth out of love, out of maturity, out of mercy, and they abused that mercy. They bet on your silence like it was guaranteed. They thought you'd die with their secrets just to keep the peace. But the moment you spoke with boldness and no filter, the illusion cracked. And now, every word you speak makes their mask slip further. You weren't dramatic, you were detailed, you didn't smear them. You just stopped hiding the truth, and that terrifies them, because now their every move is defensive, every apology feels rehearsed, every act of growth is drenched in damage control. They're not afraid of karma, they're afraid of clarity. Your clarity, the kind that tells it like it is without even raising your voice. They don't fear exposure. They fear the exposure coming from someone who actually lived it, someone who's done protecting them. Now the spotlight's real. Now the consequences are real. Now the audience is shifting, and suddenly the story doesn't fit their version anymore, because the chosen one, the one they tried to label as bitter, unstable, and too emotional, isn't just surviving. She's narrating now, and the crowd believes her. So don't be fooled when the apology shows up. That's not healing. It's self-preservation. They're not sorry they hurt you. They're sorry the story's finally being told without their edits. You're not loud, you're liberated. And that's what they can't control anymore. Keep speaking, because their reputation was built on your silence. And now your voice is the sound of justice finally breathing. Number 10, you didn't ruin their life. You just stopped holding up the lie, holding it together. They weren't built to break, just built on what was already broken. You didn't destroy anything. You just stopped being the glue. Let's get something straight. The fallout wasn't your fault. They want to point fingers, call you the reason everything's crumbling, paint you as the villain in a story they wrote to hide their own truth. But deep down, even they know better. You didn't ruin their life. You just refused to keep pretending it wasn't already in ruins. For years, they spun illusion into identity. They crafted a version of themselves that looked polished from a distance, balanced, spiritual, maybe even wise, but underneath, rot, manipulation, insecurity dressed in charm, control wearing the mask of connection, and the only thing keeping that illusion afloat was you. You were the one biting your tongue to keep the peace. You were the one shrinking so they could feel tall. You were the one cleaning up the mess behind the curtain while they took bows center stage. And they got used to it, dependent on your silence, entitled to your protection. Because as long as you stayed quiet, they could pretend. As long as you played along, the show went on. But then you stopped. You didn't make a scene. You didn't set fire to their image. You just walked away from the script. And suddenly, the illusion couldn't hold. Not because you burned it down, but because it was never real to begin with. What they built was a house of mirrors, and once your reflection wasn't in it, the whole place went dark. You weren't out for blood. You were out for truth. You didn't come to destroy. You came to detach, to free yourself from the role they forced you into. And once you did, the truth had room to breathe. And that's when it started doing what it always does, exposing everything. They weren't prepared for that. They never imagined you'd get strong enough to walk away without explaining yourself. They thought guilt would hold you hostage. They thought your empathy would keep you chained to the role of protector. But you're not holding their lies anymore, and without your strength holding up their story, the cracks are showing, and the walls are caving in. And now they're spiraling, not because you ruined anything, but because you revealed the ruin was always there. They're scrambling to rewrite the narrative, trying to convince people you're bitter, vindictive, vengeful. But no one's buying it anymore. Why? Because your voice is too steady, your peace is too real, and your truth is too aligned to ignore. You didn't drag them, you didn't gossip, you didn't perform. You reflected. You became the mirror they never wanted to face. And now that they're staring at their own mess with no scapegoat left to blame, the shame is loud, the panic is real, and the collapse is public. Let's be honest, they were never the victim. They were the architect of their own illusion. And the moment you stopped building it with them, the structure gave way. That's what they never expected, for you to leave with nothing but your truth and still walk taller than they ever did with all their masks. They underestimated the power of clarity, of calm, of discernment. Because when a chosen one stops playing dumb, the room gets real quiet. You didn't attack. You just stopped absorbing. You didn't lash out. You let go. And in that release, everything they depended on you to carry collapsed. Now they're spiraling because they lost the one thing that gave their illusion credibility: your presence. You weren't just a witness to their act. You were the light that made it believable. And once you stepped away, everyone saw what was hiding behind the scenes. They're not crumbling because you told lies. They're crumbling because you told the truth. Not with malice, not with rage, but with the kind of unwavering clarity that silences all performance. Every word you speak now, it doesn't just echo, it disarms. Because it's rooted in experience, not ego, grounded in reality, not revenge. They thought they could keep hiding behind pity, that the crowd would keep clapping if they cried on cue. But your voice cut through the applause, and now the spotlight's revealing what was always there: nothing real. This was never about vengeance, it was about release. You released yourself from a narrative that kept you bound. You stopped protecting what was never protecting you. You dropped the mask you were holding for them. And in doing so, you allowed truth to finally walk in the room. And truth doesn't shout. It just stands there, unmoved, unbothered, unapologetic. So no, you didn't ruin their life. You simply refused to keep rebuilding a lie. And now, what's falling apart was never yours to carry in the first place. And so, let's be clear, this was never about revenge. This was about release, about walking away from the lie and letting the truth speak for itself. You didn't ruin anything. They did that when they built it all on illusion. You just stopped protecting what was never real. If this message hit home, like this video, subscribe to join a tribe of chosen ones rising in truth. And drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done being the foundation for someone else's facade. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. Let's keep exposing the performance and walking boldly in clarity. When the wolf hides its wounds, it's not because they aren't bleeding, it's because it knows the hunt isn't over, and showing weakness would be the death of its pride. Chosen one, let's stop pretending they're okay. They're not. They're crumbling, silently, secretly, desperately, behind the mask they've nailed to their face. They walk around like nothing's wrong, like life is good, like karma didn't knock the door off its hinges and drag them into the very hell they tried to throw you in. But you and I both know the truth. They're not smiling, they're surviving, and barely. They didn't want you to find out. They don't want you to know they're struggling. They're hiding it like it's a crime, like if the world saw even a glimpse of their misery, the illusion would shatter. And guess what? It would. because their whole identity was built on pretending they won after stabbing you in the back. Now they're drowning in their own lies, clutching to fake confidence like it's a lifeline, hoping you never see the chaos they can't clean up. But tell me this, didn't they once laugh when you were broken? Didn't they walk away while your world was on fire and then fan the flames? Didn't they smile in your face and spit venom behind your back like the cowards they are? Didn't they tell people lies about you so vicious, even the truth had to wait its turn? Didn't they enjoy the silence when everyone doubted you because they helped orchestrate it? And now they're losing sleep over what's coming back around. Bills piling up like karma's receipts. Relationships falling apart like wet paper. Their name, once inflated with lies, now tastes bitter in the mouths of those who once believed them. Legal problems, fake friends turning cold, respect vanishing like smoke. But still, they put on a show. They post, they pose, they pretend. But it's hollow, all of it. Before we go deeper, do this. Like this video and subscribe to the channel. That one small action tells YouTube that this message matters. It helps spread the truth to more chosen ones. The ones still walking through silent betrayals, still bleeding behind fake smiles. When you interact, you signal the algorithm to wake more warriors up. Let's build this army, one voice at a time. Now back to you, chosen one. You're not crazy for sensing their fall. You're not paranoid for feeling that shift in the air, that quiet panic behind their polished surface. That's not your imagination. That's revelation. The energy doesn't lie. You see the cracks forming, not just around them, but inside them. You can hear it in their silence. Feel it in their fake peace. Watch it in the way they look everywhere but at you. They're ashamed, not just because life is hitting them hard, but because you're still standing, because you didn't fold the way they prayed you would, because you didn't burn the way they whispered you would. Because now, the same ones who laughed at your pain are choking on their own. And the worst part? They have to suffer quietly. Because to admit they're struggling is to admit you were never the problem. They were. They miss you, but pride's got them on lockdown. They regret, but ego won't let them speak. They want to reach out, but they know what they did. And more than anything, they know you see them now. You see through the masks, the performances, the passive-aggressive posts, the fake success stories. They lost access to your energy, and now they're trying to replace it with noise. But energy doesn't lie. And yours, it can't be duplicated. These people aren't just dealing with consequences, they're buried in them. Financial collapse, emotional instability, depression hidden behind filters, fake relationships crumbling in real time. They've burned so many bridges that now even the silence feels like fire. And the universe? It's not blind, it's balancing. Every seed of betrayal they planted in your soil is growing in their own yard now, except it's weeds, poisonous ones. So no, you're not imagining their downfall. You're witnessing it, quietly, calmly, like a storm that watches the floodwaters rise and knows this is what justice looks like when it walks on its own timeline. And here's the irony. They thought you'd watch them rise while you sank. They thought you'd break. They bet on your collapse. They whispered, "Watch, they won't survive this." But you did. You didn't just survive, you transformed. And now they're forced to act fine, while the weight of what they did haunts them in silence. Let them pretend. Let them post their highlight reels. Let them smile through gritted teeth. You know the truth. You feel the truth. And soon, so will everyone else. Because the chosen never have to shout their vindication. They embody it. And hey, chosen one, stay with me, because what you just heard, that was only the trailer. The real picture is just beginning to unfold, and trust me, it gets deeper, darker, and far more revealing. Are you ready to dive into this step by step? Ready to uncover just how far they've fallen and how hard they're trying to hide it? Then drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to embrace their silence as proof of your power. And if this message is hitting your soul, consider blessing the team behind this movement with a super thanks. Your support keeps this truth flowing and this mission alive. And now let's get into it, one layer at a time. Because if you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel it in your spirit, that urge to stay, to watch, to witness the unraveling they swore would never come. This isn't just a video, this is exposure. Let's get started. Number 1, the mask is cracking. They're falling apart in silence. Their smiles are cracked mirrors reflecting 1,000 hidden fractures. Every lie, every fake laugh, every secret pain is a shard aimed at their own soul. Chosen one, they look confident, don't they? Laughing, posting, pretending. They strut around like life is perfect, like nothing's wrong, like the universe hasn't turned its back on them. But that's just the costume. Underneath the filters, the forced smiles, and the fake "I'm doing great" energy, they're breaking, slowly, painfully, quietly. Because what they show the world is performance, not peace. It's pride, not purpose. And the truth? It's starting to leak out through the cracks they can no longer control. They've become experts at the illusion, at wearing masks polished with ego and held together by duct tape lies. They've rehearsed this role for so long, they've forgotten who they were before they started pretending. But here's the thing about lies. They always demand maintenance. And maintenance is exhausting when your world is built on deception. That's why their eyes look tired even when they're smiling. That's why their laugh doesn't reach their chest. That's why their circle keeps getting smaller. Because no matter how many times they say, "I'm good," their spirit screams otherwise. Chosen one, they are falling apart, and they know you see it. That's why they avoid your name like a curse. Why they flinch every time someone mentions you. Because they remember what they did. They remember the smirks, the backstabbing, the way they treated your loyalty like a weakness. They remember celebrating your struggle. And now the shame they buried is starting to grow roots, and it's wrapping around everything they touch. You've seen it happen to others before. Look at the greats: Malcolm, Maya, Nipsey, Kobe. People tried to distort their truth, silence their message, question their energy, but the universe always keeps receipts. And when the smoke cleared, the fakes were exposed and the real ones were crowned. It's happening again, and this time, it's your name that's rising. You might be wondering, but if I'm chosen, why did I have to sit in silence while they lied? Because silence was your shield. While they were shouting their stories, performing for sympathy, and recruiting fake allies, the universe was letting them build their own grave, brick by brick, lie by lie. That silence you hated, it was strategy, it was protection, it was the sound of karma tightening the grip. And now their mask is slipping, fast, because no one can hold a lie forever, especially not when the energy you carry exposes the truth just by walking into the room. That's your power, chosen one. You don't even have to say a word. Your energy, clean, clear, divine, shakes foundations built on illusion. That's why they targeted you, not because you were loud, but because your presence alone made the fake in them nervous. They wanted you to be the one who cracked, They poked, they prodded, they manipulated situations to make you explode, so they could say, "See, look how unstable they are." But when you didn't break, when you stayed still, when you rose with grace instead of rage, it rattled them. Because now the mask they once wore proudly is burning up, and the ashes are sticking to their reputation. Behind closed doors, they're living in quiet desperation. Credit cards maxed out, bills unpaid, friendships transactional, relationships shallow, reputation tainted, spirit depleted. But still, they post. Still, they laugh. Still, they act unbothered. Because to admit they're struggling would be to admit that the chosen one they betrayed was right all along. Their world is getting smaller and their lies are getting louder, not because they're convincing anyone, but because they're trying to convince themselves. You've likely heard whispers. So-and-so is going through it. They don't look like themselves lately. They've been real quiet. And you know why? Because that karma isn't just hitting, it's dragging. It's clinging to them like smoke they can't wash off. And they don't want anyone, especially you, to see it. They told people you were the problem. Now, those same people are watching their house of cards collapse. And you didn't have to expose them. The truth is doing it on your behalf. That's the power of divine alignment. You never have to fight dirty when you're protected by the unseen. You might ask, why didn't anyone defend me when the lies were loud? Because some people need to see the collapse before they believe the truth. And now they're watching it happen. Slowly, publicly, painfully. The very ones who once nodded when your name was slandered are now watching the slanderer become the joke. Chosen one, hear me. Your light is uncomfortable for people who have something to hide. You're not intimidating. They're just afraid of being seen next to someone who doesn't wear a mask. That's why they mocked you. That's why they distanced themselves. That's why they whispered instead of facing you. Because they knew, even then, that one day the mask would crack, and you'd still be standing, whole, healed, and higher. Now is not the time to second-guess your power. Now is the time to observe, not with revenge in your heart, but with clarity. Let the universe finish what it started. Let the truth continue its work. Because the ones who did you wrong are already losing the one thing they prized the most: control. Their lies don't land anymore. Their performances fall flat. Their mask, it's not just cracked, it's disintegrating. And every piece that falls reveals what they never wanted you to see: weakness, insecurity, shame. So stand tall, watch quietly, walk with peace, because your presence is louder than their excuses. Your silence is more deafening than their noise, and your rise, it's the reminder that no mask lasts forever. Number 2, karma's heavy hand is choking them and they can't breathe. You can't outrun the storm you brewed. Their own poison is the noose tightening around their neck. Chosen one, let's speak plainly. Karma has hands, and right now it's got them by the throat, tight. They can't breathe, can't think, can't sleep, and they don't want anyone to know. They're walking around with their chest out, but inside they're suffocating under the weight of everything they did, everything they thought they got away with. But the universe doesn't forget. The Creator doesn't blink. And justice, it never skips its appointment. They thought they could hurt you and walk away clean. They thought the lies they spread, the chaos they orchestrated, the betrayal they dished out wouldn't echo back. But every action is a ripple, and now the wave has come back full force, crashing over their life, tearing down the facade they spent years building. You see, what they did wasn't just petty, it was destructive. They didn't just talk behind your back, They assassinated your character in rooms you hadn't even entered yet. They didn't just walk away. They slammed the door and made sure it hit you on the way out. And now, the same mouth that spit venom is choking on silence. The same hands that typed lies are now trembling, trying to hold together the life that's falling apart. They can't run from the storm anymore. It followed them home. It sleeps next to them. It rides in their car. It whispers in their ear when they're alone. You did this. You broke them. And now you're breaking. Chosen one, you need to understand this. Karma isn't always loud. Sometimes it moves in silence. It doesn't always come with flashing lights or public collapse. Sometimes it shows up in private, in empty bank accounts, broken relationships, unexpected losses, the heaviness in their chest when they look in the mirror and see someone even they don't respect anymore. That's what's happening now. They're not being punished. They're being exposed to themselves. You may ask, but why are they still pretending they're okay? Because to admit they're falling apart would be to confess that everything they did to you meant nothing in the end, and that's a truth they can't handle. So they walk heavy with secrets, drowning in their own mess while trying to smile like nothing's wrong. But that smile is slipping, that act is wearing thin, and behind those eyes is a storm they can't contain. Let's go deeper. Imagine being in a room with no air. That's their life now. Every lie they told tightens the space. Every betrayal shrinks the oxygen. Every time they laughed at your pain, mocked your growth, or downplayed your worth. That was just another brick in the wall now closing in on them. They thought they were clever, building your downfall. But the blueprint they used, it was for their own collapse. And the worst part, they can't even scream for help, because who do they run to now? The fake friends they impressed with gossip, the enablers who only stood by them when the lights were on, the crowd that clapped when they slandered your name. They're alone, alone with their guilt, alone with the realization that the chosen one they tried to ruin is the one person they no longer have access to. This is the moment where the universe balances the scales, not with vengeance, but with righteous correction. The very things they weaponized against you, your silence, your sensitivity, your peace, have become the proof of their downfall. Because while you moved with grace, they moved with malice. And now the energy they threw out has circled back like a storm hungry for origin. Ever watch someone pretend to swim while they're sinking? That's them. Kicking, flailing, splashing, all for show. But under the surface, they're out of breath, out of options, out of strength. And karma? She doesn't do life jackets. What you're seeing is the fallout of a life built on manipulation. And no filter, no performance, no carefully worded lie can stop what's coming when the universe decides to collect. You may ask, should I feel bad? No, you should feel peace, because this isn't revenge. This is restoration. The same universe that watched you cry, that saw the knives in your back, that heard the fake apologies, is now delivering justice on your behalf. Not with your hands, not with your voice, but with a force they can't negotiate with. This is what happens when someone crosses a chosen one and thinks there won't be consequences. They didn't realize who you were. They saw your kindness and mistook it for weakness. They saw your restraint and called it fear. But what they missed is that the universe doesn't play when it comes to the protected. And you were never alone in that storm. You were being watched, backed, and prepared. And now, while they struggle to breathe under the weight of their own choices, you're standing taller than ever. It's poetic, really. They spent all that energy trying to silence you, and now they're the ones gasping for air. They tried to isolate you, and now they sit in rooms full of people who don't really see them. They tried to humiliate you, and now they flinch every time someone looks too long. That's not coincidence. That's karma with precision. So keep your hands clean, keep your energy clear. You don't have to say a word. Just live, just rise. Let your peace be the evidence, your silence the sentence, and your growth the gavel. Because while they choke on consequences, you're inhaling freedom. While they drown in secrets, you're floating in purpose. And while they scramble to fix a story that's falling apart, the truth is writing your legacy in full clarity. Chosen one, breathe easy. The air is different up here because it's free of lies, free of betrayal, free of desperate people trying to pull you back into a storm you already walked through. They can't run anymore. The storm is here, and the hands they used to destroy others are now the ones being tied by their own karma. Let them face it. Let them fall. You don't have to watch with bitterness, just with awareness. Because what they called punishment was really just the universe pressing play on justice. Number 3, they're miserable without you, but can't admit the void you left. They're starving in a room full of food, thirsty in a desert of their own making, all because they refuse to face what they lost when they lost you. Chosen one, listen closely. They are miserable without you. But their pride, it's louder than their pain. They walk around trying to look unbothered, trying to act like your absence didn't shift their entire atmosphere, but deep down, there's an emptiness they can't fill. It's the kind of loneliness that no crowd can cure, the kind of regret that screams in the silence of their nights. They're starving, not for food, but for what you brought to their life: realness, energy, light, peace. But they'll never admit it. They didn't lose a person, they lost a presence. You weren't just someone passing through. You were alignment, you were clarity, you were a divine interruption in their dysfunctional pattern. And now that you're gone, they feel it. That gaping space where your energy used to stand. But instead of facing it, they cover it up with arrogance, fake confidence, louder laughs, empty noise, the kind that tries to drown out the echo of what they lost. Let's be real, it's not just regret, it's envy too. They watch you rise now, quietly, powerfully, untouched, and it burns them, not because they don't want to see you happy, but because they never expected you to heal without them. They thought you'd fold, collapse, reach back, but you didn't. And now they're left performing for an audience that doesn't even care, while the one person who saw them clearly, you, is out of reach. And you might ask yourself, why haven't they apologized? Why don't they just admit what they did? Because if they admit they miss you, they admit you mattered, and that would shatter the ego they've built, like armor. But that's not your problem. Their silence is their prison. Let them sit in it. Look at history. Think about people like Steve Jobs, pushed out, doubted, counted out, only to return with undeniable greatness, while those who rejected him were left regretting it. Or think about Prince, underestimated, controlled, and then liberated into complete mastery. The pattern is clear. When the real ones walk away, everything shifts. And the fake ones, they pretend harder, but feel emptier. So don't shrink just because they're too weak to own their loss. Don't go back just because their silence feels confusing. You were the blessing, the miracle, the shift. The void they sit with now is their own creation. Let them taste it. And you, Keep rising, keep glowing, keep walking like the universe is with you, because it is. Number 4, their silence screams louder than any confession. The loudest cries are the ones swallowed whole. Their silence is the scream you hear when the lights go out. Chosen one, you ever notice how quiet they've gotten? How the noise they used to make about you has suddenly vanished? How the shade, the slick talk, the whispers behind your back, all of it stopped, like someone ripped the mic out of their hand? That's silence you're hearing. That's not peace. That's panic. That's not power. That's pressure. They are choking on their own guilt, and the silence is louder than anything they could ever say out loud. Understand this: when people are truly fine, they don't hide, they don't shrink, they don't avoid eye contact when your name comes up. But them, they're vanishing from the spotlight they used to beg for, because now every word they speak feels like it could reveal the truth. So they stay quiet, not out of maturity, but out of fear. Fear that one more slip might expose the lie they've built their identity on. Chosen one, they thought silence would make them look strong, composed, in control, but the universe flipped the script now that silence exposes their chaos. Every time they don't respond, don't post, don't show up like they used to, the people watching feel it. They sense the tension, the discomfort, the collapse. Their silence is screaming things they're too afraid to confess. I messed up. I lost someone real. I destroyed something I can never rebuild. They used to be loud, remember? Loud in your downfall, loud in your absence, loud in your pain. But now that karma is in the room, suddenly they've lost their voice. Because deep down, they know you know the truth. And the truth doesn't need defending. It just waits. And it exposes everything in time. You may be wondering, why won't they just say something? Because silence is safer than confession. Because once they speak, they risk unraveling. Their silence is denial, wrapped in desperation, a failed strategy to escape consequences. But they can't run from energy. They can't hide from the vibration of truth. And the universe? It hears everything, even what's not said. Think about Michael Jackson. They mocked him, lied on him, tried to erase him. But when he went silent, when he moved in mystery, the world leaned in closer. Because silence from a real one doesn't mean defeat. It means something powerful is brewing. And the fake, they grow quiet when the truth corners them. So don't confuse their silence for strength. Don't mistake their lack of reaction as growth. Some people don't speak because their soul is too shaken, because their lies are caving in, because the weight of guilt has taken their voice. Let them drown in that silence. Let it echo in their mind. Let them sit in the dark they created, haunted by the one thing they refuse to do, face you with honesty. And you, keep listening to the universe, because it's telling you everything you need to know without a single word. Number 5, they wear their pride like chains, not armor. Their ego is a prison they built with bricks of lies. Each step forward just rattles the bars they forgot were locking them in. Chosen one, let's talk about pride, the kind that doesn't protect but destroys, the kind your enemies are choking on right now, the kind that's not armor but a cage, because what they're dragging around isn't strength. It's stubbornness soaked in fear. They walk around like they're untouchable, but every step they take just exposes how trapped they really are. They didn't outgrow you. They didn't evolve. They just dressed their shame up in pride and called it healing. You see it now, how they still can't say your name, still can't admit the damage they caused, still can't acknowledge the blessing they fumbled. Why? Because admitting it would mean pulling the mask off in front of everyone they lied to. And their ego won't allow it. So they stay in the prison they built, wearing pride like it makes them powerful, when really it's the chain keeping them from being free. Chosen one, they are not strong. They are scared. Scared to admit they were wrong. Scared to admit they lost someone rare. Scared to admit that their decisions weren't power moves. They were self-sabotage in disguise. And now they walk around pretending everything's fine while the truth eats them alive. That's not peace. That's punishment. Because when your soul knows you messed up and your pride won't let you fix it, that's torment. You may wonder, why won't they just say it? Why can't they reach out? Because their pride is louder than their healing. Because they care more about how they look than who they hurt. Because they built their reputation on false narratives. And pulling one brick out might make the whole thing collapse. And they know it. That's why they'll rather suffer in silence than apologize in truth. Look at Kanye West, talented beyond measure, a creative force, but how many moments did pride rob him of peace? How many doors did ego close before the universe had to step in? Pride can crown you one day and crucify you the next when it's built on delusion. Let your enemies sit in what they chose. They had a chance to be real. They had a chance to be honest, but they picked pride. They picked image, and now they're locked inside a performance they can't escape, bound by the very chains they swore made them strong. And you're free, because you let go of the need to be right and chose to be real. That's why the universe walks with you. Keep going. Let their ego be their sentence, not your setback. Number 6. Behind every fake smile is a war zone. They parade pain like a costume, bright, distracting, but the wounds bleed freely under the surface. Chosen one, you see the smile, but what you really need to understand is the war raging behind it. The ones who hurt you the most, who tried to sabotage your peace, are now walking around with painted-on expressions and lifeless eyes. They smile wide, post loud, laugh harder than necessary, all of it choreographed like a cheap performance. Because deep down, they're bleeding. But they'd rather wear a mask than face the mess. And you've probably asked yourself, why do they act like they're winning when I know they're not? Because performance is all they've got left. The pain they caused you. It didn't leave them untouched. It just circled back, sharper. But instead of healing, they're hiding. Instead of confessing, they're controlling the narrative with smoke and mirrors. They don't want healing. They want attention, not growth, just sympathy. And when they can't get real validation, they fake the struggle too. Yes, chosen one, they are now performing their pain. They'll drop cryptic quotes, pretend to be the victim, cry on cue in front of the right audience, all while knowing they were the ones who threw the first dagger. It's emotional manipulation at its finest. They want people to feel sorry for them without ever having to own the damage they did. That's the show. That's the trap. And many fall for it. But you won't. Because you see through it. You know that pain doesn't need to announce itself when it's real. It humbles, it refines, it doesn't throw pity parties, it seeks restoration. But their pain, it's not humbling them, it's fueling a campaign, one built on fake tears, half-truths, and exaggerated suffering. They want the world to think they're the ones who were hurt, not the ones who hurt. But the universe sees the whole picture. Energy doesn't lie. They're fighting wars inside themselves that no amount of likes or applause can silence. The wounds they tried to cover with filters and captions, they're infected now, spreading, festering, and the weight of unhealed guilt is heavier than anything they ever carried. Think about Jussie Smollett, the staged narrative, the manipulation, the unraveling in front of the world. That's what happens when people fake pain for clout. It always collapses, always gets exposed. The truth might take the long road, but it always arrives. So let them parade around like they're unbothered. Let them perform their peace, their healing, their new life. But you, chosen one, you stay rooted in real peace. You stay grounded in real growth. Because while they're exhausting themselves trying to convince the world they're okay, you're becoming a force so solid no lie can touch you. And that fake smile, it's not strength, it's a silent scream. The louder they laugh, the closer they are to breaking. Let the universe handle it. You've got nothing to prove and everything to gain. Number 7, they fear your rise more than their own fall. The collapse they hide is nothing compared to the earthquake your comeback will trigger. Chosen one, if you only knew how terrified they are of your rise, you'd laugh. You think they're silent because they've moved on? No, they're silent because they're scared. Not scared of what's happening in their own crumbling world, but of what's happening in yours. They can already feel it. That shift in the air, that vibration of elevation, that pull of the universe lifting you higher while they sink beneath the weight of their own actions. They fear your glow because it exposes their shadows. They fear your comeback because it will confirm what they've been trying to bury, that you were never the problem, that the very one they dismissed, disrespected, and tried to destroy is now rising without rage, healing without apology, shining without trying. And that reality, that's the real collapse they can't outrun. They'd rather lose everything in silence than watch you gain something in public. That's how fragile their world is. That's how shallow their confidence really was. Because your elevation, it isn't just success. It's exposure. When you rise, it proves they were wrong. It proves they lied. It proves everything they built their story on was fake. And that kind of truth doesn't just shake foundations, it levels them. And here's the kicker, your rise doesn't even need to be loud. You don't have to broadcast anything. Just walking into the room with your peace, your clarity, your purpose, it threatens their entire identity. Because they built their ego on your supposed failure. They told people you were weak, that you'd never bounce back, that they were better off without you. And now they watch you become everything they said you'd never be. This is why they're watching you in silence, why they ghost but still lurk, why they ignore you but keep tabs, because the fear isn't in what they've lost, it's in what you're becoming. And that fear, it's louder than their lies ever were. Think of all the greats who rose from betrayal. Nelson Mandela, locked away and counted out, only to become a symbol of freedom. Oprah, told she wasn't fit for television, now she owns her own network. Taylor Swift, humiliated publicly, then rose with such force her enemies had to pretend they never knew her. You're in that same energy, chosen one. Don't let their silence trick you into thinking you don't matter. You're the earthquake they can't brace for. You are the shift, the confirmation. The comeback they secretly pray never goes viral. Because once it does, they disappear from the narrative. So keep rising, keep building, keep glowing. Let your elevation speak louder than their sabotage. The universe isn't just lifting you, it's using your rise to dismantle their illusion. They feared your pain before, but your power, that's their real nightmare. Number 8. Their lies are crumbling, and they're too afraid to pick up the pieces. Their stories are castles made of sand. Each tide of truth pulls more of their empire under. Chosen one, let's speak it plainly. Their lies are falling apart, and they know it. The narrative they built, the one they shouted so confidently, the one they convinced others to believe, it's cracking like glass under pressure. Piece by piece, the empire they constructed on your name, on your silence, on their twisted version of events, is collapsing in real time. And now, they're too scared to even try to clean it up, because they know the truth has started moving, quietly, steadily, relentlessly. And truth doesn't need a spotlight, it just needs time. And time, chosen one, has never been on the side of liars. They lied about who you were, lied about what you did, lied about how things ended. They turned their guilt into your villain story. And people, oh yes, they believed them. Because lies are flashy, they're dramatic, they give people a show. But what no one tells them is this: lies rot, lies age. Lies decay faster than anything else, especially when they're soaked in pride and held up by ego. Now the show is over, the lights are off, and the audience, they're looking around like, wait, none of this makes sense anymore. That's the universe stepping in, pulling the curtains back, and exposing everything they tried to cover. You see, truth doesn't shout, it whispers, but those whispers carry weight. And lately, people have been listening, watching, questioning, and when folks start putting pieces together, the picture doesn't match the story your enemies tried to sell. That's what's haunting them. Not just the unraveling, but the fact that it's happening without your help. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to clear your name. The universe is doing that for you. They're too afraid to pick up the pieces because they don't want to be seen with what they broke. To fix it would mean facing it, owning it, and they can't do that. Not after all the performance, not after all the pride. So they sit still, hoping no one notices the cracks. But the cracks are turning into canyons. And the silence they used as a shield is now exposing them more than any confession ever could. Think about Lance Armstrong, built an entire image, a legend, a global brand on deception. But once the first thread of truth got pulled, everything unraveled, sponsors fled, supporters turned, legacy tarnished. That's how lies fall all at once, and the ones who told them they're never ready. That's what your enemies are facing now. A slow collapse, a quiet destruction, and a rising fear that every lie they told is going to return, knock on their door, and demand payment. So let them sit in the wreckage. Let them choke on their silence. Let them watch the empire they built on your back sink beneath the waves of truth. Because you don't have to lift a finger. When the universe defends you, justice comes naturally. Keep rising, chosen one. Keep walking in truth. Because while they run from the debris, you're becoming the storm that clears the sky. Number 9. Their time is running out. The universe is shifting. The clock is ticking louder in their hollow hearts, and every second brings them closer to the reckoning they tried to bury. Chosen one, can you feel it? That shift in the air, that weight pressing down on their spirit? That's not paranoia. That's the sound of divine timing. That's the ticking of a clock they thought would never run out. But now it's loud. It's echoing in their chest. Every breath, every heartbeat, every moment is a reminder that justice isn't just coming, it's already on the way. They thought the universe had forgotten that karma was taking a vacation, that they could move through life untouched while you sat in silence. They mistook delay for escape. But the Creator, the universe, it doesn't skip chapters, it just turns the page quietly. And now, the story they wrote, the one where they played the victim and painted you as the villain, is reaching its final act, and they know it. Every time they lay their head down, they feel it. That fear, that tension, that question clawing at the back of their mind. When is it coming? They know it's overdue, and the longer it takes, the heavier it gets. Because when the universe waits, it builds. Pressure, power, precision. Chosen one, your enemies are not sleeping peacefully. Don't let their fake peace fool you. They feel the countdown. And it's not just about what they did to you, it's about who they did it to. You weren't just anyone. You were divinely covered, protected, set apart, and messing with someone like that. That's not a mistake. That's a contract with consequence. The universe is rearranging things now, shifting people, revealing intentions, exposing secrets. What they buried is being unearthed. What they whispered in the dark is being shouted by circumstances. And the silence they enjoyed while you suffered? It's gone. Now they're the ones isolated, looking over their shoulders, flinching every time life hits back. Look at Harvey Weinstein, years of abuse hidden behind wealth, connections and fear. But when the universe shifted, everything came out. One voice turned into a flood. And now, he can't buy silence anymore. He can't rewrite the timeline. That's how truth moves. Slow, then sudden. That's where your enemies are now. That sudden is near. The quiet storm is turning into a roar, and the universe is not asking for their permission. So don't look back. Don't check for updates. Just listen to the ticking, because what they thought they buried is blooming into judgment. The harvest is here, and they're the ones running out of time. Number 10. You are the silent witness to their undoing, and you stand unshaken. While they drown in their own darkness, you rise, unbroken, untouchable, the storm they feared and the light they tried to snuff. Chosen one, you don't have to say a word. You don't have to clap back. You don't need revenge, receipts, or recognition, because right now, in this moment, you're standing in the most powerful position of all. You are the silent witness to their undoing. You're watching the very people who tried to break you collapse under the weight of their own energy. And the beauty of it? You didn't lift a single finger. You just kept walking. They tried to turn your name into a cautionary tale. They tried to make you the punchline of their lies. But now, you are the proof of what happens when someone is truly chosen, when someone refuses to be moved, even when every knife is aimed at their back. You didn't just survive, you stayed unshaken, and that's what's destroying them most of all. See, they expected you to retaliate. They were counting on your rage, praying for your reaction. They needed you to stoop down to their level so they could say, "See, look, I told you they were unstable." But when you stayed calm, when you didn't flinch, when you just let your glow grow in silence, that's when their world started to unravel, because they needed your destruction to validate their lies. And when it never came, their lies started eating them alive. You've become the one thing they can't escape, the mirror, the reminder, the reflection of everything they aren't. Your existence now exposes their insecurity. Your peace exposes their chaos. Your rise reveals their fall. And you didn't even have to announce it. You've already won, chosen one, not because you fought harder, not because you argued louder, but because you stood taller. You let the universe be your defense. and now you walk with the quiet confidence of someone who knows. Nothing formed against you ever truly stood a chance. Think about Maya Angelou. They tried to silence her, abuse her, erase her voice, but she became louder without screaming. She became eternal by standing still in her truth. Just like you. You didn't need to be the loudest in the room. You just needed to keep walking, and now the room echoes with your name. So let them drown in the storm they created. Let them wrestle with the guilt they disguised as ego. Let them explain what's crumbling around them while you remain untouchable. Because their collapse is no longer your concern. It's their karma. You are the storm now. You are the prophecy fulfilled. The light they couldn't snuff out. The flame that didn't die. It turned into a wildfire. Stay calm, stay elevated, stay chosen, because you are the witness, and your rise will echo longer than their noise ever did. And so, chosen one, now that the truth has fully surfaced, stand firm. You've witnessed the collapse they swore would never come, and you did it without bitterness, without noise, just power. Their downfall was never your mission, but your rise made it inevitable. Let the universe continue its work. You've already won. If this message shook something in your soul, like this video, subscribe to the channel and drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm your rise. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. Their silence isn't your ending, it's your confirmation. Keep rising. You walked through their traps with your soul untouched. Now they watch in silence, trying to learn what they'll never understand. You didn't beg. You didn't break. You didn't bleed loud enough for them to feel victorious, and that's what burns them the most. You made it quietly, without their validation, without crawling for crumbs. And now they lurk in the shadows, pretending not to care, while dissecting every step you take like you're some rare species that slipped through their system. You are the glitch in their control. You are the proof that their structure is a lie, and that truth is driving them mad. You see, they're not watching you out of love. They're watching you like scientists observe a storm they can't predict. With fear, with fascination, with frustration. You weren't supposed to win, not without trading your truth, not without joining their circus of masks. But here you are, chosen by something far bigger than status, untouched by the dirt they threw, and still rising. You didn't just survive their plans, you embarrassed them by doing it your way. And if this message has already stirred something deep inside you, if it speaks the truth they never wanted you to hear, then repay this moment. Hit like and subscribe, not for me, but to amplify this message to every soul walking through the fire, thinking they're alone. It's our responsibility to shine this light louder than their silence. Let's get one thing straight. People like you weren't made for the spotlight. You became the spotlight. You are not chasing stages, applause, or acceptance. You were forged in rejection, made in solitude, and backed by the universe itself. That's why they study you. That's why there's a strange tension in the room every time your name comes up. Not peace, but paranoia. Because they know something they'll never say out loud. You made it. And you made it clean. No shortcuts, no masks, no need to morph into something hollow just to fit their mold. You moved like truth, raw, unshakable, and slow burning, and that makes you dangerous. Psychological research confirms it. When someone defies the expected path and still thrives, they become an object of obsession to those who feel trapped. Your presence exposes their excuses. Your growth mocks their laziness. Your light forces them to face their shadows. That's not inspiration to them, that's agitation. They don't admire you, they dissect you. They monitor your story, not because they love it, but because they don't understand how it's even possible. You weren't born into power. You built it, brick by brick, through every betrayal, setback, and silent season. While they were rehearsing how to belong, you were becoming unignorable. And now you are the unanswered question in every insecure room. You are the living reminder that truth can win. And they hate that, because your win wasn't just personal, it was a protest. You're not just on their mind. You're under their microscope. They try to copy your results, but they'll never get the same answer, because they skipped the pain, the process, the purity. You weren't built in public. You were built in the dark, and now that you're shining, it's burning their illusion. So don't flinch when the eyes stay on you. Don't shrink because they're watching. That's what they want, for you to question your power, your path, your progress. But you didn't come this far to make them comfortable. You didn't rise just to sit still. Let them stare, let them wonder, let them talk. Because the truth is this: you didn't follow their map. You became the compass. And no wonder you're being studied, because you made it. So if you've ever felt eyes on you, silence around you, or energy shift when you walk in the room, stay right here. That's not coincidence. That's confirmation. You're not just surviving. You're being observed because you already crossed the line they swore you'd never reach. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you've made it out of their system. And now they can't stop watching. The ones who get it, feel it. And if you're truly the chosen one, something in you won't let you click away. Let's get into it. Number 1, they're not watching to learn. They're watching because you broke their system and kept walking. You were supposed to fold. Instead, you turned into a force. Now they watch, not to admire you, but to calculate how their plan failed. They don't watch you with awe. They don't scroll through your life with respect. What you're seeing isn't curiosity. It's damage control. It's the desperate silence of people who thought they had you mapped out, only to realize you were a whole different language they never learned to read. You were supposed to break, remember? You were designed to fail. In their minds, you had no blueprint, no backing, no business making it out clean. But you did. And now, all they have left is confusion disguised as interest. Let's stop sugarcoating it. These people aren't inspired. They're shaken. They had the script ready. You'd crumble, beg, blend in, and fade out. You didn't. You rewrote the damn story with your survival alone. And now they're stuck on the sidelines, treating your life like a science experiment, trying to dissect your calm, decode your strength, and figure out how someone like you slipped through the cracks without selling out. They never expected you to walk through hell without scars that made you bitter. They never expected your peace to stay intact after betrayal. And they damn sure never expected you to smile like you weren't supposed to be buried. That's why they watch. That's why their silence is so loud. They're not taking notes for admiration. They're taking notes because your existence exposes them. Because here's what they can't wrap their heads around. You didn't respond how they wanted you to. They threw disrespect at you like knives, and you didn't bleed publicly. They questioned you, mocked you, isolated you, and you didn't beg to be understood. You just leveled up, quietly, strategically, unapologetically. Now look around. They're still talking in circles, trying to figure out what fuel you used to fly while they stayed grounded. Here's the truth. They underestimated the power of not being seen. They mistook silence for weakness. They thought that just because you weren't loud, you weren't dangerous. But your power was never meant for their comfort. It was meant to disrupt. You became the disruption. You didn't ask for permission. You became the permission. And they can't understand how that happened without their stamp of approval. They thought your pain would turn you into them, bitter, small, performative. But instead, your pain became precision. You learned how to walk in rooms that weren't made for you and still command presence without saying a word. They wanted you to act like the labels they stuck on you: failure, victim, nobody. But you peeled every one of those off, burned them, and built armor from the ashes. Now they watch because they don't know how to categorize you anymore. You don't fit the files. You don't match the patterns. You're emotionally unreadable because you've outgrown their games. And nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone they can't control or predict. They're not curious, they're disturbed. They thought you'd mirror their behavior. They thought you'd lash out, spiral, fold inwards. But instead, you found clarity. You learned how to love yourself in a world that taught you to doubt your every step. That's why they study you now. Because you became the one thing their ego can't compete with. A soul that survived with integrity. They'll never admit it, but your growth cornered them. Your calm made them nervous. Your elevation put pressure on their comfort. And now they wear fake smiles and give hollow compliments while secretly running an internal autopsy on your life. Wondering how you turned pain into peace, betrayal into boundaries, and isolation into power. And you want to know the part that stings them the most? You didn't just survive, you thrived with nothing but your vision, your pain, and your relentless refusal to become small. You didn't get their approval, and you didn't need it. You didn't play their games, and you still won. You didn't fit in, and now they don't know how to replace you. They try to mimic your energy now, but it doesn't land. Why? Because what you carry wasn't bought, borrowed, or inherited. It was earned, in silence, in suffering, in seasons where no one clapped for you but the universe itself. That's the difference. You didn't perform for power. You became power by refusing to betray yourself. So now they study, they observe, they lurk. Not to learn how to rise, but to understand how you rose without them. They treat your peace like it's suspicious, your joy like it's manufactured, your glow like it must be hiding something, because they can't believe you made it out without becoming them. But here's the cold truth. You don't owe them clarity. You don't owe them softness. You don't owe them access. You owe yourself the silence to keep building while they keep guessing. Let them confuse your evolution with ego. Let them call your peace fake. Let them choke on their projections while you breathe freely for the first time in years. Because you didn't become the chosen one by accident. You became the chosen one because when everything in life told you to disappear, you showed up anyway, louder in presence, quieter in reaction, sharper in energy. You are the contradiction they never prepared for. And no wonder they're still watching, because you made it. Number 2. You didn't just break their blueprint. You proved it was built for cowards. They built a maze and called it success. You walked straight through the wall. Now they stand on the other side, stunned, asking how. You didn't just ignore their map. You burned it. You didn't ask for directions from people who never left their block. You didn't beg for approval from a system that was never designed with your survival in mind. And now, they watch. They obsess. They analyze every move you make like you're some anomaly they can't duplicate. Because you are. Let's be clear, they're not mad because you failed to follow their rules. They're mad because you succeeded without them. You weren't supposed to get here unless you followed their toxic traditions. Kiss the ring, play the game, silence your truth, mimic their version of professional, and beg for crumbs like it's gourmet. But you didn't. You built your own table. You used your scars as screws, your silence as wood, your fire as the hammer, and you sat at that table alone until the universe pulled the right chairs around it. And now they want to know how. Now they want a seat. But they don't get one because you didn't just flip the script, you exposed the fraud in theirs. You see, people don't get uncomfortable when you do things wrong. They get uncomfortable when you do things right, without following the formula they believe is law. They don't envy your journey. They envy the fact that their journey, with all its fake rules and ego worship, didn't deliver what yours did: peace, purpose, and power. So they stare, they gossip, they critique. She must have had help. He probably got lucky. There's no way they did it without something shady. That's the language of people who can't fathom real, because they sold pieces of themselves to climb ladders made of illusion, and they can't believe you made it without ever stepping foot on those rungs. You didn't sacrifice your integrity to be seen. You didn't trade your truth to be included. You walked your own path and still made it to a place they thought only belonged to the compromised. That's why they're angry. You didn't network at the fake parties. You didn't suck up to empty titles. You didn't water yourself down to make others feel big. You stood in the full weight of your truth and rose. You were the outlier in their algorithm, the wild card in their system, the glitch in the matrix they worship like scripture. They spent years building fake pyramids of status, climbing over each other to touch a fake crown, and here you come, with no blueprint, no approval, no crowd, and still make it. You're not supposed to exist, let alone thrive. You're the contradiction their ego can't solve. You didn't wear the costume. You didn't learn their dance. You didn't shrink yourself to fit into their filtered reality. That's what drives them mad, because everything they told themselves was essential, was never real to begin with. It was just protection for their fear. You didn't have fear, you had fire. And that fire? It didn't come from books, mentors, or motivational speeches. It came from the nights no one clapped, the days you questioned your worth, the years they called you too much or not enough. And still, you kept going. Still, you chose yourself. Over and over again. That's what they don't get. You didn't just win. You won without abandoning yourself. And now they want to reverse engineer the results, not to celebrate, not to honor, but to try and control it, to bottle it, to fake it. But they can't, because what you carry can't be taught, it must be survived. They don't understand how someone who didn't take their path still reached a place higher than where they've been circling for years. They want your success, but not your struggle. They want your shine, but not your solitude. They want your voice, but only if it echoes theirs. And that's not how this works. Because you weren't made by the system, you were forged by the rejection of it. You didn't just walk your own path, you paved it through terrain they were too scared to even look at. And now they sit at their well-decorated desks, in glass towers of hollow influence, trying to build a you in a lab. Good luck. You can't clone what was created in chaos. You can't copy what was born from being crushed. You can't replicate resilience. You earn it. And that's what you did, in silence, in struggle, in complete defiance of their lies. They will call you arrogant now because your existence reminds them of their compromise. They'll label you difficult because your truth has no brakes. They'll say you're lucky because accepting your power means admitting their weakness. Let them say it. Let them circle your name like vultures, trying to find a crack in your legacy. Let them study your story like a failed equation, because that's what it is to them. You're not a role model, you're a revelation, and revelations aren't welcomed, they're resisted. But the truth stands, even when surrounded by denial. You made it without the spotlight, without the sponsor, without the shortcut. And now they have to face the brutal reality. Their blueprint was never the only way. It was just the easy way. You didn't take easy. You took real. You walked through rejection, isolation, envy, and misunderstanding. And still, you made it. So let them keep watching. Let them keep guessing. Let them keep losing sleep over how you turned nothing into everything without giving up your soul, because they thought the system was unbreakable. They thought the rules were fixed. They thought success belonged to them, until you proved otherwise. And now, no wonder they're obsessed, because you didn't follow their blueprint. You exposed it. Number 3. They thought the pain would shatter you. Instead, you turned it into a weapon. They expected your trauma to break you. Instead, it baptized you in fire, and now you move like someone who's already survived the end of the world. Pain was supposed to be your prison. That's what they counted on. They watched the betrayals stack up, the lies build, the losses hit like wrecking balls, and they sat back, waiting for you to fold, waiting for you to crack. They expected you to drown in bitterness, to become a shadow of yourself. But what they didn't know is, some souls don't drown in darkness. They learn to breathe in it. They wanted your trauma to define you. Instead, you defined yourself in spite of it. You didn't shatter, you sharpened, you didn't collapse. You constructed something stronger from the rubble. Every heartbreak carved out space for wisdom. Every betrayal taught you how to see people with X-ray vision. Every moment of isolation turned into a lesson in power. The kind of power that doesn't shout, but hums under your skin like silent thunder. And that's what terrifies them now, because the loud ones, the performative ones, they're easy to predict, easy to break, easy to manipulate. But someone like you, someone who went through hell and came back with clarity, that's a different kind of threat. You didn't just face pain, you used it. And they have no idea how to handle someone who's already survived the very things they'd use to destroy others. Look at history. Frida Kahlo painted masterpieces from her hospital bed, with a spine broken in 3 places and a heart broken in 100 more. They thought physical pain would silence her, but it turned her into a living revolution. Malcolm X spent years in prison, written off by society, only to rise with razor-sharp intellect and a voice that still echoes through generations. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in a cage and walked out with more peace in his heart than the men who locked him up. You know what connects them all? Pain didn't break them, it revealed them. And now you walk in that same lineage. You're part of the bloodline that turns trauma into transformation. That's what makes you dangerous, not your strength, but what you did with your suffering. You didn't just get over it. You grew through it, quietly, intentionally, unapologetically. You became the kind of person who can't be shocked anymore because you've already lived through the unthinkable. You move differently now. You see through masks. You smell lies before they're spoken. That's not coldness. That's calibration. People don't understand that kind of power, so they label it. She's too guarded. He's too intense. They've changed. Damn right, you've changed. You had to. Trauma doesn't leave you the same. It either buries you or builds you. And you let it build, brick by brutal brick. You learned how to take the wreckage and sculpt a stronger version of yourself. Now your resilience speaks louder than your words. Your calm is louder than their chaos. And your presence? It's intimidating, not because it's loud, but because it's undeniable. You're dangerous now, not because you seek revenge, not because you want attention, but because you're healed, and healing is a rebellion. In a world that profits off brokenness, wholeness is a threat. The system relies on people staying dependent, staying reactive, staying unsure. But you've reclaimed your power. You know yourself. You trust your gut. And that makes you someone they can't predict or control. So yes, they're watching you now, trying to figure out how you didn't fall apart, how you still smile with all that history in your bones, how you speak with clarity after being silenced, how you walk with grace after crawling through glass. And they'll keep watching because they can't comprehend it. They've never seen someone so deeply hurt, still love with discernment, so violently betrayed, still lead with wisdom, so thoroughly tested, and still refuse to turn bitter. You are proof that pain doesn't always destroy. Sometimes it sculpts. You are the living contradiction to their assumption that trauma equals tragedy. You turned your pain into prophecy, and now your very existence is the revenge. Not the petty kind, not the showy kind, the inevitable kind, the kind that rises above without needing to explain, apologize, or seek permission. So let them stare, let them whisper, let them wonder. You didn't just survive, you transcended, and that's why they're afraid. Because they know now, if pain couldn't break you, nothing can. Number 4, you don't have to speak. Your presence exposes their lies. When truth walks in, performance gets nervous. That's why they fidget when you show up, not because you said anything, but because they can't fake it when you're near. You don't need a stage, you don't need a spotlight, you don't even have to say a word. Your existence alone calls the room to attention. Not with noise, not with ego, but with something far more rare, authenticity. In a world addicted to pretending, your realness is a silent earthquake. You walk in, and suddenly the air feels heavier for them, not because you brought drama, but because you brought truth. And truth doesn't shout, it exposes. They don't squirm because you attack. They squirm because your peace reminds them of the war they're faking to win. They wear their masks so tight they forgot who they were until you show up. And then suddenly, every fake laugh feels louder. Every phony gesture feels forced. Every lie they've rehearsed starts to crack around the edges. You're not performing, and that's the threat. You don't chase deep quotes or curated aesthetics to look real. You just are. And the world, it doesn't know what to do with real anymore. They market authenticity, but panic when it walks in the room unfiltered and unbothered. You don't have to tear anyone down. Your presence does it for you. Because people know when they're next to someone who paid for their identity with pain, who earned their discernment through loss, and who forged their power in silence. Not online, not in meetings, but in the depths of being misunderstood. Think of James Baldwin, who sat across from intellectuals and politicians and dismantled decades of illusion with a calm, terrifying clarity. He didn't yell, he revealed. Or Maya Angelou, whose presence alone was thunder wrapped in elegance. Her truth wasn't just poetic, it was radioactive. It didn't scream. It peeled the masks off gently, one by one. You carry that same weight, that same frequency, and it rattles them. You aren't dramatic, you're devastating. Not because of chaos, but because of calm. Not because of flash, but because of substance. You make people confront what they've been running from. When you enter the space, every fake becomes obvious. Every insecurity in the room suddenly wants to hide. You are a human mirror, and not everyone is ready to look. Because you expose what performance can't fake: inner peace, real power, silent knowing, and that kind of presence can't be copied. You make people realize how far they've drifted from themselves. That's why they hate and admire you at the same time. That's why they mock and mimic you in the same breath. They can't replace what they don't understand, so they imitate, hoping it'll stick. But your power wasn't learned, it was survived. That's why they can't hold it without it burning their hands. Let's talk psychology. Research shows that individuals who maintain a strong sense of identity and internal validation often disrupt social dynamics, especially in groups built on performance, status, or unspoken hierarchies. You don't play those games. You don't need to. You bring alignment, and alignment makes noise in rooms built on lies. This is why they throw subtle jabs, why they question your tone, why they exaggerate your presence. They're too serious, too intense, too different. No, you're not too anything. You're just true. And their performance was never built to withstand that. They live for applause. You live for truth. They study how to be impressive. You just are impactful. They chase validation. You walked away from it and never looked back. That's what haunts them. And now they dress up their envy as critique. They shade you with backhanded praise. They ask, who do they think they are? Because they're afraid of asking themselves who they've become. Let them ask. Let them shift in their seats when you walk in, because you're not here to blend. You're here to disturb what pretends. And you do, without effort, because you are the rarest kind of force in this world, undeniably real. That's what makes you chosen, and that's exactly why they study you. Number 5, you're not just alive, you're the proof they failed. They wrote your obituary in whispers. Now they have to watch you live like a headline. They didn't just want to hurt you, they wanted to delete you, quietly, strategically, like cowards do. They weaponized rumors, twisted your name, turned your kindness into target practice. They smiled in your face while chiseling a coffin behind your back. And when that didn't break you, they tried the next thing: silence. Not peace, not distance. Calculated, strategic silence. The kind meant to isolate, to erase, to unperson you in slow motion. But here you are, not just alive, not just standing, thriving. You are the living receipt of everything they tried and everything that didn't work. You see, your glow now isn't just about success, it's proof. Your smile, documentation, your healing, evidence, your joy, a signed affidavit that says, yes, I walked through hell, and no, you couldn't keep me there. You are the contradiction to the narrative they handcrafted like assassins in suits and social circles. They called you unstable, you became grounded. They said you were difficult, you became disciplined. They whispered that you were weak, but you came back with strength so undeniable, their lies started sounding like confessions. And now, every time you rise, their version of the story dies a little more. Because let's call it what it is, they wanted you invisible, not just gone from the room, but erased from the memory. gone from the conversation, ghosted from the story. You were a threat to their comfort, so they tried to dismantle your existence one emotional brick at a time. But they made one fatal mistake. You weren't soil, you were seed. They tried to bury you and didn't realize they were planting the very thing that would grow beyond their reach. You didn't just survive, you grew, and now your very presence, your peace, your refusal to shrink is the loudest revenge imaginable. There's no comeback louder than quiet success. There's no scream sharper than calm, unapologetic healing. There's no slap harder than being everything they tried to prevent, and doing it without becoming bitter, broken, or like them. Look at history. Tupac Shakur survived multiple assassination attempts by bullets and by media, and still spoke louder from his truth than entire generations of polished silence. Harriet Tubman wasn't just hunted, she was erased in real time, but still, she walked dozens to freedom, with scars on her body, with fire in her soul. Jean-Michel Basquiat, a black artist in a white curated art world, was called untrained, unstable, even disposable, but he became eternal. You walk with that same coded energy, the kind that says, I'm not just here, I'm living proof. You weren't supposed to be this full, this vibrant, this aware. But you are. You're not walking to prove anything. You are the proof. Every breath you take is a broken lie. Every win is a sentence they now have to swallow. Every ounce of peace you hold is a war they lost. So let them watch. Let them sit in the front row of your resilience. Because you're not just the one who made it out. You're the one they couldn't kill. Number 6, you're the frequency they can't decode, and that's what scares them. You don't move like them, and that's not rebellion, that's resonance. You're tuned to a wavelength their ego can't pick up, and their system was never built to receive. You don't walk like them, you don't speak like them, you don't chase what they chase, and they feel it. Even if they don't have the words to name it, they feel it in their gut that you're not one of them, and never were. You are the anomaly, the outlier, the glitch in the spiritual fabric they tried to iron flat. They crafted a world based on noise, and you came in tuned to silence. They built an identity around titles, clout, and curated images, but you showed up whole, with nothing to prove, and everything aligned. And that's what makes you dangerous. They can't measure you, they can't mock what they can't define, they can't manipulate what they can't locate. Because while they're running on ego, you're running on essence. You're not moved by popularity, you're not seduced by applause, you're not here for the stage, you are here for the signal. You move by a code that doesn't need translation. That's why they don't understand you, but can't look away either. It's why they copy your style, mimic your tone, steal your language, but can never embody your energy. Because your energy isn't studied, it's earned. Through pain, through silence, through the invisible battles that don't show up on resumes or timelines. You are the kind of soul this system didn't prepare for, because you don't run on the fuel they sell. They use fear to control. You use stillness to guide. They use ambition to chase. You use alignment to move. Their compass points to money, followers, and illusion. Yours points to legacy, truth, and depth. And that contrast, that quiet refusal to play their game, it shakes them. You're not a spiritual tourist. You didn't pick this up for aesthetics. You carry ancient weight in your bones. You've seen through lifetimes in a single silence. You've had revelations in heartbreak that rewired your entire blueprint. That's not trend. That's transcendence. They sense your depth but pretend it's darkness. They call you intense when they mean intimidating. They say you're different when what they really mean is you remind them of everything they're not. You weren't made to fit their system. You were born to remind them it's broken. That's why they study you, why they try to label you, why they try to find the cracks. But you're not broken. You just don't belong to them. You were forged elsewhere, in stillness, in knowing, in dimensions they've only read about, and they know it. They've felt it in the pauses between your words. They've seen it in how you hold your peace when chaos would be easier. They've caught glimpses of it in your eyes, that timeless, heavy knowing that says, I've seen this all before, and I chose to rise anyway. You're not playing with borrowed fire. You are the fire. You're not reacting to energy. You are the frequency. You're not seeking the truth. You carry it. That's what sets you apart. That's why they're shaken. Because when you walk in the room, you don't bring competition. You bring clarity. You collapse illusions without lifting a finger. You are the spiritual anomaly they didn't account for in their plans. They didn't think you'd be this calm. They didn't think you'd be this centered. They didn't think you'd be this powerful without ever asking for permission. And now they don't know what to do with you, so they watch, they mimic, they whisper. Because deep down they know the truth. You're not from their system. You're the signal that ends it. Number 7. You don't move for claps. You move because you were called. While they chase the algorithm, you follow alignment, and that's why they watch from the sidelines while you move in silence, but land like thunder. You don't dance for eyes. You don't beg for likes. You're not programmed to perform for applause. And in this world of curated masks and thirsty metrics, that makes you rare, and that makes you powerful. They don't get it. They can't get it. Because while they're online screaming, "Look at me," you're building legacies in silence. And they can't understand how someone so invisible in the noise could be so undeniable in the impact. They confuse attention with anointing. But you don't move when you're noticed. You move when you're nudged by alignment, not approval. Your rhythm isn't digital, it's divine, it's internal, it's ancient, it's older than their formulas, sharper than their trends, and stronger than their applause. You don't ride waves, you are the current. You're not trying to stay relevant, you're trying to stay real. And in this age, that's rebellion. They're addicted to cycles, addicted to what's next, to virality, to fake energy dressed up as ambition. But your steps aren't driven by urgency. Your pace is sacred. When you move, it's because something deeper is pushing. Not the crowd, but the call. You don't launch when the market says go. You move when the universe says now. And that infuriates them, because your success is not predictable. Your impact isn't on their schedule. Your rise doesn't follow their rules. They can't study it. They can't steal it. They can't replicate it, because they don't even know what's guiding it. And the truth? What guides you isn't external. It's encoded. You are the kind of person who listens to silence, who trusts the still pull instead of the loud trend, who says no when yes is the popular answer, who disappears for a season only to return sharper, clearer, more aligned. Not because you're flaky, but because you're tuned in. Let's talk facts. The greatest movements in history were never loud when they started. Martin Luther King Jr. wasn't trending. He was walking, one foot in divine conviction, the other in terrifying clarity. Rosa Parks didn't post about her resistance. She sat still and shifted the weight of a nation. Nikola Tesla died broke, mocked, misunderstood, but built the frequency that powers the world. You walk in that same current, the current that doesn't make sense to the world until it's too late to ignore. And that's why they study you now. Not because you're trendy, but because you're timeless. You weren't made for 15 minutes of fame. You were made for eternal echo. They chase relevance. You embody reverence. They grind for reach. You wait for revelation. You don't show up because it's your turn. You show up because it's your time. And when you do, the room shifts, not because you're loud, but because you're aligned. So let them scramble for strategy. Let them copy trends. Let them overproduce, overpost, overcompensate. Because while they manufacture impact, you become it, one silent, divine step at a time. You're not here to trend. You're here to transcend. Number 8, you were never given the manual, you became it. They want to copy your moves, but skip the part where you bled for every page. You weren't handed the keys. No one rolled out a red carpet or whispered the formula in your ear. There was no mentor to call, no cheat sheet to lean on. You had to walk blind through storms while they studied in comfort. You had to figure out how to rise without instructions, how to breathe in rooms designed to choke you. And now they stare at your glow like it's downloadable, like they can reverse engineer what only pain could teach. But here's the truth. You are the unwritten manual, the one built from sleepless nights, unanswered calls, betrayal turned into boundaries, and failure that didn't stick. Every scar you carry, that's a paragraph. Every time you were left for dead but chose to keep going. That's a whole damn chapter. And the ones trying to replicate your success, they're reading from books that never mention the fire. Because you weren't made in systems, you were made in solitude. They think there's a trick behind your calm, a template behind your timing, but there is none. You didn't follow steps. You fought for direction. You bled for clarity. You stood at crossroads no one prepared you for. And you made decisions based not on trends, but on trust. Trust in something bigger. Trust in yourself. And now that it's working, now that you're walking in the glow you built in darkness, they want to mimic the result without surviving the process. They want to build what you built, but skip the seasons that broke you into who you are. They want your impact, but not your isolation. They want your wisdom, but not your war. They want your glow, but not your grit. Let them try. Let them download your aesthetic and caption it with stolen inspiration. Let them mimic your moves, copy your voice, trace your light. It won't stick because what you carry wasn't written in ink. It was etched in soul. You were never meant to follow their maps because your road didn't exist yet. You had to carve it with your bare hands. They forget that while they were networking, you were healing. While they were posing, you were processing. While they were looking for shortcuts, you were building stamina. You didn't come from a manual. You became the manual, the one no one wants to write, because it requires too much real, too much raw, too much becoming. So when they study you now, confused by how you move with no guidebook, remember this. They're trying to replicate something that was never meant to be repeated, because you weren't made from strategy. You were made from survival, and that can't be taught, that can't be copied, that can only be lived. Number 9, they wanted you gone. Now they want to know how you rose. They built your exit like a grave, but you didn't just walk out, you rose like smoke, and now they're suffocating in the scent of your survival. They didn't want distance, they wanted your disappearance. They didn't just walk away, they pushed. They slammed doors with the kind of finality that says, this is where your story ends. And they were so sure you'd fade, crumble, shrink into nothing once their support, their approval, their circle was gone. But you didn't disappear. You rebuilt. From rubble, from silence, from places they don't have the stamina to visit, let alone survive. You didn't just bounce back, you rose, and not like they expected. They were waiting for revenge, drama, a meltdown they could mock. Instead, you gave them radiance, peace, glow, power they didn't authorize, and now can't ignore. Now they watch in silence, the same silence they once weaponized against you. But this time, it's not power, it's confusion, it's disbelief, it's fear. Because you weren't supposed to grow without them. You weren't supposed to evolve after they left. They tried to break your voice. Now they whisper your name behind closed doors. How did you do it? How did you go from cast out to captivating? They'll never say it out loud, but deep down they're wondering, what did we miss? They missed the fact that you were never built on their opinions, that you were never chasing acceptance, you were chasing alignment. While they sought control, you sought clarity, and once they were gone, you found it. You realized you were never rejected, you were redirected. You didn't rise by plotting revenge. You rose by healing, by burning the false self they tried to trap you in, by choosing yourself when it would have been easier to disappear. That kind of growth, it terrifies people because it means you were never dependent, just temporarily dimmed. It means their presence was never your foundation, just noise you had to outgrow. You see, they built their status on connections and control, but you built yours on truth. And truth doesn't need permission to rise. They tried to treat you like a phase, a lesson, a mistake. And now you're the blueprint. Now they scroll through your life like it's an instruction manual they were never given. But you didn't write this in ink. You wrote it in blood, in silence, in self-respect, in chapters they skipped. And now it shows. You're not just alive, you're magnetic. You don't just exist, you command attention, not with noise, but with presence. You became the proof they swore would never exist. That you can be cast out, shut down, left behind, and still come back stronger than ever. They wanted you gone, now they want your formula. But your formula is this: you healed, you aligned, you refused to shrink, and you rose anyway. Number 10, you made it, and you made it whole. That's why they'll never understand you. You didn't sell your soul for the spotlight, you kept your spirit intact, and that's the flex they'll never replicate. They expected you to break something on the way up. Your values, your voice, your integrity, that's how they did it. Trade a little truth for visibility. Sacrifice your essence for acceptance. Water yourself down just enough to fit inside the machine. But you didn't. You rose clean. You built your glow without dirt in your hands. You climbed without cutting anyone's throat. You moved with grace and still got there, wherever there is. And now they look at you, baffled, confused, because you became everything they said was impossible. You didn't fake it, you faced it. And you didn't just succeed. You stayed human through it all. That's what eats them alive. They've mastered performance, but you became presence. They polished their mask, but you became the mirror. And now you're not just walking proof that success doesn't require self-betrayal. You're the teacher they never deserved. They don't clap for that kind of success because it convicts them. You are the version of power they can't plagiarize. Whole, healed, honest. And while they chase applause, you carry something heavier. Peace. You didn't just make it, you made it without becoming them. And that's why they're still watching, because deep down they know you won, but you kept your soul, and now you see it clearly. You didn't just survive what was meant to end you. You became the proof that truth, pain, and power can coexist without compromise. You are the glitch in their system, the light they can't dim, the lesson they never thought they'd have to learn. They're watching because you've already won, by staying whole. If this message lit something in you, like the video, subscribe to keep this energy moving, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you're one of the chosen. Share this with someone who needs to remember their power. The universe doesn't shout when it chooses a warrior. It watches in silence while the fire either forges you or finishes you. While they were busy mocking your silence, laughing at your losses, and sipping from success cups they didn't earn, you were bleeding in the shadows, taking a test with no warning, no rules, and no applause. But guess what? You passed, and now they're about to choke on their own laughter. Here's the raw truth nobody wants to admit. Most people fold in quiet seasons. They crumble under pressure that never makes headlines. They think being overlooked is the end. But you stood. You endured the betrayal, the confusion, the desert. You were being tested in a hidden classroom the universe designed for the elite, without a clock, without an audience, and without mercy. This wasn't punishment, it was preparation. The chosen are not picked because they're loud, they're proven because they're silent and still don't break. And now, the locked doors they prayed to walk through, they're opening for you. But before we go any further, do something simple that helps more than you know. Pay it forward. Tap that like button. Hit subscribe if you have not already. You're not just helping the team, you're helping this message reach the people who are still crying in the dark, still thinking they failed, when in fact they're halfway through the test. This message is light, and it's all of our responsibility to spread it. Now listen, you didn't just survive, chosen one. You outlasted the lies. You buried your ego, rebuilt your peace, and stood in rooms where they hoped you'd collapse. While others bent for breadcrumbs, you walked hungry with honor. While they chased applause, you learned to love silence. Why? Because deep down, even when you didn't have the words for it, you knew. You were being watched. Not by crowds, by the universe itself. And it wasn't looking for perfection, it was watching for purity, for endurance, for truth. And damn, you gave it all. Think about it. While they were begging for shortcuts and shiny rewards, you were being asked questions life doesn't put on paper. How do you respond when no one claps? Who are you when nothing works? Do you still choose integrity when corruption pays better? That's the exam. And you didn't just answer, you lived the answers. Let's be honest, it would have been easier to fake it, to fall into the crowd, to throw away your principles just to feel something for 5 minutes. But you didn't. You stayed true when being true got you nothing in return. And now, the universe is moving. Quietly, strategically, and in your favor. You see, the test was never about who you said you were. It was about who you stayed when everything else was stripped away. Most people can smile when life is good. You kept your soul intact when the lights went out and the knives came out. That's rare. That's real. That's chosen. And here's the wild part. The reward isn't just coming because you passed, it's coming because you passed in secret. There was no cheerleading squad, no audience, no confetti, just pressure. And still, you didn't fold. That's why this next season will confuse the very people who watched you struggle and thought it meant you lost. It will offend those who had it easy but lacked depth. It will humble the loud, reward the silent, and prove that character in the dark still matters in a world obsessed with spotlights. So don't be surprised when the doors start swinging wide open. Don't shrink. Don't second-guess it. You were prepared the hard way for something big, life-changing, and locked for anyone who tried to cheat their way here. You didn't cut corners. You took every blow and still chose to rise. That matters. That's why you're being elevated now. Not because you asked, but because you're ready. And let this be your final reminder. The ones who pass the hardest tests often don't even realize they're in an exam until they're standing on the other side of the storm. You're on that side now. You made it. And the next chapter? It's not just for you, it's through you. Let the universe speak loud now, because you didn't beg for the blessing. You became it. And now it's your time. So if your spirit's been nodding along this whole time, don't scroll past. This isn't just another message. It's a mirror, a wake-up call, a key. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you feel it. If you know deep down that you didn't just survive for no reason, you were being sharpened in silence. You didn't stumble here by chance. You were summoned. And what's coming next? It's no accident either. It's the reward for passing a secret exam most people didn't even realize they failed. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. If you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay to the very end. Let's get into it. They judged your looks, but the universe weighed your loyalty. While they counted your followers, the universe was counting your scars. They mocked you for not fitting in, for not having the right name, the loudest voice, the shiny credentials. They wrote you off because you didn't look the part, because you didn't chase status or cling to trends like the rest. They pointed fingers at your silence, laughed at your low moments, and whispered behind your back like they knew the whole story. But here's the part that'll burn them when the truth comes out. They were judging the outside, while the universe was scanning your soul. You were never being tested on your resume. This wasn't some popularity contest or talent show. No highlight reels, no applause meters, no beauty points. What you went through was a brutal, raw character exam. The kind that doesn't hand out trophies but instead sharpens you with storms, betrayal, silence, and delay. And that's why they never saw it coming, because you were being refined in realms they don't even believe in. They thought you were weak because you were quiet. They thought you were irrelevant because you didn't fight for attention. But while they were flexing online, you were bleeding in private, learning how to stay clean in a dirty system. Your loyalty was tested when everyone else sold out. Your heart was weighed when everyone else wore masks. Your truth was watched when lies would have made life easier. That was the test, and you passed. Most people crumble when no one's clapping. They fold when the room is empty, but not you. You stayed kind when the world was cruel. You stayed honest when lies won quicker, and you kept moving even when every door slammed shut. Not because you were fearless, but because deep down, something in you refused to become like them. And that refusal, that integrity, that's what made you chosen. Let them have their stage. Let them bask in attention they didn't earn. Because what's coming for you isn't a spotlight. It's a shift, a divine reversal, a correction of the scales that have been tilted against the pure for too long. You're not getting paid back for the talent they ignored. You're being elevated for the pain you endured without turning bitter. Here's what most people will never understand. When the universe chooses someone, it doesn't look at their face, it looks at their faith. It doesn't ask for followers, it looks for fighters. And not the kind that throw punches, but the ones who keep showing up, who keep choosing truth over comfort, who keep rising with no applause. That's the weight that counts. That's the measure that matters. They had connections, you had conviction. They had shortcuts, you had scars. They had the crowd, you had the calling. And now that silent strength you built when no one believed in you, that's about to become your crown. That quiet endurance you carried through every setback, that's about to become your platform. And the ones who laughed while you suffered, they're going to choke on their disbelief when they see what opens up for you. See, they forgot one thing. A real test doesn't look like a test. It looks like betrayal. It looks like delay. It looks like rejection and loneliness and doors that refuse to open no matter how hard you knock. But that's the point. It's a test of character, not credentials. The universe wanted to see, would you stay clean when it was easier to get dirty? Would you keep walking when it looked like the path was going nowhere? Would you choose truth, even if it meant walking alone? You did. That's why the reward is different. That's why it's deeper. Because you weren't just surviving. You were proving something every single day you chose not to give up. You proved that loyalty matters, that integrity isn't dead, that real ones still exist. And for that, doors are opening now, not out of pity, but because you earned access in silence. While the world was grading the wrong things, the universe was taking notes. And guess what? The results are in. So let them ask, how did they make it? Let them throw side eyes and fake support. Let them pretend they didn't doubt you when your name shows up in rooms they said you'd never enter. Let them act confused when you start shining from within instead of burning out for the spotlight. They judged your looks, your status, your lack of credentials, but none of that mattered in the real exam. What mattered was your core, and now everything is shifting. The fake is fading, the real is rising. And you? You're walking proof that a pure heart still wins. They don't teach this in school. There's no manual for this kind of test. It's learned in heartbreak, in delay, in being the bigger person when no one's watching, in being left out, counted out, and still standing up straighter each time. This kind of resilience can't be faked, and it sure as hell can't be bought. It's earned in the fire, and you, chosen one, you walked through it without letting the smoke change your scent. That's why what's coming can't be denied. Because while others were performing, you were preparing. While they were getting attention, you were gaining alignment. While they were chasing quick wins, you were building unshakable character. So no, your credentials didn't get you here. Your face didn't get you chosen. Your past didn't qualify you. But your choices, your integrity, your unshakable core when everything else was falling apart. That's what the universe saw. That's why you passed. And now the doors that stayed locked for so long, they're not just opening, they're swinging open because of who you are, not what you have. The position you're about to step into isn't about proving the doubters wrong. It's about proving the faithful right. You didn't just survive the fire, you were refined by it. So walk through that next door with your head high, not because you were popular, but because when your soul was weighed, it didn't flinch. And now the universe is ready to reward you, not for your image, but for your integrity. You were living through fire, not knowing you were being forged. They thought you were falling apart, when in truth, you were being built in a battlefield they couldn't even see. It didn't look like a test, did it? It didn't come with instructions, no warning bells, no countdown, no teacher saying, "Time starts now." That's why it felt so brutal, because it wasn't labeled. You didn't realize you were being examined because it was disguised as life. Painful, unfair, chaotic life. But that's exactly how the universe filters the fake from the faithful. A real test hides behind the mask of reality. It doesn't tell you it's happening. It just watches how you move when everything you trusted gets ripped out from under you. You weren't taking a test in a classroom. You were walking through it in sleepless nights, in betrayal that came from people you fed, in moments when your bank account was empty but your responsibilities were full. You were being tested when friends ghosted, when prayers felt ignored, when plans blew up in your face and nothing made sense. That heartbreak, that job loss, that season of complete silence, those weren't random. That was the curriculum. The test wasn't multiple choice, it was multiple wounds. And while the world was watching your reaction like entertainment, the universe was watching your response like a report card. True tests don't ask you to memorize. They dare you to remember who you are when everything else forgets you. You didn't know you were in an exam because it had to feel real. If you knew it was a test, you'd perform, you'd fake strength, you'd try to impress. But the point wasn't performance, it was purity. The real you, the raw you. Not the Sunday best version, the broken version, the exhausted version, the "I don't know if I can do this" version. That's the version that got tested. Some nights you thought you were losing your mind. You thought you were cursed, abandoned. You thought maybe you made a mistake chasing purpose instead of comfort. But none of that was true. The truth is, you were sitting in a secret exam room, one designed to expose every part of you that couldn't come into your next chapter. It had to feel like life because it was life, and only real life could pull out what truly lives inside of you. People around you were skating through, smiling, partying, celebrating wins they didn't earn. And you were in the trenches, wondering why nothing ever seemed to go right. But let me tell you something they won't admit. Most of them weren't even taking the test. They took shortcuts. They copied answers. They avoided the pressure that you endured with grace. You felt the full weight because you were trusted to carry it. Because you were chosen. And chosen ones don't get rehearsals, they get real fire. Remember when you begged for clarity, when you asked, "Why is this happening to me?" When you whispered into the dark, "What am I doing wrong?" The answer wasn't that you did something wrong, it's that you were doing something right. And the universe had to be sure you'd stay true, even when it looked like truth wasn't paying off. You were walking blindfolded through a storm, thinking you were lost, not knowing it was a lab. You were bleeding out in silence, thinking it was failure, not knowing it was the final stage of the test. You were isolated, abandoned, forgotten, not because you were rejected, but because you were being refined in solitude, while the crowd was still performing for claps. The universe doesn't need you to be loud, it needs you to be loyal. And loyal you stayed, even when it would have been easier to give in, to become someone else, to sell out for quick comfort. You didn't. That's what makes you rare. That's what makes you past. Not because you had answers, but because you never let the questions turn you bitter. See, the enemy wanted you to believe you were being punished, that everything falling apart was proof you weren't chosen. But the truth, the shaking wasn't to destroy you. It was to shake everything loose that couldn't go with you. You had to lose the fake friends. You had to lose the ego. You had to lose the need for validation. Because where you're going now, those things are dead weight. But here's the kicker. Those who cheated through life, who took shortcuts, who faked strength and skipped the pain. They can't follow you through the doors that are opening now. Those doors are coded. Only the ones who passed the hidden test can unlock them. You didn't even know you were in a test, but now the results are unfolding, and they're in your favor. Promotions, elevation, opportunities that don't make sense on paper because they weren't based on paper. They were based on perseverance. That's why it's your time now, not because everything is perfect, but because you proved you wouldn't quit when everything fell apart. You didn't know you were being watched, but you still chose truth. That's why you're being chosen now, not when you looked strong, but when you stayed soft in a hard world. The test wasn't to see what you could fake. It was to prove what couldn't be broken. Let the others wonder how you got through. Let them ask how you're still standing. Let them call it luck or coincidence or suddenly, because they'll never understand the hell you walked through with nothing but hope in your chest and fire in your feet. You weren't lucky. You were loyal. Loyal to your truth. Loyal to your calling. Loyal to your character. And now, the test is over. The lessons are complete. The doors are creaking, and every step you took in silence is now echoing loud into the future that's rushing to meet you. They didn't see the questions, they didn't see the pressure, they didn't see the breakdowns, but they're about to see the results. You passed the kind of test no one wants to take, the kind with no fanfare, no lifelines, no mercy, the kind that cuts deep to see if you'll bleed bitterness or beauty. And you bled purpose. That's why this next season is going to look like a glitch to everyone who thought they had it all figured out. But you'll know. You'll remember the nights, the silence, the ache, and you'll smile, not because it was easy, but because it was worth it. So now, when they try to understand how the door opened for you, how the blessing found you, how the light chose you, just remember this. They saw chaos. You felt pain, but the universe saw character. And it was enough. The fire wasn't there to break you. It was there to reveal what couldn't be burned. Anyone can swing when they're angry. The real ones are those who bleed without becoming bitter. They thought your silence meant weakness. They thought because you didn't strike back, you were soft. They watched you walk through hell and assumed you were finished. But here's the part they missed. The exam wasn't about how hard you could hit. It was about how deep you could hurt without letting the darkness move into your heart. This was never about brute strength. It was about moral endurance. The universe wasn't watching to see if you could clap back. It was watching to see if you could stay clean in a system that rewards the dirty. And that's what most people fail. Let's be real. Anyone can fight when provoked. Anyone can burn bridges, clap back online, or swing low when they feel attacked. That's not rare, that's not special, that's not chosen. What's rare is the soul that walks through betrayal and still prays peace over the ones who caused it. What's rare is restraint when revenge is easy. What's rare is choosing integrity over impulse. You didn't break the way they expected you to. You didn't sink to their level, and that's exactly what passed you through. Pressure doesn't create character, it exposes it. Think about gold. It doesn't shine until it's been through fire, not warm water, fire. And when that gold comes out the other side, it isn't just shiny, it's pure. And that's what the universe wanted to see in you. Not polish, not performance, but purity under pressure. Think about people like Nelson Mandela, locked up for 27 years, treated like an animal, betrayed by his own people at times. Yet he came out not seeking vengeance, but peace. That's not weakness. That's spiritual strength. That's chosen level character. And you, in your own quiet, less visible way, you mirrored that. You had every right to burn bridges, throw punches, speak out of anger. But you didn't. You chose peace. You chose to not become what hurt you. And maybe that made you feel invisible at times. Maybe you questioned if it was worth it, biting your tongue, turning the other cheek, walking away when your name was dragged through the dirt. But hear this clearly. The test wasn't to see if you'd snap. It was to see if you'd stay soft in the storm. And you did. Let them call it weak. Let them say you let people walk all over you. Let them laugh now. Because what they don't realize is that while they were taking swings, you were building legacy. You were rising in a realm they couldn't access. Because rage might win battles, but only purity wins thrones. When they go low, we go high wasn't just a nice quote. It's a blueprint, and you followed it even when it cost you. The universe didn't need to see if you could flex. It needed to see if you could forgive. That's the part most fail. That's the part most never even recognize was the real exam. So now, when blessings begin to fall on your name, when doors open and the light follows you in, remember, you weren't rewarded for surviving. You were rewarded for staying pure while surviving. That's what separates you from the crowd. And that's why the reward is bigger than you expected, because the test was deeper than you realized. You thought no one was watching, but every move was watched by realms you can't see. The eyes that mattered weren't on the ground. They were in the realm where silence speaks louder than screams. While you were crying behind closed doors, thinking nobody saw the pain. While you were walking away from betrayal without explanation, swallowing the hurt and faking strength. While you were choosing character over clout, peace over performance, and purpose over petty. You were being watched, not by people, not by your followers, not by your enemies, but by higher realms. The universe wasn't watching casually. It was surveilling, not to punish, to evaluate, to measure if you were ready to be trusted with what's next. Let's be clear, this wasn't some emotional roller coaster you went through for no reason. It wasn't just about earthly resilience. It was about divine trustworthiness. Could you be trusted with power without becoming corrupt? Could you carry influence and still protect the innocent? Could you be elevated without becoming arrogant? That's what they were watching. And no, you didn't hear a voice from the sky. No trumpet sounded to announce the exam. But the silence, that was the test. Real trust is never given when the lights are on. It's given based on how you move when no one is clapping. Look at the greats. People like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who stayed calm under pressure, who didn't strike back with violence, who chose higher ground when hatred surrounded him. His response wasn't just seen by men. It was seen by the universe. His calm became a revolution. His restraint became power. And you did the same thing in your own storm. Maybe the world didn't notice. Maybe you didn't get credit. Maybe the people who wronged you still walk around pretending they won. But guess what? Their opinion never mattered. Because the ones who were truly watching don't live in comment sections or gossip circles. They live in realms that pull strings and unlock destinies. And they saw everything. They saw how you responded when you were insulted. They saw how you carried burdens without cursing your path. They saw how you stayed kind when cruelty would have been easy. They saw how you gave when you had little, how you forgave when it wasn't deserved, how you kept walking when quitting would have been justified. That's what they needed to see before promoting you. The universe doesn't hand power to those who want it. It hands it to those who've shown they won't weaponize it. This whole time, it wasn't about whether you were strong enough to survive. It was whether you were safe enough to be trusted with the next level. The money, the platform, the influence, the relationships, because without purity of heart, those things become poison. But in the hands of someone who's been watched, weighed, and proven in silence, they become tools for transformation. You were under spiritual surveillance, and you didn't even know it. And that's what makes your passing even more powerful, because you didn't perform. You lived. You responded from truth, not from fear. You passed the test without knowing it was a test, and that's exactly why the results are real. So if you've been wondering why everything was so quiet, why nobody came to rescue you, why you had to bleed in private, it's because higher realms needed to know. Could you lead without ego? Could you be hurt without harming others? Could you carry favor without forgetting where you came from? And now that you've passed, get ready, because the kind of doors that are about to open don't respond to clout or credentials. They respond to clean hearts forged under surveillance. You weren't being ignored, you were being watched, and now the watchers are ready to move. You were offered glitter to distract you from gold. Not every open door is a gift. Some are traps dressed in blessings. You didn't just go through pain, you were baited, tempted, lured with things that looked right but felt wrong. Opportunities that sparkled, people who smiled, paths that promised quick comfort. But deep down, something in you knew, this isn't real. This isn't aligned. This isn't for me. And that right there, that refusal, that discernment, that's what most people fail, because counterfeit blessings don't look evil. They look perfect. They look like answered prayers, like destiny in disguise. But they're wrapped in illusion, sent to detour the chosen ones from their real path. You were tested with money that came easy, but cost your integrity. You were tested with people who looked divine, but carried distraction. You were tested with shortcuts when you were born to build from the ground up. And the test wasn't if you could recognize the counterfeit. It was whether you'd still say no when you were tired of waiting. The enemy doesn't tempt you with what you hate. He tempts you with what you think you deserve right now. Let's be real. You were exhausted, tired of waiting for real love, real success, real peace. So when something shiny showed up, offering validation or comfort, you could have taken it. No one would have blamed you. But you didn't. You paused. You asked the hard question. Does this feel aligned or just urgent? You walked away, and that wasn't just wisdom. That was war, spiritual war. Remember how many times you almost settled? How many times something almost looked good enough? How many times you felt stupid for walking away? You weren't stupid, you were chosen, and chosen ones don't just pass through pain, they pass through temptation without selling their soul. Even famous leaders fell for the trap. Think of Judas, he sold purpose for coins. Samson, he gave up strength for seduction. They were anointed, but they failed the counterfeit test. You didn't. You walked past the distraction. You said no when everything in you was desperate for a yes. And that's why you're still in position to receive what's real. Sometimes the test isn't in the pain. It's in the pleasure that comes too early. The universe needed to know, can you be trusted with real blessing, or will you betray your calling for something that just feels right today? And now, because you refuse to take what wasn't meant for you, what is meant for you is coming without strings attached. You didn't just pass the pain test, you passed the purity test under pressure and temptation, and that's what truly separates you from the rest. Your tears weren't wasted, they were evidence collected and counted. The tears you cried in secret were testimonies in the courtroom of higher realms. They saw tears, the universe saw testimony, they saw weakness, the higher realms saw evidence. Every time you broke down behind closed doors, pillow-soaked, chest-heavy, fists clenched in frustration, you thought you were falling apart. But in reality, you were being documented, not for pity, for promotion. Let them laugh, let them mock your breakdowns, your emotional nights, the moments you couldn't hold it together. But know this, your tears were sacred, not one was wasted, not one rolled down your face unnoticed. While the world called it oversensitive, soft, dramatic, the universe was counting every drop like it was gold. When humans ignored your pain, heaven recorded it as proof. This wasn't just grief, it was data, it was spiritual documentation, living evidence that you endured what others would have folded under. Every tear was a signal. They didn't quit, they didn't numb out, they didn't harden their heart. They felt it all and still chose love, integrity, patience, and faith. That's power. Think about it. How many people suppress everything just to survive? How many numb themselves to avoid pain? You didn't. You let it move through you. You wept and still walked. You cried and still climbed. You were bleeding emotionally but still showed up when no one else would have. Those weren't breakdowns. They were breakthroughs in disguise. Real warriors cry, not because they're weak, but because they carry more than most will ever understand. You think the universe promotes people who never felt pain? No, it promotes the ones who felt everything and still stayed pure. That's what the tears were for. They weren't signs of failure. They were receipts, proof that even under pressure, in sorrow, in heartbreak, you stayed loyal to the light. Every time you cried and didn't curse the path, every time you wept but didn't walk away from the mission, every night you sobbed quietly and still woke up the next morning choosing to keep going. That was spiritual maturity on display. David cried, Oprah cried, Nelson Mandela cried, Maya Angelou cried. These weren't tears of weakness. These were the deep water cries of souls who've been trusted with burdens larger than most. And so were yours. Because being chosen doesn't mean being cheerful all the time. It means being true, even when your truth is pain. They only see the victory, but heaven saw the valleys. The ones who clapped when you succeeded weren't there for the nights you screamed into the void. They didn't see the panic attacks, the anxiety, the isolation. But higher realms did. And they weren't just watching, they were collecting. Every sob, every sigh, every gut-wrenching breakdown. You think that went unnoticed? No, that was the real exam. Not how loud you shouted in triumph, but how quietly you endured in defeat. And now, the record is full. The files are complete. The tears have been counted, weighed, and stored. You wept in silence, but you will be rewarded in public. So don't regret those moments. Don't feel ashamed of them. Don't hide the fact that you were once on the floor, praying for something, anything, to make the pain stop. That's not your weakness. That's your evidence. And higher realms are moving because of it. Because the truth is this: only those who've cried in silence are trusted with blessings that speak loud. You were kept empty to see if you'd feed on lies. They offered you crumbs dressed as crowns, and you still chose to starve with integrity rather than feast with frauds. This was never just about loneliness. This was spiritual starvation. You were isolated, cut off, left out, not because you weren't valuable, but because the universe needed to see. Would you betray yourself just to belong? Would you dilute your truth just to be accepted? Would you trade soul alignment for quick validation? And here's the brutal truth. Most people would have, most do. The pressure to conform, to get noticed, to be invited in, it breaks people. They start saying yes to anything that shines. They start dressing their wounds with applause. They start calling distraction opportunity. They sell out their own spirit piece by piece just to sit at a table they were never meant to eat at. But you stayed empty. You sat at an invisible table while others dined in fake abundance. You chose authenticity over attention. You chose alignment over applause. You said, "No, I'll wait," even when waiting meant being misunderstood. Even when it meant sitting in silence so long, you wondered if you were forgotten. Your hunger was a test, not a punishment. You weren't being denied, you were being watched, not for your talent, not for your hustle, but for your hunger. What would you feed it with? Would you compromise to fill the void? Or would you protect your spirit, even if it meant starving for a season? This was the universe asking, are you for sale? And your answer, through every lonely night, every silent room, every door that refused to open, was no. You were spiritually starved, not because you were unworthy, but because you were being prepared. And the preparation had to be brutal, because what's coming next, it's too valuable to give to someone who'll fold under pressure or sell out for scraps. So yes, you were denied access, but not because you didn't belong. You were being proven worthy of something bigger than what you were begging for. Sometimes the famine is the filter. Everyone wants to eat, but not everyone's soul can digest real purpose. And so the universe tests us with lack of connection, of opportunity, of comfort. To see, will we trade what we are for what looks good right now? You didn't. You held your line, even when the lights were off, even when fake love knocked, even when it felt like everyone else was getting theirs while you sat in delay. You kept your soul intact. And that's why you're about to receive what can't be faked. Because here's the truth. Those who feed on lies always feel full until they realize they're spiritually sick. But you stayed hungry for what's real. And now that the table is being set in your favor, you won't just eat. You'll be fed in full, with no guilt, no strings, and no shame. You waited, and because of that, what's coming is worth every second of the silence. You were misjudged on purpose to see if you'd trust the truth to speak without screaming. When they lied about you, the test wasn't in what they said. It was in whether you'd still stay silent and let truth do the talking. You weren't just misunderstood. You were intentionally misread, misrepresented, and misjudged. Not because the facts weren't clear, but because the universe allowed it. You could have clapped back. You could have exposed people, burned bridges, dragged names, and defended yourself with receipts. And no one would have blamed you. But you didn't. You chose silence. Not because you didn't know how to fight, but because you trusted that truth has its own echo. And the universe, it was listening. Let's be brutally honest. Being misunderstood is one of the most painful kinds of injustice. They twisted your words. They questioned your heart. They rewrote your story and handed it out like gossip, all while smiling in public. And you had to sit with it, swallow it, bleed internally without striking out. The silence wasn't weakness, it was evidence of spiritual power. Because anyone can throw words like knives, but very few can hold their peace when their name is under fire. Very few can keep their character clean while their reputation is being dragged through the mud. And that's exactly why the universe allowed it. To see, Would you let ego take the wheel, or would you let truth win in time? Think of people like Malala Yousafzai, accused and criticized even while standing for justice. Think of Martin Luther King Jr., branded a threat when all he spoke was peace. Think of Jesus, betrayed, falsely accused, silent during his trial. The misunderstood are often the most aligned, the most pure-hearted, and the most tested. So if you're wondering why they misunderstood you so confidently, why they felt bold enough to judge your intentions, why your silence felt like it cost you something, here's your answer. It wasn't about them. It was about you. The universe needed to know. Can you be still when your truth is under attack? Can you resist the temptation to fight small wars with people who don't even see the battlefield you're standing on? You passed because your silence wasn't surrender. It was strategy. It was trust. It was restraint, fueled by a deep inner knowing that the truth doesn't panic. It prevails. They laughed like they won. They whispered like it was final. But what they didn't realize was that every lie they spoke was a seed planted in the soil of your breakthrough. Every accusation became a brick in the foundation of your future. Because when the universe sees you keep your soul intact under that kind of pressure, it opens bigger doors, doors that gossip can't touch, doors no smear campaign can block. You didn't need to clear your name because your character already did. And here's the most savage truth of all. Now that the tide is turning, the same mouths that slandered you will be speechless. The same people who questioned your worth will be forced to watch you walk into rooms they never thought you'd enter. Not because you fought for the seat, but because you let integrity walk you there. So yes, you were misunderstood, but you were never forsaken. You trusted the long game. You trusted truth over reaction. You trusted that what's real doesn't need defending. And now, the defense is divine. The return is undeniable, and the same silence they misread as weakness will now echo with the sound of destiny unfolding. The delay wasn't denial. It was a divine lie detector for your soul. Anyone can praise when it's raining blessings, but only the real ones still believe when the sky goes silent. The waiting wasn't random. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't because you were forgotten, overlooked, or unworthy. The delay was surgical, intentional, painfully precise. It was designed to strip away every illusion, every hollow word, every surface-level belief, every cheap version of faith that sounds good until the clock keeps ticking and nothing changes. This wasn't just about patience. This was a lie detector test for your faith. Do you really believe what you say you do when it looks like nothing's happening? That's what the universe wanted to know. That's what you were being tested on. You didn't know it, but your entire journey became a sacred interrogation, not with words, but with time. While others were receiving their answers instantly, you were left in the waiting room of life, sitting, wondering, aching. The doors stayed closed. The calls didn't come. The prayers echoed back. But you still moved. That's what made you different. You still showed up. You still hoped. You still walked like the blessing was on its way, even when your timeline screamed otherwise. Faith isn't proven in the moment you receive. It's proven in the moments you're forced to keep walking with empty hands. Think about Abraham waiting decades for one promised child. Think about Nelson Mandela sitting in a prison cell for 27 years, believing in a free South Africa. Think about Mother Teresa, who admitted that she spent years feeling spiritually dry while still pouring love into others. They weren't just waiting, they were being measured. Their silence was a spiritual scan, a truth test. Would they still hold the vision or fold when the wait grew too long? And you, chosen one, you held it. You didn't fake optimism. You didn't pretend it didn't hurt, but you never let the delay destroy your direction. You moved in the dark. That's rare, because most people quit in the waiting room. They give up and settle. They water down their purpose. They start choosing what's easy instead of what's true. But you didn't. You stayed loyal to the calling, even when it felt like the calling forgot your name. The lie the delay was trying to detect was this: do you still believe, or were you only in it for the blessing? And your answer, lived, not spoken, was clear. You believed anyway. You walked anyway. You stayed true, not because of what you had, but because of who you were. That's why the delay didn't disqualify you. It qualified you, because your faith wasn't based on circumstances. It was rooted, real, unshakable. Now, the shift is coming, not just because the time is right, but because the universe knows it can trust you. You're not chasing reward. You're walking in alignment. You passed the test that most don't even realize they're taking. And now, the wait is turning into a wave. They left you empty-handed, and you still built a legacy. They gave you nothing, no help, no handouts, no map, and somehow you still created something they can't copy or kill. They thought starving you would stop you. They thought isolating you would silence you. They thought withholding support, love, resources, even basic encouragement would break your will and bury your potential. But what they didn't know was this: chosen ones don't need ideal conditions to rise. They create fire from friction. They build castles from rejection. You weren't handed anything, no blueprint, no mentor, no cheerleaders clapping on the sidelines, just pain, silence, and the haunting echo of your own thoughts at 2 a.m. And still, you rose, still, you built, still, you kept walking. They buried you without knowing you were a seed. While they were waiting for validation, you were digging with bare hands. While they waited for permission, you gave yourself the green light. You learned how to carry your own weight, wipe your own tears, and speak life into yourself when no one else would. That kind of self-made strength doesn't come from comfort. It comes from war. Let's talk facts. Some of the most unstoppable people in history were handed nothing. Oprah was born into poverty, abused, overlooked, and she built an empire with scars still showing. Tyler Perry lived in his car. Stephen King was rejected over 30 times. Maya Angelou was silenced as a child and still became the voice of a generation. No help, just hell, and still they created something eternal. So did you. You didn't just survive the silence, you built in it. You didn't just make it through the abandonment, you transformed it. While others crumbled because their support system fell apart, you became the system. You became the voice, the anchor, the structure, the strength. And no one clapped, no one helped, no one saw the grind. But now they'll see the fruit. They underestimated you because they thought alone meant powerless, but alone made you lethal. You taught yourself how to stand when your knees were shaking. You figured it out while everyone else was figuring out excuses. And now you're standing on something they didn't help you build, and that burns them more than any revenge ever could. Because people love to take credit for your shine, but they don't want to admit they left you in the dark. They love to smile at your success, but they won't acknowledge they closed the doors you had to break down yourself. They love to pretend they believed in you all along, but they were silent when you were screaming inside. And that's fine, because now the proof is the product. You created something from nothing. That's divine power. That's spiritual resilience. That's chosen energy. And what's wild is you're just getting started. So let them talk. Let them circle back. Let them act surprised by your rise. But never forget, you built this without them. And that makes you unstoppable. And now everything shifts. Not because you begged, chased, or forced it, but because you've become the key. The desperation is gone. The alignment is here. You're not knocking anymore. Doors are opening because your energy now commands access. You've been tested, proven, and trusted. This next season doesn't require effort. It responds to who you've become. If this message hit you deep, don't let it stop here. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 777 in the comments if you know this was for you. And above all, share this with someone else walking through the fire. Let's light the path for others. They expected a meltdown, but instead they met a masterpiece. You didn't lose control, you became it. They thought they had you figured out, didn't they? They thought you'd fall apart like you used to, that you'd crack under pressure, that you'd scream, beg, plead, just like before. Didn't they wait for the explosion? Didn't they poke, provoke, and push just to get a reaction they could use as proof that you were the problem? Didn't they create chaos, then sit back and wait for you to look crazy while they played calm and calculated? They were ready with the script. They rehearsed their role as the victim. But guess what? You didn't give them the show. You gave them silence. And that was the plot twist. No more clapping back. No more fighting battles that drain your soul just to prove a point to people who already knew they were wrong. No more explaining your worth to those who pretended not to see it. You didn't just walk away. You ascended. And now, the very people who expected to feast on your downfall are choking on your composure. You didn't fall apart. You pulled yourself together in a way that made their whole mask slip. And listen, chosen one, before we dive deeper, take a second and like this video. Subscribe to keep this frequency in your field. Every click helps push this message into the hands of another chosen one who's sitting in silence, thinking they're the only one going through this. This isn't just content, it's a coded transmission. When you engage, you're helping flood the algorithm with truth, not noise. You're helping us shake the system. Because this message, it's not just for you. It's for the ones who are just now realizing they have power in their peace. This isn't about being passive. This is about power. Elevated, composed, untouchable. You didn't get quieter because you had nothing to say. You got quieter because they no longer deserved to hear you speak. You didn't retreat because you were weak. You retreated because your growth no longer fits in their drama. Let's get this straight. Your silence was the slam of a door they'll never have access to again. They wanted you spiraling. They wanted you triggered. They wanted a reaction they could sell to their circle as, "See, I told you they were unstable." But when the moment came, you gave them nothing, and in that nothingness, the truth echoed louder than any scream ever could. They're stunned right now, shocked, baffled, because you didn't respond, you didn't explain, you didn't try to fix what you didn't break. Your high standards exposed their low vibration. You didn't drag them, you just refused to join them in the mud, and suddenly everyone saw the difference. The ones who used to laugh at your breakdowns are now quiet in your glow-up. The ones who counted on you begging for closure are now forced to sit in the silence they used as a weapon. And the best part? You didn't have to lift a single finger to ruin their narrative. You let your growth do the damage. People are stunned because you responded like royalty, with dignity, with grace. You didn't scream, you set a new standard. And in doing so, you made their dysfunction uncomfortable. You exposed it not with confrontation, but with composure. You didn't stoop, you soared. This is the part of the story no one saw coming. This is the part where they realize they trained for war, but you studied peace like a discipline. You didn't come to prove anything. You came to rise above everything. They remember the old you, the one who would have fought, who would have over-explained, who would have bled just to be understood. But that version died, quietly, privately, and from that death, a force was born, one that doesn't flinch, one that doesn't negotiate with nonsense, one that doesn't entertain chaos just to feel connected. And now, as the smoke clears, you're still standing, not bitter, not broken, but brilliant in your boundary, powerful in your poise, and glowing with the kind of energy that makes people second-guess every lie they ever told about you. You didn't lose anything, you released it. You didn't walk away in weakness. You walked away because you finally realized who you are. The old you would have reacted, the healed you refused to perform. And that silence, that sacred pause, it hit harder than any revenge could ever reach. So buckle in, because what we're about to break down next is the step-by-step of how your silence became a revolution, of how you mastered the art of letting people fumble their access to you, of how your no reaction was a masterclass in elevation, and of how your class and grace didn't just shake the room, it redefined the entire stage. If you're ready to walk with that same quiet power, drop the number 77 in the comments right now to confirm that you're choosing elevation over ego, legacy over noise, and truth over tactics. Let's get into it. Number 1. They expected the fire, but you became the sky.
They brought smoke and you brought oxygen deprivation.
They thought they had you cornered, didn't they? Counting on chaos, waiting for your fuse to crack, certain you'd blow. They believed in the script they wrote for you, the breakdown, the meltdown, the justification for their cruelty. They scripted your suffering, rehearsed their roles as concerned advisors, and crowed when you danced to their tune. But in the hush between their breaths, you learned something dangerous. True power isn't in the noise, it's in the stillness that breaks them. They expected fireworks. You gave them the sky. You didn't meet their attack, you outgrew it. While they lobbed grenades of gossip, innuendo, and manipulation, you found your peace in the quiet. You didn't respond with anger because their chaos wasn't worthy of a reaction. You didn't defend yourself because defending implies guilt. And you didn't fight fire with fire because genuine light doesn't burn, it blinds. Nothing rattles a manipulator more than a target who doesn't flinch. In that moment, they expected a reaction. Your silence became a mirror. It showed them their own ugliness. Their whispers echoed back at them without a spark to light the flame. Their calculated spats returned like arrows into a void, with no target to pierce. And the absence of your reaction, you gave them a vacuum so dark they couldn't breathe in their own lies anymore. Ask yourself, didn't they rely on you to scream? Didn't they assume your vulnerability was their ticket to control? They expected you to play the game they invented, chasing validation, begging for fairness, trying to fix the unfixable. But when you pulled out, they froze, because the only thing stronger than manipulation is someone who stops dancing to its rhythm. And that's when the air changed. They realized the object of their torment refused to be tormented. You didn't fall. You found altitude. You didn't collapse. You ascended. Their chaos met a frequency they couldn't match, and suddenly their volume dropped. Because manipulators thrive on reaction, control lives in the echo of someone else's pain. But you didn't give them that echo. You stepped away from the mic. And now, it's dead silent. It wasn't passive, it was strategic. Consider how Serena Williams responds to flops on the court. Calm, powerful, unshaken, even as the crowd roars. Or how Barack Obama handles baseless criticism, poised, deliberate, unflappable. The world saw their success, but what they didn't see in every pivotal moment was prepared poise, deliberate composure, and emotional mastery behind the scenes. You're doing the same, even if the world hasn't noticed yet. They'll ask, why didn't you fight? Why didn't you defend yourself? And your answer is simple, because you didn't want to take the bait. Engagement would have lowered the standards you now demand of your life. Fighting would have allowed them to creep back in, pretending their noise still mattered. You chose elevation over confrontation, growth over grudges, clarity over chaos. But don't let anyone fool you. There is revenge in your presence now. Not the kind soaked in bitterness, but the kind that walks through the world so healed that their words fall flat like slack mouths. Their accusations no longer stick. Their narratives no longer hold power. Every step you take in dignity, every boundary you set in silence, is a wrecking ball to their castle built on lies. What they don't realize is this: they used to define your edges. Your boundaries were always theirs to cross, until now. You don't require their permission to exist. You don't need their acknowledgement to shine. They applied pressure like puppeteers hoping to break your strings, and instead you learned to sever them and fly. Imagine a kite that soars higher the more it resists the pull. That's you. Uncontainable, unpredictable, uncapturable. The retelling of your history doesn't control you anymore because you rewrote the ending in silence. You didn't react, you reframed. You didn't cower, you contoured. You didn't shatter under their weight, you evolved. Let their disbelief become your momentum. Let their confusion reveal their cowardice. Because while they built their towers from the echoes of your old self, you built your sanctuary on the silence of the new. You were not their puppet to pull at will. You were the sovereign who walked away, and in walking away, taught the world a lesson in unseen strength. So hold the silence, hold your peace, because that calm is your weapon, and it's sharper than any scream they expected you to unleash. Stay in the sky, let them gasp in the dust. You're not just out of their reach, you've redefined the atmosphere they once contained you in. They brought smoke, but you didn't just survive the fire, you became the sky it couldn't fill. Number 2. They weaponized your old self, but that version died. They rehearsed their betrayal for a battle that would never happen. They walked in expecting fire. You gave them frost. They were suited up, armed with old stories, recycled narratives, outdated versions of you, and when they launched their attack, they hit a ghost. They tried to provoke the version of you that used to over-explain, over-give, and overstay. The version that would have folded, cried, begged, reacted. But that version is gone, buried, upgraded. And the silence they met instead, that was your evolution hitting them like a mirror. They trained for a drama. You walked in like peace, forged from a war they'll never survive. And let's be clear, this wasn't accidental growth. This was earned. This was battle-tested, bone-deep, and built in the dark. You weren't reborn in calm. You were reborn in chaos. You didn't let go in a yoga class. You let go in survival. You stopped bleeding for people who kept stabbing. You stopped proving your worth to people committed to misunderstanding you. And the death of the old you, that wasn't a breakdown. That was a spiritual escape. They miss the old you, but only because the old you let them get away with everything. You see, they weren't attached to you. They were attached to their access. They were addicted to the version of you that let them slide, let them lie, let them manipulate, gaslight, guilt trip, and run circles around your nervous system while calling it love. That's what they miss. And now they're standing in the rubble of a battlefield that doesn't even exist anymore, holding weapons that don't work on who you've become. They brought emotional knives to a frequency war, and you stopped showing up altogether. And it's not because you're heartless, it's because you're healed. And when healing hits a certain level, you stop reacting to energy you've outgrown. That's what's shaking them. That's why they're confused. They planned for a fight, and all they got was silence, self-respect, and spiritual distance. Because that's the real weapon now, your detachment. And oh, how they hate it, because they can't screenshot it, can't quote it, can't twist it into a false narrative, can't weaponize it. They try to bait you, and you just don't bite. That silence, that non-response, that's a scream in their world. That's psychological warfare. You didn't just rise, you removed. And when a manipulator loses access, they lose oxygen. Understand this. People don't grieve you when they lose you. They grieve the power they had over you. You ever notice how quiet they got after you stopped replying? How awkward they got when they realized you weren't going to play the same emotional chess game? That's not guilt. That's grief. They're mourning their ability to provoke you, to disrupt you, to control you through chaos. But you don't live there anymore. You moved. They weaponized your past, but you became your future. And it's always the same cycle. They'll accuse you of changing when it's no longer convenient for them to keep using the old version. But let's say it loud for the ones in the back. You didn't change for them. You evolved for you. And if they still think you're the same, let them fight the ghost. Let them swing at shadows. Let them rage in the echo chamber of their own assumptions. Because here's the twist they didn't see coming. Your class isn't weakness. Your peace isn't surrender. Your silence isn't compliance. It's graduation. This is the season where you don't stoop, you soar. This is the timeline where emotional bait doesn't get you to bite, because you've outgrown needing to be understood by people committed to misunderstanding you. They want your reaction because your reaction was the supply. You gave them ego food. Now you're fasting from dysfunction, from desperation, from needing anyone to get it. Think of Beyoncé. You think she claps back at every rumor, every betrayal, every headline? No, she shows up in power, in silence, and drops a world tour. Think of Michelle Obama. You think she caved every time someone tried to drag her through the mud? No, she said, when they go low, we go high. And now her legacy is etched in grace and power. You're not acting different. You are different. They called it fake. You called it healed. They called it cold. You called it calm. They called it pride. You called it protection. Let them label your evolution however they want. That's not your business anymore. They no longer hold the pen. You do. And this next chapter doesn't even include their name. Because here's what no one tells you about growth. It makes you allergic to chaos. It makes you uninterested in drama. It makes you see every petty argument, every manipulative tactic, every gaslighting phrase as boring. And when you lose interest in dysfunction, dysfunctional people lose their grip. So no, you didn't run. You rose. You didn't hide. You healed. And your healing is loud, even when you say nothing. So let them talk, let them twist, let them tell everyone how you switched up. Because yes, you did. You upgraded, you detached, you reclaimed, and you'll never apologize for refusing to shrink back into a version of yourself that made them comfortable while you were dying inside. You're not playing their game anymore because you own the board now, and that is what they never trained for. Number 3, your calm wasn't weakness, it was strategy. Still waters drown deeper than storms ever could. Let's get this clear once and for all. You weren't quiet because you were weak. You were quiet because you were calculating. You weren't avoiding confrontation. You were mastering control. While they were throwing fits and flexing fake power, you were sharpening something they couldn't see: emotional discipline. They mistook your silence for surrender. That was their first mistake. What they didn't realize is that your calm wasn't absence, it was strategy. You weren't running, you were watching, and that kind of focus, that kind of inner stillness, it's what separates a reactor from a revolutionary. You weren't soft, you were focused, and focus is fatal to people who operate in chaos. You held your composure like a sword. Every moment you didn't respond, didn't flinch, didn't fall for the bait. They lost power, and you gained it. Their ego was hoping for a public match, something they could perform in front of others. But instead, you gave them grace so heavy it crushed their illusion. This is how the universe arms the chosen, not always with volume, but with vision. It knew that if you responded emotionally, they'd twist it and weaponize it again. So instead, it whispered, "Wait, watch, let the mask slip." And you listened, and now, everyone's starting to see exactly who they are, without you saying a word. Think about Rihanna, dragged, disrespected, and still built an empire in silence. Keanu Reeves, mocked, misunderstood, and yet unshakable in his peace. The ones who move quietly often move the farthest. That's what you're doing. So let them keep confusing calm with weakness. That confusion, that's the trap they set for themselves. Because while storms are loud, still water can drown you without a sound. Number 4, you starved the narcissist, and they're starving for attention. You took away the stage, and now their spotlight's burning out. You didn't argue, you didn't explain, you didn't try to fix what they were pretending was broken. You just pulled the plug. You removed your energy, your validation, your attention, and suddenly the entire performance fell apart. Because here's what narcissists don't want you to know. Their power was never real. It was always borrowed. And it was borrowed from you. They thrived off your reaction, your empathy, your confusion, your need to be understood. Every time you defended yourself, they got a little stronger. Every time you cried, they felt more in control. Every emotional response was fuel. And when you stopped giving it, they starved. See, you didn't just walk away, you starved the performance. You took away the spotlight, the audience, the drama they fed on. And without your energy to feed their false image, they're now exposed for what they always were. A hollow act with no script and no soul. And now they're scrambling, flailing, posting cryptic messages, spinning new stories, trying to bait you back into the circus. But you're not interested in reruns. You've evolved past the point of performance. The show is over. You outgrew the theater. Think about Princess Diana. When she stepped out of the royal machine, people called it rebellion. But really, it was liberation. Or Dave Chappelle, who walked away from millions when the energy felt wrong. That silence. It wasn't weakness. It was authority. And now their legacies are larger than the systems they left behind. You did the same. You didn't lose them. You unplugged them. You didn't hurt them. You removed the stage they performed on. And now, the spotlight's fading, the applause has stopped, and the narcissist is standing there, finally invisible without you. Let them starve. Let them unravel. You've got nothing left to feed them, and that's your power now. Number 5. No reaction was the loudest explosion. You didn't fight back. You exposed the battlefield by leaving it empty. You didn't clap back. You didn't play the villain in their little drama. You didn't fall into the trap of defending yourself to people who were already committed to misunderstanding you. Instead, you left, quiet, grounded, unbothered. And in that moment, you didn't just exit, you detonated everything. Because here's what most don't understand. Sometimes the loudest move you can make is no move at all. The moment you chose not to fight, not to explain, not to perform, you flipped their whole strategy upside down. They were counting on your reaction. They needed your outrage. But when you didn't show up to the battlefield, you exposed the war they started as one-sided. You see, narcissists and manipulators rely on theatrics. They throw matches, hoping you'll explode so they can point and say, "See, look how crazy they are." But when you gave them silence, they were forced to stand there holding the match, burning their own fingers. And here's the beauty of it. Everyone saw. People are watching now. Not just you, not just them, everyone. And while they're unraveling in real time, playing every desperate card they have left, you're out here glowing in your self-respect. Calm, composed, powerful. The contrast is humiliating for them because you let their lies rot in the light of your restraint. You let the chaos implode on its own timeline. That's divine patience. That's mastery. You didn't need karma to show up loud. You let their own behavior turn on them. And now, the silence is screaming louder than anything you could have said. Think of Meghan Markle, who kept her head high while the world speculated. Or Chadwick Boseman, who endured in silence and left a legacy louder than words. You're in that same frequency now. You didn't run from the war. You just made it obvious who was causing it. And in the end, you won by walking away from a battlefield that was never worthy of your presence. Number 6. You handled it like royalty, because you are. Royal blood doesn't argue with peasants. It reclaims the throne by silence. You didn't respond because you were scared. You responded with silence because you knew you were above it. There's a difference between fear and elevation. And what you just did? That was the quiet crowning of someone who finally realized they never had to fight for a crown they were born with. They threw shade. You cast shadows. They launched gossip. You moved in grace. They expected you to act wild, but instead you moved like a ruler. Because you are. They fed you disrespect like it was your daily diet. They gaslit you, mocked your boundaries, told people you were too much just so they could keep you small enough to control. But now, they're choking on that same disrespect because you're no longer swallowing it. You didn't play their petty games. You rose, you walked, you held your silence like a royal decree. You didn't explain, didn't defend, didn't beg to be seen. And in doing so, you became unignorable, because nothing commands a room like someone who doesn't need to prove anything. You handled it like royalty, because you are royalty. Not because of your clothes, your money, or your status, but because of your energy, your poise, your alignment. You ruled yourself when others lost control. That's what makes you untouchable. That's what makes you dangerous to people who operate in manipulation. You don't react. You reign. Look at Princess Diana. The media tried to destroy her, and she responded with grace so undeniable, the entire world flipped the script. Or Michelle Obama, who kept her head high through constant attacks and walked away beloved and revered. Your calm under fire is your confirmation. Your silence is your signature. Your grace is your greatest weapon. And that throne, it was always yours. They just hoped you'd forget. But now that you remember who you are, they can't stand to see you sit in it. Number 7, emotional maturity is your superpower. They tried to trigger the storm. You became the eye of it. They threw everything they had at you: shade, lies, fake tears, guilt trips, backhanded comments, and manipulative tactics they rehearsed in private. They wanted you reactive, explosive, unhinged. They weren't after resolution, they were after a reaction. But instead of a meltdown, they met mastery. Instead of chaos, you became the calm within it. You didn't suppress your emotions, you mastered them. That's a whole different frequency. You didn't go numb, you just stopped letting emotional bait yank your peace away. You stopped letting people drag you into their mess just because they couldn't clean up their own. They wanted access to your emotional core because that's where your power lives. But you locked it down. You chose emotional discipline over emotional warfare, and now they can't reach you. See, real strength isn't in snapping back. It's in knowing you could, but you don't. It's in watching them act out and choosing not to act with them. It's choosing emotional elevation while they drown in emotional immaturity. That's what they don't understand. That's what frustrates them most. Because they can't manipulate what they can't move. You became the eye of the storm, calm, still, centered, while they spiral in their own chaos. You mastered the art of watching without absorbing, hearing without reacting, and walking away without regret. That's emotional intelligence weaponized. Look at Oprah Winfrey, who rose through trauma and setbacks with emotional control that reshaped an entire generation. Or Nelson Mandela, who walked out of 27 years in prison without bitterness, but with power that could move nations. You're walking in that same current now. You're not cold, you're clarified, you're not distant, you're defined. And no matter how hard they try to pull you back into your old emotional patterns, you're not stepping down. Because now your emotions don't rule you, you rule them. And that's a level of power they never saw coming. Number 8, the world watched, and now they know. Your restraint wrote a testimony louder than any rebuttal ever could. They thought you were isolated, powerless, alone. But what they didn't realize is that while they were plotting your public humiliation, the world was watching, and the universe was documenting everything. You didn't have to scream. You didn't have to defend yourself in a group chat. You didn't have to expose screenshots or receipts. Your silence became the loudest evidence of all, because when someone walks through betrayal, lies, or disrespect and still moves with grace, that says more than any argument ever could. They expected you to crumble. You held your head high. They expected you to lash out. You let your dignity do the speaking. And now, people who once doubted you are waking up. Because let's be real, people talk, and when the noise fades, they observe. They saw who was loud and messy, they saw who needed the attention, and they saw you, unshaken, focused, glowing through the chaos they created. And now, they know. It's funny, isn't it? The very ones who tried to destroy your reputation now have to sit back and watch it rise without their name even being mentioned, because the truth has a way of revealing itself, not in haste, but in timing. And you timed your silence perfectly. Think about Taylor Swift, who took years of ridicule, betrayal, and sabotage and flipped the entire narrative into stadiums full of screaming fans. Or Britney Spears, whose silence spoke volumes while the world finally realized she wasn't crazy, she was caged. You're not just surviving what they did, you're rewriting what it means to come out of it whole. Class speaks. The crowd heard. And the story they tried to bury, it's alive. And now the world sees exactly who was telling the truth all along. Number 9. You didn't lose anything. You exposed everything. They lost access. You gained perspective. They thought they took something from you. They thought walking away would leave you broken, regretful, stuck in limbo, chasing closure that would never come. They really believed that cutting you off or pushing you out would send you spiraling. They expected you to come crawling back, begging for understanding, grasping for answers. But you didn't come back. You moved on. And what they failed to see, what they're only realizing now, is that you didn't lose anything. They lost access, and that access was everything. It was the energy that sustained their illusion. It was the forgiveness they never earned. It was the comfort of your loyalty while they betrayed you behind closed doors. And now they're out in the cold, rehearsing a performance with no audience, no applause, and no relevance. You left with your soul intact. They stayed behind, clinging to a lie that can't survive without you playing a role in it. That's the part they hate the most. Your absence is the loudest truth they've ever faced. Because now that you're gone, the spotlight is on them, and what's being revealed is ugly. Your silence is doing what no confrontation ever could. It's exposing them. It's showing the world that you never had to tell your side of the story for people to start noticing the patterns. People are beginning to realize the one who moved in peace wasn't the problem. The one who kept quiet wasn't guilty. And the one who walked away wasn't weak. They were wise. See, narcissists and manipulators are fueled by perception. They don't just lie to others, they lie to themselves. And as long as they can drag you into the chaos, they can keep pretending you're part of the problem. But when you step away, when you go quiet, you take the illusion with you. No closure was needed, because the truth is echoing in your absence. It's in the way you leveled up. It's in your peace. It's in your glow. The people who knew you before are looking again, asking questions they were too blind or too biased to ask before. Now, the same crowd that used to whisper about you is watching them unravel, and you didn't have to say a single word. Closure is a trap they use to keep you engaged. It's never about resolution. It's about control. It's about keeping you hooked in the cycle, second-guessing yourself, wondering what you could have done better. But you woke up. You saw that the only closure you ever needed was the moment you realized they were never going to admit it anyway. And from that moment on, you were free. Let's talk perspective. Because when you walk away clean, when you walk away whole, you start to see everything clearly. You realize how much you tolerated, how many red flags you painted white, how often you broke your own heart to keep someone else comfortable. You begin to understand that peace isn't something you find with another person. It's something you protect from them. And when you see it like that, you stop mourning the loss. You stop grieving what you thought it was. Because the loss wasn't yours, it was theirs. You were the real one, the one who showed up with pure intention, the one who stayed long after they deserved you, the one who still tried to love through the sabotage. and they lost you. Let them pretend they're unbothered. Let them post their little indirects. Let them wear the mask. It's cracking, slowly, publicly. They can feel it, the shift, the distance, the absence of your spirit that used to hold everything together. And deep down, they know. They know they fumbled you. They know they mishandled something sacred. They know you didn't lose. They just didn't deserve to keep. Think of Tina Turner. She walked away from it all, abuse, manipulation, lies, with nothing but her name. They thought she was finished, but she came back stronger, louder, freer. Or Tyler Perry, who built an empire from a past soaked in pain and family betrayal. He didn't go back to make peace. He turned his pain into platforms. That's what you're doing now. You're not just healing, you're exposing everything they tried to keep hidden. And the best part? You're doing it without ever pointing a finger. Your growth is the evidence. Your evolution is the proof. Your peace is the loudest judgment they'll ever face. So don't ever feel bad for what you walked away from. Don't feel guilty for leaving a table where respect was never served. You didn't lose anything. You escaped everything. And now the universe is repaying you with clarity, alignment, and elevation they can only watch from a distance. They lost access. You gained perspective. And that's the kind of justice no apology could ever match. Number 10, they wanted to pull you down. Instead, you elevated the entire standard. They thought they were ending you. Turns out they were ending their own relevance. Let's call it what it was, sabotage. They didn't want resolution. They didn't want understanding. They wanted destruction, yours. They wanted to drag you into the mud, reduce you to the same low frequency they thrive on. Why? Because the second you stop matching their dysfunction, you become a threat. And you didn't just walk away, you ascended. You didn't match their energy, you set the new standard. They underestimated your strength because they misread your silence. They thought being humble meant being helpless. They confused grace with weakness. They thought that just because you weren't clapping back, you were crumbling. But all along, while they were trying to break you, you were busy building something they could never touch: self-mastery. You didn't just survive their betrayal, you turned it into a lesson plan for others to rise from. By walking away with your dignity intact, by refusing to engage in their drama, you didn't just choose peace. You became the blueprint for how to move in power. Quietly, strategically, unbothered. They played dirty, you played divine, and divine always wins. Because dirt might stick for a moment, but divinity shines forever. You didn't just dodge their bullets, you made them question why they ever picked up a weapon. You didn't respond with revenge, you responded with results. And now, people are watching, people are learning, people are shifting. They're not the blueprint anymore, you are. You set the new standard, you set the tone. While they were trying to tear you down, all they really did was show others exactly how not to be. You didn't just win, you became the example, the mirror, the moment. And that's why they're pressed. Because you didn't just walk away, you elevated the whole atmosphere, and now they're irrelevant in a room they used to control. And here's the most ironic part. They thought your silence would make them look good. They thought walking away meant you lost. But in reality, you gave them the one thing they never knew how to handle. No access, no reaction, no more of your light to steal. And without you to stand beside, perform for, or fight with, they disappeared into the very shadow they cast. That's what they don't teach in their games of manipulation. That walking away isn't weakness, it's wisdom. that refusing to respond isn't cowardice, it's consecration. That letting them fall apart without interference is the loudest power move of all. You turned your pain into positioning, your heartbreak into higher ground, your silence into a global language of self-respect. Now, others are watching you and learning. I don't have to beg. I don't have to respond. I don't have to defend myself to people committed to misunderstanding me. You turned a moment of betrayal into a movement of boundaries. You didn't just shut the door, you rebuilt the house on land they can't even enter. And now, you're living in what they tried to burn down, thriving in the ashes they thought would bury you. Look at the greats. Maya Angelou said, "Still I rise, not with fists, not with rage, but with class, depth, and a posture they could never duplicate." Look at Nelson Mandela, who walked out of captivity with a presence so powerful it rewrote the entire nation. And then there's Michelle Obama, who stayed poised through every attack and let her legacy speak louder than her critics ever could. That's what you've done. You elevated the entire standard, not just for yourself, but for everyone watching. You became the energy shift, the example, the threat to the system that thrived when you stayed small, reactive, and doubting yourself. And now, that system is crumbling, not with explosions, but with evolution. Your evolution. You didn't match their energy. You redefined what power looks like. You didn't sink to their level. You rose so high they can't even throw stones that reach you anymore. You didn't cancel them. You made them irrelevant by refusing to need their validation. This is your confirmation. They didn't end you. They ended their own relevance. You're not just still here. You're soaring, silently, strategically, seen. You didn't just walk away. You walked up, and everybody's watching now. Number 11. Your growth is their downfall. They were betting on the chaos. You gave them consequence. They were counting on you to stay wounded, to stay reactive, to stay small enough for their control to still fit. They had bets placed on your breakdown, timelines filled with whispered predictions of your collapse. They needed your chaos because your chaos was their cover. But you didn't collapse. You evolved. And that evolution, that silent, spiritual, unstoppable level up, it didn't just disappoint them, it exposed them. Because when someone's entire identity is built on you staying beneath them, your growth becomes their destruction. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to get even. All you had to do was outgrow the version of yourself they thought they could manipulate forever. Let's be clear, you didn't ask for this fight. You weren't chasing revenge. You were chasing peace. But what the enemy didn't expect was that your peace would speak louder than their poison. They couldn't comprehend that your silence could be a sentence, that your grace could be a gavel, that your glow-up would become the spotlight that lit up every shadow they tried to hide in. They were betting on the storm, and instead they met the sunrise. See, your growth didn't scream, it shook. It rattled their lies. It cracked their masks. It forced people to take a second look at you and a harder look at them. Because when you carry yourself with class, consistency, and elevation after being dragged through fire, you make the people who lit the match look guilty without saying a word. Think about Selena Gomez, who rose from betrayal not by shouting, but by shining. Or Jay-Z, who evolved from pain into legacy, letting his life rewrite his narrative. Your story now moves in that same frequency. You didn't heal to be liked. You healed to break the cycle. And in doing so, you became the mirror they couldn't look into. Because now they can't gaslight the timeline. They can't manipulate the outcome. They can't erase the evidence. You are the evidence. Your growth didn't just shake the room. It collapsed their illusion. You were never their victim. You were their karma in motion. And now, as you ascend, their downfall begins at the point your elevation couldn't be ignored. Number 12. This is what mastery looks like. You didn't escape the storm. You learned how to float through it untouched. This is what mastery looks like. Not loud, not messy, not reactive, but calm, calculated, elevated. This isn't the same you they tried to bait. This isn't the version they used to toy with. This is the final form, the one that no longer bleeds, just to prove they're alive. You didn't dodge the fire. You walked through it and came out with not a single thread singed. They thought silence meant defeat, that your composure was cowardice. But what they failed to understand is that class, grace, and elegance aren't weakness. Their war strategy evolved. You didn't flinch because your soul was anchored. You didn't break because you learned to bend. You didn't lash out because your healing no longer needs an audience. You didn't just endure, you studied, you watched, you read between every lie, every manipulation tactic, every fake apology. And while they were busy putting on a show, you were doing the internal work they didn't think you'd survive. But you did. And now, they're the ones exposed. You're the one expanded. Mastery isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself with rage or clapbacks. Mastery moves quietly, but it moves everything around it. The energy shifts when you enter the room now. People feel it. People notice. People respect it. Even the ones who swore they never would. Even the ones who tried to destroy you. And here's the part that hits hardest. The universe backed your silence. While they were using your name as currency in rooms you were too divine to enter, the universe was preparing rooms with your name written on the door. While they were mocking your growth, your glow, your grief, the universe was writing the reward in real time. And now, those rewards are showing up publicly. You're not just healing, you're glowing. You're not just surviving, you're ascending. The things you once begged for, respect, recognition, peace, are now showing up at your feet because you stopped begging and started embodying. And when you start being what they tried to break, that's when the universe says, it's time. It's time to be seen. It's time to be rewarded. It's time for the people who doubted you to watch the very blessings they said you'd never have land directly in your lap. They called it fake. They called it luck. But it was mastery all along. They couldn't recognize it because they've never built anything that didn't involve destruction. But you created peace where they planted war. You cultivated power in silence. And you kept your soul clean when you had every reason to retaliate. Think about Michelle Obama, Grace under fire. Not once did she lose herself while being attacked from every angle. She didn't swing back, she stood taller. Think of Malala, who was literally shot for speaking truth and still chose education, advocacy, and peace. That's what mastery looks like. This level of composure, it's built, not born. It comes from bleeding quietly and healing loudly, from letting the pain mold you without letting it define you, from walking away without needing to explain the distance. That's not weakness. That's control. That's dominance. That's what the healed version of you looks like. They tried to measure you by their chaos, but you were never on the same frequency. They tried to pull you into games, but you were playing chess while they were still flipping checkerboards. They tried to get a reaction, but you became the response. a walking confirmation that elevation is real and the universe doesn't forget its warriors. And here's the truth. When you reach this level, it's no longer about proving them wrong. It's about proving yourself right. It's about finally seeing yourself clearly, without their distortions clouding the mirror. And when you do, you become untouchable. So if you ever doubt where you are, remember this: you didn't run from the storm, you mastered it. You didn't scream, you ascended. And now, this is your era of overflow, of rewards they swore you'd never touch, of blessings they laughed at, of opportunities they said you were too damaged to deserve. But look at you now, moving with grace, crowned with clarity, and glowing with a kind of peace that can't be faked. This is what mastery looks like, and now they all have no choice but to watch it walk past them. And just like that, you didn't just survive what was sent to break you, you elevated the entire atmosphere, your silence exposed, your growth convicted, and your mastery crowned you. Let them talk, let them twist. The universe already made its decision, and it chose you. If this message hit your soul, drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm your alignment. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with another chosen one who needs to remember their power. Because you didn't just walk away, you walked all the way into your legacy.